Chapter 1. Sunny and snowy. Thick trees hang a handful of white snow, and at a glance, the world looks like a quilt covered with white flowers covered by snow. A burgundy boy in a green and black plaid kimono carries a wooden box that is half adult tall and runs quickly through the snow. Behind the teenager, an adult wearing a sky blue kimono and a red tengu mask, holding a branch, constantly whipped at the teenager not far in front of him. The boy was chased by this strange adult, and despite the pain of being whipped on his body, he did not let out a single scream, and he ran firmly with pain in his eyes. Click, click, click. The sound of a series of branches breaking and heavy objects hitting the ground made teenagers and adults stop. Tanjiro couldn't help but run towards the voice, and Rinteki Zyuoji behind him was also slightly stunned, and followed Tanjiro closely. The two saw a rather young black-haired boy lying on the snow not far away, and the thick snow had almost buried his body. "Master, let's go back first." Tanjiro hurriedly ran over and saw that the boy was wearing a black fur coat that he had never seen before, and that was very silky to the touch. "I'll end here for training today, go back first." Rinteki walked to Tanjiro's side for the next time, rolled his eyelids, looked at his tongue, the large artery of his neck and the large artery of his wrist, and finally said a word to Tanjiro. "Good master." Tanjiro, who was exercising for a while, picked up Jinshu very easily, turned around and ran towards the wooden house. Rinteki followed closely behind Tanjiro and returned to the house. Jinshu felt his stomach constantly purring, which made him frown and open his eyes. The faint glow of the fire and the humble wood-paneled walls appeared in his sight. Jinshu felt a pain in his whole body, as if he had been beaten by his father's 7 wolves for half an hour. As Jinshu sat up, Tanjiro and Rinteki Zyuoji, who were sleeping soundly on the side, also sat up. "Are you all right? How did you fall from the sky? Why does it appear in heaven? What's your name?" Tanjiro looked at Jinshu with a curious look, and Jinshu with big round eyes and straight hooks. The corners of Jinshu's mouth twitched when asked. "You ask me, who do I ask? Who am I? Where am I? What are you doing?" Jinshu's mind is blank now. He knows at this moment that his name is Jinshu, and he is not this world. After 2 minutes, his memory suddenly came back to him. He was a two-dimensional otaku. As for why he came to this world, why he fell from the sky, the corner of Jinshu's mouth twitched, he didn't know. Ding! The traveling frog system has been loaded. The little frog has already got up. Please name your very little frog. Travel frog? Isn't this a pastime game that you can play casually? Jinshu didn't have time to think, and directly silently said a sentence called a frog cub. Naming success. The frog cub is ready to travel to the world. Please pack your frog's luggage, bento, props, and amulet, and when it returns, it will bring you the world's specialties and mailing photos of the world it traveled. Jinshu discovers that he can use his mind to manipulate the traveling frog game interface that appears in his sight. This allowed him to harvest large quantities of clover, which now resulted in 300 clover, followed by 4-leaf clovers, fresh milk waffles, and a cheap black scarf for his frog cubs. Jinshu was pleasantly surprised to find that the game remained unchanged, but the game's goods changed, and the price of the goods changed. Jinshu thought that his frog cub was going to travel to various worlds, and he was also relieved. After all, he was inexplicably dressed, what else could he not accept this? The frog cub put on a bib, 4-leaf clover, and fresh milk waffle went on a trip. Jinshu had been looking down and controlling the traveling frog game interface in his sight with his mind just now, and forgot to answer Tanjiro. When Jinshu looked up, he saw a baby-sized burn on the forehead of a young man in a green and black plaid kimono not far away, and this familiar shape made him stunned. Isn't this the drama he just chased recently, the male protagonist of Ghost Slayer Blade? I've entered the Ghost Slayer Blade. Jinshu's body tensed up first, and then he remembered that he had a golden finger. Originally, Jinshu is a big heart, don't care where he is, as long as he has food, health, and no disease and no life safety, then it's okay. The world is not peaceful. Jinshu thought a lot at this moment. His face also changed and changed, his fists were clenched tightly, and he looked like I was unspeakable, and I made up my mind just now. I can't remember where I live, I only know that my name is Jinshu, I have no parents, no relatives, and friends. Jinshu lied with his own truth, and he had a clear conscience. After all, before he crossed over, he was indeed an orphan without a father or mother, and after being adopted by his adoptive father in an orphanage, his 80-year-old adoptive father died of old age when he just graduated from college, which also made him the only heir. With tens of millions of dollars, he did not have the idea of doing business, but planned to live in a house. Thinking back to this, Jinshu's face suddenly darkened. He remembered why he crossed here. He was just chasing Fan, and the villa exploded inexplicably. Thinking of this, Jinshu touched his waist and the inside of his legs without a trace. Is it okay, bro? Jinshu sensed that his brother was okay and couldn't help but take a long breath. Tanjiro and Rinteki Zyuoji, who were not far from Jinshu, saw this teenager laughing for a while, angry for a while, touching his body again, and finally giggling. The two of them thought that Jinshu's family must have been eaten by a ghost, and he was saved by a certain pillar, which threw him here. With Tanjiro and Rinteki Zyuoji's brain supplement, the two of them looked at Jinshu's gaze, full of understanding and sympathy. What are you going to do? Rinteki Zo suddenly asked. Rinteki Zo recently found that this teenager's body was not fat or thin, but his body was extremely heavy, and under his careful observation, he found that this kid's physical fitness was simply too good. Lin Longzhou recently wanted to know how this kid's cultivation talent was. After all, good health does not mean that the breathing talent of practicing swords and water is good. Jinshu heard Rinteki Zo suddenly ask himself. He stood up without thinking, bowed to him 90 degrees deeply, and pleaded loudly, I want to become stronger. Please give me a chance. How do you know that the master's strength will be strong? Tanjiro looked at Jinshu with a surprised look and couldn't help but ask. Jinshu looked at him with a surprised expression, didn't you call him master? Before I fell into a coma in the snow, I heard you call this, master. As he spoke, he turned towards Tanjiro but pointed to Rinteki to the left. Tanjiro was slightly stunned when he heard Jinshu's answer. Tanjiro suddenly realized, so it is. Rinteki Zo stood up and said to Jinshu, you come with me, I'll see if you have the talent to learn, and carefully feel my breathing style. When Rinteki stood up for the next time, Jinshu stood up with his teeth in pain, and looked at him with torch-like eyes. Ding! Discover the water breath cultivation method, whether to learn. Jinshu was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly studied silently. Ding! I have mastered the breath of water entering the hall. Tips: there are 6 skills mastery. Enter the hall, integrate and penetrate, the furnace is pure, the peak is extreme, the spirit is out, and the basics are returned. Jinshu found that there was a translucent circle in the lower left corner of his line of sight, and there were 2 words in it, state. With the movement of the mind. Name, Jinshu. Gender, male. Physical strength, 12/12, general adult male 10, spirit, 10/10, general adult male 10, strength, 10/10, average adult male 10, reaction, 10/10, average adult male 10, skill, water breath. Enter the hall. Strength summary. Little rookie chicken is not as good as Rinteki Zo recently clearly felt that Jinshu's breathing suddenly changed. His eyes also changed. Chapter 2. Jinshu felt that with the use of water breathing, he felt that from his throat to his abdomen, a warm and cool feeling was flowing, and this lukewarm warm feeling was very cool. Recently, Takizo saw that Jinshu could date his own water breath so quickly, which made him can't help but be shocked, knowing that he was just demonstrating and hadn't started teaching him yet. Take this, follow me. Feng Takizo recently picked up the dead branch in the snow on the side and threw it to Jinshu, and his tone did not fluctuate. Jinshu picked up this dead branch and looked at the white-haired old man not far in front of him. In the next second, Jinshu saw Taki swinging the long knife in his hand recently, and blue water gushed out at the tip of the knife, streaking through beautiful arcs in midair. Ding! Find the breath of water sword move, the first type of water surface / weather to learn. As Taki recently waved the Nakaichi wheel knife in his hand, Jinshu heard the system constantly prompting. Ding! Discover the breath of water sword move, the second type of water wheel. Ding! Discover the breath of water sword move, the third type of flowing dance. Ding! Found the breath of water sword move, the first type of strike tide. Taki recently waved to the end, and Jinshu also learned to pick up the first type of life flow. Takizo recently sheathed the Nikki knife in his hand, his eyes full of indifference. I'll teach you how to cast it first. Just when Takizo was about to walk over and teach Jinshu how to cast the first type, Jinshu suddenly waved the dead branch in his hand, and a clearly visible water drill appeared at the tip of the dead branch. Taki looked at Jinshu with confused eyes and saw that he had cast the first type to the first type. Although Takizo could see that Jinshu's knife technique was rusty recently, Jinshu's display still shocked him. What a genius he picked up! When Jinshu stopped, the dead branch in his hand instantly broke 3 segments, and it withstood the pressure that it should not bear, and finally broke. Jinshu felt that his physical strength was exhausted, and the very warm black mink down jacket on his body made him sweat. The clothes on his body, mink on the outside and a thin down jacket on the inside, did not feel the slightest bit of cold in this cold winter. Your physical strength is too poor, start exercising tomorrow, you go back first. Takizuoji spoke calmly, pointing to the wooden house not far away, with a commanding tone. Jinshu also felt that his physical strength was indeed insufficient, so he waved the fluttering dead branch in his hand, which could actually bring him tired to breathe. Jinshu felt that he was embarrassed, and an obsession appeared in his heart: become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you survive in this bad ghost slayer blade world. Compared with exercise, Jinshu was still very obedient and walked towards the wooden house. Weak, it is very difficult for him to walk in the thick snow, obviously only a few hundred meters, as if he is climbing a steep mountain peak of 1,000 meters. When he opened the door and entered the wooden house, he stumbled and fell straight towards the wooden floor in front of him. If this is a wooden step, the front teeth will definitely not be saved. Just when Jinshu was anxious and weak, Tanjiro suddenly stepped forward to help him, looked at Jinshu with a bloodless face, and quickly asked, "Are you okay?" Kinsha sat down with Tanjiro's help, took off his military boots, and then lay his upper body directly on the board. While lying on the board, Jinshu couldn't help but gasp for air. In Tanjiro's concerned eyes, after taking a big breath, Jinshu felt that he had some strength, and smiled bitterly, detached. "What's your name? Then you have a good rest, I'll make lunch." Tanjiro put on his boots and walked to the door, suddenly turned back to Jinshu and smiled gently. "My name is Tanjiro. Tanjiro, the girl in that wooden box is my sister, you don't need to be afraid." "I'll go back," Tanjiro said and left. For the stove door beans in the wooden box, Jinshu did not dare to look at it casually, although he knew that she did not eat people, but she was a ghost, just in case. Jinshu was lying down, deliberately using the breath of water to restore his physical strength. After all, he had watched the drama of the Ghost Slayer Blade, and knew that the breath of water to restore physical strength was definitely a master, and could even stop the bleeding of the wound. As Jinshu continued to breathe with water, he obviously felt that his physical strength was indeed recovering significantly. After Jinshu regained his mobility, he struggled to support the wall, walked to the place against the fire, and lay down again. Soon, Jinshu was asleep. I don't know how long it took. Takizo recently returned with 2 dead snow hares. Shiteki didn't close the wooden door recently, and before he could breathe, Tanjiro came in carrying his forelimbs and hind limbs with his hands and a cleaned deer. Kinji, Taki and Tanjiro split the snow rabbit and deer, dressed them with branches that had peeled off their bark, put them on the stove, and began to roast them, throwing a few dry firewood into them by the way. The roaring smell of roasted meat was baked out, and then sent to the tip of Jinshu's nose. This made Jinshu, who was sleeping, subconsciously open his eyes, and his stomach was very cooperative. "Are you awake? Come and eat." Tanjiro pointed to the snow rabbit and venison that were being roasted, and smiled at Jinshu. "By the way, I still don't know what your name is." "My name is Jinshu, what is your name, master?" Jinshu smiled back at Tanjiro, and halfway through saying that, he looked at Takizuoji with a respectful expression. Although he learned it quickly, learning the breath of water and its sword moves in a short time, he could not refute it. This was the result of Takizuoji's lack of reservations. If he doesn't hand it in, he can't learn it. "My name is Takizojinji, eat quickly, go out to train after eating, your physical fitness is still too poor." Izuku didn't completely take off his mask recently, but just cocked it up a little so that he could just stuff the roast meat in. When Jinshu saw Takizo's recent operation, he couldn't help but blink, and his face was a little lost. He did not see the true face of Takizuoji in the drama, and after checking Du Niang, he only knew that he was very gentle and had been ridiculed by ghosts. Jinshu ate the snow rabbit meat, and just after eating it in his mouth, he began to gulp down when he was hungry and tired. After a while, half of the roasted venison and a roasted snow rabbit entered his stomach. Tanjiro saw that Jinshu had such a big appetite, and he couldn't help but be stunned. "Next time you will also participate in the hunt." After speaking, Tanjiro also hurriedly gulped up. Takizo recently saw these two teenagers fighting to eat meat. He did not open his mouth to stop it. After all, to kill ghosts requires excellent physical fitness, otherwise it is very likely to be eaten by ghosts. "Okay, go out with me for exercise," Taki said lightly to Jinshu and Tanjiro. Tanjiro stood up and walked out of the wooden house first. Jinshu stretched, and he followed him out. The group of three began to run and train, using the breath of water while running. 6 hours in the afternoon passed quickly. Jinshu tiredly went back to the wooden house and ate 2 bites casually, and then fell into a deep sleep. "Ding, your frog cub is back, and the special products brought back are the 6 styles of the Navy headquarters, the cultivation method of armed color domineering and seeing and smelling color domineering. Ding, discover the 6 styles of the Navy, see the domineering color and the armed color domineering, whether to learn." Jinshu. Omega. He really wants to kiss a frog cub. Chapter 3. In this world full of ghosts, only if you are strong can you live a happy and free life. Otherwise, I don't know when it will become the ration of the ghost. With the 6 styles, armed color domineering, seeing all the tricks of color domineering and water breathing, how can you also have the ability to protect yourself? When Jinshu thought of this, he was full of excitement to meditate and study. Ding, see the domineering and enter the room. Ding, armed color domineering entered the hall. As he felt a slight swelling in his head, it disappeared after a few seconds. The shaving, finger gun, moon cloth, finger painting, iron block, and arashi foot in the 6 styles can be said to be a good move to improve melee strength. The 6 styles are changed to the martial arts of the martial arts world, which contains the strongest fingering, body technique, light skill, physical exercise, and leg technique. Then there is the armed color domineering and the seeing color domineering. Armed color domineering can be said to be the external strength of the martial arts world, seeing and hearing color domineering that is. Plug. After Jinshu learned the 6 styles and 2 color domineering, he only mastered the hall and entered the room, and if he mastered it to return to the basics. Thinking of this, Jinshu couldn't help but swallow his saliva, which could definitely collide with the winding of the Ghost Slayer blade. He's talking about facing 6 windings at the same time. Get up, it's time to go work out. Taki walked to the door and turned back to Tanjiro and Kaneshu on the wooden floor. Jinchu and Tanjiro quickly stood up and went out with Taki's Uoji. Before Tanjiro went out, he didn't forget to add some firewood to the stove. When Jinshu went out, he did not forget the hero frog cub, and he prepared 2 strawberry cream waffles for the frog cub, one on the dining table and the other in the backpack where the frog cub traveled. As for props and amulets, Jinshu's current clover is not enough, and he can only use 4-leaf clover and a neck bib. Jinshu followed closely behind Tanjiro, and found that he was getting farther and farther away from them, which made the corners of his mouth twitch, and his breathing rhythm was a little chaotic for a while. There is no lack of exercise on the earth, although he wants to be an otaku, but he knows that life lies in sports, so he still practices from time to time when running. Running all the time, running 5 kilometers is still no problem. The speed is not comparable to the national level athletes, but in the community, his physical strength can still fight. But now, he found that the physique he had always been proud of, compared to Tanjiro and the white-haired Taki Zyuoji, his physical strength and speed became a joke. The emotion of not admitting defeat surged in his heart. Jinshu deliberately used the breath of water, and a warm and cool feeling flowed throughout his body, which made his speed up. Jinshu felt that his physical exertion had also decreased. This change made Jinshu couldn't help but be happy, but while deliberately using the breath of water, he was running, which made him a little out of rhythm. Quicken the pace. Taki Zyuoji suddenly turned back to Tanjiro and Jinshu, and his eyes were even more fixed on Jinshu. Jinshu nodded slightly, and suddenly took a big breath with water breath, trying to quickly recover his physical strength. Originally, the running of Taki Zojinji and Tanjiro could be said to be a 200-meter running competition, but as the two accelerated, it directly became a 50-meter sprint. Jinshu could feel that the sweat in his mink-down jacket was rushing out. The 50-meter sprint lasted for half an hour, and Taki slowly slowed down only recently, turned back to Tanjiro and Kaneshu and said, "Go hunting." The running and panting Jinshu did not refute and began to run towards the depths of the forest. He has a thought now: he wants to eat meat, gulp meat. Tanjiro and Taki saw that Jinshu was running faster than training, and the two were slightly stunned, and then the two looked at each other and smiled. Tanjiro was afraid that Jinshu would get lost, so he followed closely. Taki left the near time and leisurely returned to the wooden house. Soon, Jinshu saw a deer not far away. With the big meal, Jinshu exhaled a long breath, and he was full of words that could be summed up: comfortable. After the whole body energy was completely released, another meal was eaten, which made Jinshu's mental and physical strength double satisfaction. Feeling that his physical strength was full again, Jinshu couldn't help but pick up a thin dead branch of nearly 1 meter and walked out of the wooden house. Tanjiro couldn't help but be curious, and released Yubian, who hadn't come out of the wooden box for a while, and took his sister's little hand and followed. Wearing a pink kimono, Yubian honestly followed Tanjiro out of the wooden house, and saw Kanesha waving an ordinary thin dead branch. A clearly visible stream of water appeared at the tip of a thin dead branch, and as he waved, the current became more and more complex and changeable, as if it were dancing. Jinshu felt that the thin dead branches in his hand could not withstand the pressure released by the first type of water breath, and they wanted to break. The armed color domineering instantly wrapped it around. The thin dead branches that originally appeared cracks instantly turned into pitch-black long sticks. Jinshu could clearly feel that the armed color domineering increased the hardness of the thin dead branches many times, and with the attempt, he suddenly used the first pick type to circulate. A stream of water gushed out at the tip of the long black stick, turning the blade like a curly dragon, and the combo hit directly on the tree not far away. Bang, click, boom. A big tree that 2 adult men could only hold around was interrupted by Jinshu's stick, as if it were paper paste. If it weren't for the loud noise that the tree was real, Tanjiro thought he was dreaming. Your bean has big dripping eyes, a dull expression, and a piece of green bamboo in his mouth, which looks particularly well behaved and cute. Jinshu was domineering and handed the thin dead branch with cracks to Tanjiro. Tanjiro took the thin dead branch, and as soon as he took it, the thin dead branch broke 3 times. Tanjiro opened his eyes wide and looked stunned. Jinshu shook his numb right hand, saw Tanjiro's puzzled face, and explained with a smile, "The name of this technique is armed color domineering. It is a technique taught to me by a master, a technique similar to the breathing method, except that this technique requires the power of the flesh." After the test just now, Jinshu could be sure that the water flow of the breath of water only represented the gradual strengthening of strength. And it was not sword chi at all, nor could it be used as a flying slash. Armed color domineering. Tanjiro looked at Jinshu blankly. After Tanjiro came back to his senses, he quickly ran over, put his hands on Jinshu's arms, and pleaded, "Can you teach me?" "That's fine, but I can't guarantee you'll learn it." Jinshu smiled softly, not refusing Tanjiro's pleading. For Tanjiro, the male protagonist of the Ghost Slayer Blade, Jinshu still likes him as a person. In front of his younger siblings, Tanjiro is a gentle, brave, and responsible older brother. In front of his parents, he is a filial and gentle son, and in front of his friends, he is a sincere and honest brother. Such a person, Jinshu naturally appreciates it very much, and he also wants such a brother. When Tanjiro heard Jinshu say this, he nodded repeatedly, I know this, if I can't learn it, then I'm stupid." Jinshu bowed his head slightly, he walked to Tanjiro's side, faced him, slapped his left hand on an acupuncture point near his lower abdomen, and said, "Breathe with here, exert power from here. When you find that there is a domineering power gushing out, you try to wrap this power around your body." After Jinshu finished speaking, he demonstratively wrapped his armed color domineering around his fists. The hands that were originally white and red suddenly turned pitch black. Tanjiro stood beside Kaneshu and could clearly feel that his breathing had become more complicated from the breath of water. Jinshu stood on the side, watching quietly, until a moment from time to time. Time passes like a stream, you can feel the change, but you can't grasp it. In a year, before you know it, it's gone. Rinteki looked at the 2 sturdy young men recently, and felt proud in his heart, especially for Jinshu. He was simply satisfied to the limit. He could proudly call Jinshu the strongest talent disciple he had ever taught, and his ability to learn and transform into actual combat was definitely at the demon level. He can definitely become the strongest water column. To participate in the ghost killing team, you must be careful and not careless. Rinteki-zo looked at Jinshu and Tanjiro seriously and instructed. Tanjiro carried a half-human wooden box and nodded seriously. Jinshu also nodded very seriously. "Master, please take care." Tanjiro bowed slightly to Rinteki Kinji. "Master, let's go." Jinshu also bowed slightly to Rinteki Zuoji. Immediately, both Kaneshu and Tanjiro turned and ran in the direction told by Rinteki Zuoji. Rinteki saw Kaneshu and Tanjiro disappear directly using the shaving recently, and couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then a proud smile appeared on the face in the mask. The apprentice he accepted was so devil that he was able to invent 8 strange skills that could improve his combat power. This shave, used to raid ghosts, is simply perfect. In this year's cultivation, both Jinshu and Tanjiro have easily mastered the breath of using water all the time, that is, the consumption of physical strength using shaving does not care at all. It's all up. A few days later, this refers to time. At the foot of Mount Fuji, Kaneshu and Tanjiro stood on the flat ground at the foot of the mountain, and a group of young people dressed in various costumes gathered. Jinshu looked at the surrounding area full of wisteria flowers, and couldn't help but show a look of joy, so beautiful. Behind such beauty is a ghost mountain. Chapter 4. The content of the ghost killing team is very simple, as long as you survive in the Vine Attack Mountain for 7 days and then go down. A little girl like a doll stood on the platform and said softly. After that, he walked on. As the little girl left with the members of the 2 ghost killing squads, dozens of people hula walked towards the mountain. Jinshu and Tanjiro naturally followed everyone's steps into Fuji Attack Mountain. The more he walked, the more Jinshu found that the mountain seemed not high, but it was actually quite large, passing through the dense wisteria flowers, standing in place. He couldn't see through the situation inside. Can't see through. Jinshu looked at Tanjiro, who was also looking at himself, smiled slightly, and directly used the domineering color. This hundreds of meters high vine attack mountain was instantly displayed in his eyes. Through the bloodless fiasco skin and the face full of green tendons, Jinshu can find the ghosts in the mountains. This number. The number made him stunned. More than 100 ghosts. No wonder the two apprentices in the master's hands will break halberds in the vine attack mountain. These more than 100 ghosts, one by one, can kill until they lose their strength. What do you want to do? All killed? Tanjiro couldn't help but ask. He knew that his domineering nature could not be compared with Jinshu, and he could only see to about 100 meters with his domineering appearance. 7 days, no need to worry. Jinshu smiled slightly at Tanjiro, walking leisurely. Tanjiro saw Jinshuman's expression of nonchalance, and smiled helplessly. He followed closely, and the tension in his heart dissipated a lot. There are living people again. A ghost suddenly jumped down from the canopy of a tree and pounced towards Jinshu. The miserable white face full of green tendons looked particularly hideous as he opened his mouth. Die! Jinshu suddenly pulled out the knife, and the pitch-black luster instantly wrapped around the entire blade. Poof! A crisp and slight rubbing sound. Hey! The ghost was slightly stunned. How did this human appear behind him? Just as it was about to turn back, it found that its body did not turn around. You! Without saying the words, the ghost turned to ashes. Ding! Get 10 clover. Hey! Can killing ghosts actually get a clover? Jinshu was slightly stunned, and then he was very happy that he was very grateful to the frog cub for the specialties it gave from time to time, but the clover had never been rich, and he could not buy it more expensive food, props, and amulets. During the year, the frog cub brought him many good things. Thinking of this, Jinshu couldn't help but check his status. Name, Jinshu. Gender, male. Physical strength, 50/50ths, general adult male 10, spirit, 60/60ths, general adult male 10, strength, 80/80, average adult male 10, reaction, 70/70ths, average adult male 10, skill, water breath, furnace fire pure blue, day breath, furnace fire pure blue, armed color domineering, furnace fire pure blue, see and smell color domineering, ascend to the peak, 6 styles, furnace fire pure blue, double knife flow, enter the hall, strength summary, stand alone. Seeing the summary of the system, Jinshu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Isn't it just an ordinary ghost? So happy? Tanjiro blinked his big eyes and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Jinshu came back to his senses, smiled, and said, "It's nothing, I thought of a good thing. Ding, your frog cub has returned, and the specialty it brought is a slashing knife and a piece of the power of death crystal." Whether the slashing knife and the power of death crystals are extracted, Jinshu got the system's prompt, couldn't help swallowing saliva, and his eyes straightened for a while. Tanjiro noticed that Jinshu's eyes suddenly straightened, and he disappeared in the next second. This made his heart tighten. Is there a powerful ghost? You must know that Jinshu sees farther and wider than himself. Tanjiro pulled out his Nikwe knife and chased after Jinshu. When he just used the shaving to rush to Jinshu's side, he found that he was looking at an ordinary long knife that he had never seen before. The blades of the Nikwe knife come in a variety of colors because the ore that forges it contains the power of sunlight. And this long knife in Jinshu's hand is just an ordinary white blade. After Jinshu felt that he used the death power crystal, he held this shallow punch, without the owner's initial state slashing knife. A voice suddenly appeared in Jinshu's heart. Everything in Vientiane is ashes, flowing like fire. Jinshu read out a passage that came to mind. Rumble. As Jinshu read the beginning of the slashing knife in his hand, raging fire suddenly gushed out on the blade, and the hot temperature distorted the air around Jinshu. The weed-strewn ground burned directly, and even the trees not far away turned into large torches, giving the feeling that the entire mountain was on fire. Tanjiro couldn't help but retreat more than 10 meters by the hot flame, and couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Jinshu, who was like a small sun. Jinshu saw that he was wrapped in warm flames, and the mink down jacket on his body turned into a dead suit, and his whole body had an inexhaustible power. Jinshu! Jinshu! Tanjiro panicked a little and couldn't help but shout. This is... Tanjiro looked at Jinshu with a surprised expression, and when he saw that Jinshu returned to his original state, the surrounding fire had disappeared, and he couldn't help but step forward and ask. Jinshu smiled at Tanjiro, "You don't know? This is the breath of the day you taught me." Breath of the sun? Tanjiro froze in place, then showed a surprised expression. Jinshu taught him the 6 styles and 2-color domineering, and taught Jinshu Rizi the breath himself. Anyway, he would not suffer a loss. How could it be? Tanjiro looked incredulous. He was not unused, and the first type of using Hinata's breath with all his strength could not reach half of this power. Jinshu spread his shoulders towards Tanjiro, with a helpless expression. "I told you, if you don't believe it, I won't recruit." After speaking, Jinshu pinned the slashing knife to the other side, with a sense of déjà vu of a double-bladed swordsman. Jinshu felt that he had obtained the power of the slashing knife and the god of death, and his strength was directly increased by a level. Originally, he specialized in volition and physical strength, but if you use a metaphor, then he is already a humanoid monster with infinite strength that is not tempted by intimidation. But now that he has the power of death, he can now crush the opposite body and scatter the opposite soul. To put it another simple word, it is excess. When Tanjiro heard Jinshu say this, the corners of his mouth twitched. And he was poor for a while, and when he saw him turn his head and leave, he sighed and followed. Just as Jinshu and Tanjiro continued to look for ghosts, a golden figure carefully hid behind the trees. When my wife Sanyi saw Jinshu and Tanjiro, her eyes lit up and she quickly trotted all the way. Jinshu was slightly stunned when he saw this blonde boy in a blonde kimono, and seeing his terrified and miserable expression, it was easy to think that this person should be my wife Sanyi. His Thunder Breath Type 1 thunder flashed, playing ridiculously strong, and when he just chased over, he was attracted by his Thunder Flash 6 combos. Although Jinshu can confidently achieve the speed of my wife Sanyi's movement and attack, my wife Sanyi's handout chi is still on the personality when he should be on the upper side, which makes him like it very much. Especially when my wife Zenji, Tanjiro, and Izue Inashuk face strong enemies together, the kind of friendship and righteousness that advance and retreat together, and are not afraid of life and death, is what he, a pseudo-otaku, wants the most. He also wanted the kind of passionate brother who stuck a knife in his brother's ribs. Just as my wife Sanil ran to Jinshu and Tanjiro to prepare for help and ask to join their team, a woman in a white dress suddenly appeared from behind a large tree. Her eyes were blood red, and her bloodless face was full of strange tattoos, making her particularly charming. When the female ghost in white saw the 3 young boys, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Her blood-red eyes showed a surprise light, and 3 more fresh meat was eaten. After being caught here by Yansu, he wanted the old lady to be a stepping stone. "Old lady, I will eat all the people who are assessed by these ghost-killing teams. A lot of little brothers, am I good-looking?" The white-dressed female ghost suddenly smiled sweetly towards Jinshu and the 3. Kaneshu and Tanjiro both felt that their spirits were touched by something, and although they were a little uncomfortable, it did not affect them. Compared with Jinshu and Tanjiro, my wife Sanyi's eyes were a little lost, and he looked directly at the female ghost with his eyes, and staggered towards the female ghost. Die! Jinshu pulled out the Nikki saber, and the figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared. In the next second, the beautiful demon head of the female ghost suddenly separated from the neck, and the proud body instantly turned into ashes. Ding! Get 15 clovers. After the female ghost died, Jinchu's mind heard the prompt he wanted to hear. With more clover, he can pay the frog cubs well. If you want the horse to run fast, you must feed the horse well. In the same way, as long as the frog cub is fed happier and it can bring him something better. After the death of the female ghost, my wife Shanyi shook her senses and watched the process of turning into ashes with a look of horror. It's so terrible, I obviously don't want to come, my grandfather forced me to come, I don't want to come, I really don't want to come. My wife, Shanyi, squatted down with her head in her hands. Tanjiro saw my wife Shanyi, who looked helpless and frightened, stepped forward, gently patted him on the shoulder, and comforted, if you don't want to be a ghost-killing team, then you can follow us first, and then apply to the rear support or refuse to participate in the ghost-killing team. Can I? My wife Zenji first looked at Tanjiro with a look of grievance and surprise, and then showed a fragile and helpless expression. Grandpa worked hard to teach me, just to make me a ghost killer. Where did that female ghost go? A young man with a pig head suddenly burst out of the deep forest and shouted loudly. The head of a wild boar that is quite real is constantly swinging, as if looking east and west. Jinchu saw that Izura Inashuk also came over, which made him stunned. This plot is different from the one in the drama, is it because of my appearance? If you say it's a female ghost in a white dress, you were killed by me just now. Jinchu smiled at Inashuk. Inashuk's boar head looked towards Jinchu, nodded slowly, turned around and prepared to leave. Find the next one. Let's go together, there are many people and there is a care. Kanesho shouted at Inashuk. I was afraid that Inashuk didn't hear his voice. Tanjiro looked at Jinchu and found that Jinchu was so enthusiastic today. You know, there is no such enthusiastic time on weekdays. Inashuk looked back at Kanesho, Tanjiro, and my wife Zenji, as if thinking for a moment. Then Uncle Ben will protect you, ha ha ha, you feel honored. Inashuk crossed his hands at his waist and laughed boldly. Then I'm looking forward to it. When Jinchu saw the rather narcissistic Inashuk, he did not scare him, but looked at him with a smile. Straightforward, quite simple, and very moralistic, although a little narcissistic, but such a person, he does not hate. In this way, the original 2 people of Kanesho and Tanjiro became 4 people. As the number of people increases, the number of ghosts encountered increases. Jinchu didn't know why these ghosts took the initiative to find them, but since they dared to come to the door to find them, then they should not leave. While this Kanesho, Tanjiro, my wife Zenji, and Inashuk were constantly killing ghosts, 2 young ghosts suddenly ran to a ghost with a bloated body but full of hands. Lord Hand Ghost, there are 4 people who are too strong, and they have killed more than 10 ghosts in a row. Please come forward and eat them all. A young male ghost, looking at the hand ghost pleadingly. Another rather lean male ghost nodded repeatedly, with an expression of approval. The hand ghost looked at the 2 of them, pouted, passed by them with a proud look, and ordered, "Where are those people? I went to eat them to see if the few people you said were delicious." A group of ghosts cautiously followed behind the ghosts. Full of dog-legged behavior. Follow Uncle Ben. Pigs are advancing by leaps. Inashuk suddenly shouted, pulled out his 2 knives, and ran towards the deep forest where he could not see his head. Let's go, let's leave him alone, he wants to find death, let him find it, let's go, it's too dangerous. My wife Shanyi snorted, her voice full of fear. Afraid of what? Don't be afraid. Jinchu pulled out the slashing knife, admired its silver-white blade, stroked it gently, and chased after Inashuk. My wife Zenyi saw that Jinchu and Tanjiro were also going up, and he looked around in horror and followed closely. Chapter 5. To die and die, why don't you die yet? A young man in a black kimono, his eyes lost their luster, holding the Nikawa knife tightly in his hand, constantly slashing at the body of the strong man and ghost in front of him. The young man in black kimono kept chopping, because he chopped indiscriminately, without the slightest method. The cutting places were all arms and shoulders, and the neck of the strong man in ghost was not cut. The strong man ghost is dressed in a dirty brown kimono, his face is full of disdain and defense, and he is allowed to be chopped by the young man in black kimono. The strong man ghost saw this young man's tired hands on his legs and knees, and was panting, when he suddenly brought his right hands together and suddenly stabbed, and his palm directly pierced the young man's fragile neck. The strong man ghost slowly withdrew his 5 fingers stained with blood, and licked the blood stain with his mouth. This blood is okay. Just as the strong man ghost was about to taste the corpse, a white-haired old man ghost ran past him. It's so fragrant. This is a rare blood. Wow, it's a blessing. One by one, the ghosts of men, women, and children suddenly passed by the strong man ghost, which made the strong man ghost slightly stunned, stood up and sniffed carefully, and found that there was indeed a very sweet smell in the air. This made the strong man ghost directly drop his loot, follow the ghost team, and go together to find the wonderful sweet smell that shocked the ghost's heart. Inashuk, who was advancing by leap and bound, suddenly stood still, and one by one ghosts suddenly appeared from all directions and surrounded the 4 of Jinshu. What's going on? So many ghosts. Tanjiro's face sank, and he looked around seriously, and the Nikki knife on his waist was also pulled out by him. Jinshu first touched his chin, and he couldn't help but take out the chopping knife with a heavy heart. I've been using the Nikki knife for almost a year, and the freshness has passed, but the chopping knife has just been obtained. Everything in Vientiane is ashes, flowing like fire. Jinshu's eyes showed excitement and seriousness, and he drank expressionlessly. Boom! The originally ordinary long knife was instantly entangled in flames, like a long knife transformed by flames. Tanjiro had already seen it once, so he was much more indifferent. And Inashuk and my wife Zanai both looked at Jinshu with a shocked expression, and before they swung their swords, they could use the effect of breathing? And this effect is too overbearing. Bang! Jinshu's figure was like a flaming fireball ejected, directly rushing towards the more than 10 ghosts who rushed over. Breath of the Sun, Type 1 round dance. When Jinshu burst into the front of the ghost group more than 10 meters, he suddenly stood still and slashed at them in an arc. Originally, Hinata's breath needed to be attacked with a knife close to his face, but when Jinshu used the flowing blade like fire, a tsunami of flames suddenly appeared. A wave of fire tens of meters high suddenly appeared on the messy grass in front of Jinshu and rushed towards the 13 ghosts. A huge wave of fire swept through the scorching temperature, directly igniting the surrounding trees and grass. For a time, disaster-level mountain fires appeared directly. This scene directly scared Tanjiro, Inashuk, and my wife Zanai. Uncle Ben recognizes him. He deserves to be the little brother of Ben. Ha 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 ha. Inashuk froze slightly with the boar's head, shaking his hands at his waist, and laughed proudly. My wife Shanyi began to panic, tears flowed uncontrollably, crying and stamping on the spot anxiously. What to do, what to do, there is a fire, this has to be extinguished. Yes, there should be no need to extinguish the fire. Tanjiro remembered the scene that Jinshu did before, and chanted without much certainty. Tanjiro remembers that as the flames on the Kinshu knife disappeared, the burning trees and grass were also extinguished. Tens of meters high fire waves appeared suddenly, and disappeared suddenly. It's so cool. Jinshu couldn't help but exhale softly, speaking softly, and a bright excited smile appeared on his face. The nearly 100-meter forest in front of him was directly burned into the scene after the fire by his slash just now. It was a mess, from the trees to the ground, full of pitch black and char. The air is also filled with the smell of burning wood. As for the ghosts swept away by the fire wave, they have long been gone, and there is not even slag left. The slashing knife's attack is aimed at the soul. That blow was enough to burn their souls. Especially when Jinshu heard a series of system prompts, he was even more convinced that they were dead. Jinshu looked at the flowing blade that was still burning in his hand, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the flowing blade was worthy of being the strongest slashing knife in the fire system. He saw that more than 30 ghosts were about to arrive. That's when a lot of clover can be harvested. At Inashuk, my wife Zenji and Tanjiro were about to step forward and ask Kanesha what had just happened. A beautiful woman with long purple hair wearing a purple butterfly pattern long-sleeved feather weave suddenly descended from the sky. When she saw the Agni long knife in Jinshu's hand, she couldn't help but be stunned, and then smiled. Is this your Nikawa knife? No, this is my slashing knife, and it is also my soul. Jinshu held the flowing blade and waved slightly, and a fire fan flashed. It's so beautiful, can I take a look? Butterfly couldn't help but ask curiously. For the first time, she had seen this long knife with a blade of flame. Originally, I thought that the Lord Gong let himself enter the mountain to kill the overly powerful ghost, but it turned out that it was actually a person who set the fire. This rather handsome young man aroused the curiosity of Butterfly Shinobu. Wait a minute, I'll take care of other things first. Jinshu smiled at Butterfly Shinobu. He knew her identity from the clothes on her body. One of the 9 pillars, the insect pillar, is good at being highly toxic. No rush. Butterfly Shinobu heard Jinshu say this, and was not in a hurry, nodded, and said to a crow behind him, no need to Purgatory Kyo's hero to come over, not a ghost, but a person. The raven nodded and flew down the mountain. Butterfly Shinobu could smell a group of ghosts running towards here. It seems that your smell is very good, you can actually attract so many ghosts. Butterfly Shinobu smiled at Jinshu. Jinshu glanced back at the beautiful and moving Butterfly Shinobu, couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and he quickly turned his head. Taking a deep breath first, Jinshu said seriously, stay away from me a little, you attract my attention next to me, it will make me distracted. Yes. Butterfly Shinobu heard Jinshu say this, did not retreat, and walked closer behind Jinshu. She saw that the flame-long knife in the black-haired boy's hand trembled a little, but his hand did not move, which made her even more curious. He didn't move his wrist, and the flame blade suddenly shook, which was very interesting. Just as Butterfly Shinobu was about to get closer to observe this flame-long knife, a group of ghosts appeared in the deep forest not far away. Inashuk, Tanjiro, and my wife Zenji, who had been standing not far away, saw a group of ghosts suddenly appear, and their expressions were completely different. After Tanjiro cultivated and saw the domineering color, he could see the obvious powerful aura on the butterfly ninja, which was why he did not walk over. Seeing that his little brother was about to be surrounded by a group of ghosts, Inashuk immediately became anxious and shouted angrily, "You group of ghosts! You actually want to hurt Uncle Ben's little brother, see I cut you off." Pigs rush forward. Inashuk yelled and prepared to charge. At this time, Tanjiro grabbed his arm, "Don't go, you will add to the chaos if you go." Tanjiro knows how powerful Jinshu is, especially there is a beautiful sister who is stronger than himself, let alone need them to step forward to help. My wife Shanyi saw that Jinshu and that beautiful big sister were about to be surrounded, and suddenly tears were about to come out. They are going to be eaten by ghosts. Why aren't you in a hurry? Aren't you his companion? What a pity that little sister was eaten by a ghost. You can't see the little sister and not save it. Tanjiro was quite moved to hear my wife Zenai's words, but at the end, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Tanjiro ignored my wife, Zenji, and still grabbed Inashuk's arm with his right hand, telling him not to step forward and cause trouble. While Tanjiro, my wife Zenji and Inashuk were enthusiastically interacting, Kanesha disappeared into an afterimage. Hey! Butterfly Shinobu showed an even sweeter smile, and his eyes were full of curiosity about Jinshu. Jinshu's movement speed just now was actually a few points faster than himself. This strength can already reach the level of the column. Just as Butterfly Shinobu was about to step forward to put on the handle, suddenly. Chapter 6. The hand ghost who had eaten dozens of people smelled the fragrance that he had never asked before, which made him feel extremely hungry, and his blood-red eyes showed a light of excitement to the extreme. Not only him, but also many ghosts appeared, and at this moment, they also showed a hungry and thirsty expression. Butterfly Shinobu had never seen so many ghosts gather together, whether in this mountain or outside. The ghosts acted alone. After all, ghosts are much more powerful than ordinary people, and they don't need unity to hunt humans at all, and men, women, and children can eat whatever they want, which makes each ghost have their own territory. Just like a tiger in a mountain forest, one mountain does not allow two tigers, each with its own territory. If there is one male and one female, it will be counted separately. Butterfly Shinobu saw that there were more than 30 of these ghosts. It was something she had never seen before. This situation inevitably made her a little nervous. When Jinshu saw this group of ghosts, he pulled out the Nikki knife with his left hand, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and his eyes were bright. In a hurry to send you to death, then give you a ride. Shave. As soon as Jinshu finished speaking, his body disappeared. Butterfly Shinobu could clearly see how fast Jinshu was standing within walking distance, which was faster than the speed at which she encountered the ghost of the lower string. Breath of the Sun, Double Dao Flow, did you type, Xia Yang turn? Jinshu suddenly appeared above the ghost group, and instantly cut out a double horizontal slash in an upside-down posture, and a round of flaming crescent moon and a sea of fire suddenly appeared. The tip of the Nikawa knife burst out of flames, turning into a crescent moon, and the slash of the slashing knife directly formed a sea of fire. These more than 30 ghosts ran down from the top of the mountain, and the sea of fire cut out by Jinshu surged directly from the mountainside diagonally towards the top of the mountain. This domineering spirit that rushed straight into the sky directly conquered Inashuk, Tanjiro, my wife Zanai, and Butterfly Shinobu. The raging flames touched the mountain like a ruthless giant hand, directly smoothing out the dense forest on the side of the mountain. The lush forest, the chaotic weeds, this secluded deep forest in the mountains, directly disappeared, turning into a scorched earth with hot waves. In this hot scorched earth, you can faintly see the crimson burning flame. The smile that Butterfly Shinobu had kept on the corners of his mouth forgot for a while, revealing a stunned expression. As for Inashuk, my wife Zenji and Tanjiro directly grew their mouths, with an expression of surprise to the extreme, which was enough to stuff eggs in this mouth. Jinshu is actually so strong. Tanjiro was the first to shake his head, and then smiled helplessly. It seems that in the previous competition, Jinshu has been letting himself off. If it weren't for you entering the mountain from the wisteria flower, I really can't imagine that you are a human, and this attack is already far beyond the strength of the column. Butterfly Shinobu looked up, hundreds of meters from here to the tip of the mountain, and the attack just now directly burned the ghost and the forest. Butterfly Shinobu stood in front of Jinshu and showed a bright smile. "Na, you come with me. I recommend you to become a pillar directly, but now that there is a pillar of Yan, you need to pick a new name. Are there any requirements to enter the Ghost Slayer?" If Jinshu remembers correctly, to enter the ghost killing team, you need to recognize Yayashiki as the head of the household. This key thing, Jinshu Gong remembered. Thinking that he inexplicably recognized someone he didn't know as the master, Jinshu couldn't help but snort. Don't kill it. If you can't die, don't even die. The requirements, of course there are. You need to be loyal to the family owner while also having strong strength. Butterfly Shinobu Ninja pointed his thin lips with his right index finger, with a cute expression of thought. When Jinshu heard this, he shook his head repeatedly. I don't know this ghost killing team, I won't participate. After all, I don't want to inexplicably recognize people as the master. The cooperative relationship is okay, the employment relationship is okay, but I can't recognize the Lord. Jinshu sheathed the Raiwa knife, and the slashing knife remained in the state of initial solution. Although Butterfly Shinobu is beautiful, be careful that she uses poison to plot herself. After all, threatening to become a ghost-killing team, for the ghost-killing team, by Lee is harmless. Didn't your cultivator tell you about this when you joined the ghost-killing team? Butterfly Shinobu blinked, approaching Jinshu for half a step, face to face and close. Jinshu looked at the big eyes of Shui Lingling in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched, took a step back, felt unsafe, and took another step. Didn't tell me that you have to be a slave to join the ghost-killing team. Jinshu shook his head repeatedly. Oh, that's not the right word. Butterfly Shinobu showed a sneer, holding the Nikki knife in his left hand slightly upward, looking like he was pulling out the knife at any time. Tanjiro, Inashuk, and my wife Zanai stepped forward to hear Jinshu's dissatisfied rebuke, and their faces became slightly solemn, and they didn't know. Didn't you enter the ghost-killing squad to kill ghosts? How did you still become a slave? Inappropriate. Then I ask you, your lord let you commit suicide, or go and kill a ghost that can't be defeated at all, will you go? Jinshu pouted and questioned. The butterfly nodded thoughtfully, of course I went. Besides, the head of the family can't let us die. Forget it, I'm not going to be a ghost killer squad. What are you doing with nonsense? I can kill ghosts by myself, just like not in the ghost-killing team. Jinshu waved his left hand, turned around and left. Tanjiro, my wife Zenji and Inashuk were stunned for a while when they saw that Jinshu was going to quit the ghost-killing team to join the team assessment. You stop for me, don't rush to leave first. Butterfly Shinobu jumped lightly in front of Jinshu and stood in front of him. What else is going on? Jinshu raised his eyebrows and looked at her suspiciously. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Jinshu staring straight at herself, and she showed a sweet smile. You meet the Lord with me, don't you want to cooperate? There should be no problem with this. When Jinshu heard Butterfly Shinobu say this, he showed a faint smile, then let's go. When my wife Shanyi saw Jinshu and Butterfly Shinobu leaving, he quickly chased after him and shouted loudly, "Beautiful big sister, wait for me, wait for me." Butterfly Shinobu heard my wife Shanyi's shout, and when she looked back, she still had a smile on the corner of her mouth, but her cold eyes directly made my wife Shanyi's footsteps stick to the spot. He felt a cold sweat suddenly break out behind his back. Inashuk and Tanjiro also followed, and they were stunned when they saw my wife Zanayashi, who was motionless. Inashuk poked my wife Zenji with his right index finger and asked loudly, "Hey! Feed! What's wrong? What happened to you by her?" Inashuk noticed that my wife Zanai was motionless and a little anxious. My wife Shanyi suddenly cried aggrievedly, "I was disgusted by the beautiful sister." When Inashuk heard my wife Zanai's words, he turned his head directly and chased after Jinshu and Butterfly Shinobu. "Wait, Uncle Ben!" Pigs leaped forward. Tanjiro saw that my wife Shanyi was still standing in place, and couldn't help but tug his left arm, and said soothingly, "Let's go, the ghosts have been killed, half of the mountains have been burned, and the ghost-killing team assessment is naturally over, and staying here is also a waste of time." Hearing Tanjiro say this, my wife Zenjiro sniffled aggrievedly, nodded, and ran with Tanjiro in the direction of Jinshu and Butterfly Shinobu. Just as Shinobu Butterfly, Kaneshu, Tanjiro, Inashuk, and my wife Zanai entered an antique house, a young man with scars on his face suddenly pulled out a Nikki knife and rushed towards Jinshu and the others. Clang! "Little ghost, do you know what you're doing?" Immortal Kawa asked loudly. Chapter 7. Shia, stop, I believe this strange little brother. Purgatory Kyo's hero walked over, stood between Jinshu and Immortal Kawa, and said towards Immortal Kawa. Immortal Kawa Shia looked coldly at Jinshu and the others, and then glanced at Purgatory Kyojuro, and then slowly sheathed the Nikwe saber. "What's wrong? Why does the column pull out the knife?" My wife, Zenji, showed a panicked expression and asked as she looked at Tanjiro and Inashuk on either side. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, placed the wooden box behind his back on the ground, opened it, and a cute little girl walked out. The slashing knife in Jinshu's hand was not sheathed, and he kept it in his hand, his eyes looking at the immortal Minoru Kawa in front of him, a posture that would slash at him at any time. When the immortal Shu saw Jinshu's expression, he didn't have the slightest reaction, just expressionless. At this time, Butterfly Shinobu stepped forward and tugged on Jinshu's sleeves, feeling the smoothness of Jinshu's mink leather sleeves, and his eyes lit up, so comfortable to feel. Butterfly Shinobu was not suitable to ask where the fur on Jinshu's body was obtained at this time. She stood on the other side of Jinshu, facing the immortal Kawashia, and her tone was quite cold. Jinshu is a master I invited, he has never been soft on ghosts. As for not killing this female ghost, there must be his reason. Ghost? How is it possible? How can such a cute girl be a female ghost? My wife Zanai looked at Yuduza next to Tanjiro with a look of amazement. This girl is so cute and beautiful. Tanjiro saw my wife's expression and stood directly over and blocked my wife, Zenyi. When my wife Zenji saw Tanjiro's actions, she couldn't help but pout, with a look of grievance. If Tanjiro didn't block him, he really wanted to hug him. I trust the judgment of Purgatory Kyojuro and Butterfly Shinobu, Immortal Kawashia, you stand down. Izaya Shiki suddenly spoke at this time. Jinshu saw that the skin from Shiki forehead to his eyes was rotten, which made him swallow his saliva, which was already ugly to a certain extent. The first time I came, there was no meeting gift, so I'll give you a fairy bean. Jinshu took out 2 golden peas, handed them to Butterfly Shinobu on the side, and said to Yayashiki in the delivery house. Butterfly Shinobu looked at the golden pea in her hand and couldn't help but look at it suspiciously. This kind of bean she had never seen before, and put it in front of her nose and sniffed. There is no odor, only a faint fragrance. What is it? What is the effect of eating? Butterfly Shinobu glanced up at Jinshu and couldn't help but ask. No matter how tired you are or how many injuries you have, you can recover as before. Jinshu smiled at the butterfly. I don't have much of this treasure, after all, this fairy bean is a treasure. This. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Jinshu's eyes and found that Jinshu's eyes were clear and bright, without any dodging and other emotions. Family master, eat this, I believe him, after all, his strength does not need to do such a small action. Butterfly Shinobu took the 2 fairy beans and handed them to Yayashiki, and said seriously. If there is an accident, I take responsibility. Butterfly Shinobu believes in his own vision. There is a problem with the head of the household, this is not something you can afford to pay for. Just when Immortal River was about to stop the Butterfly Shinobu, Izayashiki took 2 senjuki beans and put them into his mouth without hesitation and chewed. A layer of golden light flashed from Shiki body, and the skin from his forehead to his eyes was instantly healed, and his cloudy and dull eyes were cleared. Originally, Izayashiki was accustomed to a confused vision and a weak body, but after eating these 2 beans, he felt an unprecedented comfort in his body and his vision was clearer. It's like getting a new lease of life. This made Yayashiki couldn't help but laugh, looked at Jinshu, who was blocked in the middle by Butterfly Shinobu and Purgatory Kyo's hero not far away, and bent down slightly. Thank you for your elixir, I have already felt your sincerity. Since I accept my sincerity, I will go straight to the point. I want to kill ghosts, but I don't want to casually recognize people as the head of the house. I don't have that habit. A strong ghost can tell me the location, I go and kill him. How strong it is. Jinshu showed a confident and bright smile. How strong is it? Are you kidding? When Immortal Kawashia heard Jinshu say this, his eyes immediately widened and he scolded. Tanjiro, Inashuk, and my wife Zenji couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Jinshu say this. Yubin has been looking at Jinshu with big pink eyes, as if looking at a peerless and delicious food. As for Butterfly Shinobu seeing Jinshu's strength, he burned half of the mountain with one blow. Purgatory Kyojuro also sensed that Jinshu's breath was the same as the powerful aura of Burning Mountain, plus Butterfly Shinobi brought him over, it was very likely that he did it. For the question of the Immortal River, Jinshu used the power of death to whisper, and his tone was full of solemnity, "Everything in Vientiane is ashes, flowing blades like fire." Boom! The slashing knife in Jinshu's hand instantly turned into a long knife composed of fire, and the raging fire instantly dried the spacious wooden house. Immortal Minoru Kawa, apologize. Purgatory Kyo's hero scolded the immortal Kawashia. Yes. I'm sorry. Immortal Chuan Xia could feel how thick Jinshu's breathing was, and there was a looming coercion pressing towards his side, which made him feel a little panicked. I've never felt this way when facing the next string. Izayashiki Yaya smiled lightly at Jinshu, without the slightest panic. Your strength, I believe, so let's do it. Since you were brought over by Butterfly Shinobu, you live with Butterfly Shinobu. Master, this is not compatible. Izayashiki Yaya said categorically, directly interrupting the rebuttal of Immortal Kawami. Hearing the head of the family say this, Immortal Kawashia no longer spoke. Let's go, I'm tired. Jinshu lifted the initial state of the slashing knife, returned to the sheath, and looked at the butterfly and smiled faintly. Butterfly Shinobu glanced at Jinshu and smiled slightly, "Follow me." Wait a minute. Jinshu suddenly stopped Butterfly Shinobu, which made Butterfly Shinobu stunned. When the butterfly turned back, Jinshu's right index finger gently pressed her thin lips, revealing a bright smile. Obviously so beautiful, why fake a smile? What's not to be happy about? As a friend, can I help you? Oh, are you teasing me? Butterfly Shinobu was stunned at first, and then smiled, I don't need your help, I can do it myself. Let's go. Aren't you going to rest? Butterfly Shinobu turned around and continued walking towards the outside. Jinshu glanced at the immortal Minoru Kawa, whose face was darkened with anger, and left with a slight smile. Purgatory Kyojuro, Immortal Kawami, and Izayashiki Yaya stood in the house, watching the Butterfly Shinobu and his group leave, silent for a long time. You three little ghosts, there will be a mission to kill ghosts starting tomorrow. Butterfly Shinobu took Jinshu and his group to the butterfly house, looked at Tanjiro, Inashuk, and my wife Zanai, and smiled faintly. Killing ghosts, can you not? My wife Zanai panicked when she heard about the ghost killing, but when she saw that Tanjiro and Inashuk did not speak, he also shut up. You go there, after all, it's all girls, you are not suitable. Butterfly Shinobu pointed to the wooden house outside the compound and said lightly. Hey? All girls? Why, it's all girls, I don't care, and I'm very gentle. When my wife Shanyi heard that the butterfly house was full of girls, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she sputtered and rolled up. Uncle Ben, doesn't matter, where I live, I am the strongest. Inashuk laughed when he heard Butterfly Shinobu's arrangement, and he ignored Jinshu. In Inashuk's heart, Jinshu is no longer a human and can be ignored. Tanjiro didn't speak, just let Yubian re-enter the wooden box and put it on his back again. Am I consulting you? Butterfly Shinobu saw my wife Zanai splashing, and with a loud sound, he pulled out the Nikawa knife. When my wife Shanyi saw the butterfly endure this posture, she quickly stood up, did not dare to squeak, lowered her head, and looked miserably bullied. Seeing them enter the wooden house outside the courtyard, Butterfly Shinobu took Jinshu into the compound and entered the butterfly house. Butterfly Shinobu led him to a large empty and tidy room, and smiled slightly at Jinshu. You will live in this room in the future, be happy. Butterfly Shinobu found that Jinshu's eyes had been staring at herself since she entered the house, and she was a little awkward when she saw her. As Butterfly Shinobu walked out of the house and came outside, she found that Jinshu had also come out, which made her slightly dissatisfied. Can I see your knife? Butterfly Shinobu looked at Jinshu and showed a sweet smile. Butterfly Shinobu seems to be gentle, strong, and very tough tone, let you keep staring at me, she smiled coldly in her heart. Are you sure you're just looking at the knife and don't want to look at anything else? Jinshu lifted the collar of his mink down jacket, touched his zipper, and looked at the Butterfly Shinobu with a bad smile. Chapter 8. You are. Tease me. The butterfly pursed her lips and looked at Jinshu curiously. I'm not teasing me. Jinshu touched the tip of her nose, smiled faintly, suddenly stretched out her left hand, and stroked her waist-length purple hair, which felt as silky as satin. This is tease, don't be mistaken. Jinshu smiled brightly at the butterfly. Butterfly Shinobu looked at the brazen Jinshu, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What's your name? The butterfly had a little inexplicable heart palpitations in her heart, her body was hot, her brain was a little confused, and her heartbeat was a little faster. The first time she was touched by a boy, she was also touched by a boy who didn't know much about the roots. My name is Jinshu, how about you? Jinshu smiled brightly at the butterfly. My name is Shinobu Butterfly, and I'm a pillar. Butterfly Shinobu straightened his chest quite proudly. Are you hurt? You're swollen here. Jinshu looked at the butterfly Shinobu and suddenly exclaimed softly. Butterfly Shinobu was slightly stunned when he heard Lynch say this, and there was still a seemingly friendly smile on his face. Jinshu was watched by Butterfly Shinobu, and his left hand fluttered from in front of Butterfly Shinobu's body. Boom! A crisp long knife out of the sheath. The first time Jinshu pulled out the knife, Jinshu turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. Jinshu, who was standing on the eaves, carefully looked down and found that the butterfly was gone. Are you looking for me? Jinshu heard a very familiar voice behind him, and looked back at Butterfly Shinobu quite nervously. Listen to my quibbles, no, listen to my explanation, there were mosquitoes just now. Butterfly Shinobu smiled faintly at Jinshu, her beautiful big eyes full of indifference and anger. Jinshu swallowed his saliva, and he suddenly took out a handful of fairy beans from his arms. This is my dowry for your lord, I am preparing to marry you. Marry me? Butterfly Shinobu blinked her big amethyst eyes. Are you serious? She naturally knows the power of these golden beans, and these are excellent medicines for saving lives. Of course, you know that this fairy bean is worth a lot, this is my full sincerity. Jinshu smiled brightly at the butterfly, his dark eyes full of seriousness. Aren't you a small number? Butterfly Shinobu smiled sweetly. Jinshu touched his nose, hesitated for 2 seconds, and smiled. That's the bottom line. Yes. The butterfly tilted her neck, and her smile became more relaxed and gentle. Jinshu nodded repeatedly. Jinshu said with a serious face, it's really not much, only a few hundred. Seeing Butterfly Shinobu's speechless expression, Jinshu smiled. What's going on with your father-in-law's forehead? Doesn't it look like a trauma? Jinshu knows that Izayashiki Yaya is cursed, but he can't say it directly. After all, he is meeting him for the first time. Butterfly hesitated for a few seconds, and finally said the reason, that scar is a curse. Because the Ghost King is related to the Lord Gong, the Lord's entire family is cursed. Curse is simple. Jinshu smiled at the butterfly. Looking at Jinshu's bright smile, the butterfly couldn't help but blink her eyes, and her face was surprised, which made her beautiful face look particularly cute. Jinshu took out a pile of rectangular notes from his arms and handed it to Butterfly Shinobu. This is a talisman to remove the curse. As long as it is attached to yourself, you can remove the curse. So simple. The butterfly couldn't help but pick up the talisman that Jinshu handed to him in amazement. If you look closely, the golden characters on this white paper are swimming slowly, like several beautiful goldfish. Butterfly Shinobu held this talisman basket and felt that the whole body was very comfortable and warm. Don't hold it all the time, otherwise you will use it invisibly. Jinshu looked at the butterfly Shinobu with a drunken expression, which made him swallow saliva quietly, and this beautiful intoxicated look really tickled his heart. Really beautiful. Butterfly Shinobu heard Jinshu say this, and quickly stuffed them into his inner pocket. She looked at the fairy bean in Jinshu's other hand, pursed her mouth, and finally gave him a blank look. and grabbed a handful in Jinshu's hand with a compromising face. Left half of the fairy beans for Jinshu. Although half of them are kept, there are more than a dozen of them. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Jinshu with a curious face, and couldn't help but ask, "You? Where did you get all these amazing things? When you marry me, I'll tell you 150-10. Jinshu looked at her with a smile. Butterfly Shinobu saw that Jinshu had been staring at himself since he came to the butterfly house, and his eyes were serious. The butterfly couldn't help but purse her lips, pouted her little cheeks slightly, and looked like I was angry and unhappy. "You gave it to the Lord, and you didn't give me a gift." "Of course there is a gift, but when your Lord promises you to marry me," Jinshu said with a smile towards the butterfly. The butterfly couldn't bear to see that he was not fooled, so she turned around and jumped gently, and she jumped up and left the courtyard wall like a flying swallow. When Jinshu couldn't see the butterfly forbearance with the naked eye, he continued to see with the domineering color of seeing and smelling. Jinshu saw her enter the room where Yayashiki was and talk to him, and after they talked for a while, they saw Yayashiki pick up the dowry charm she had given him and put it on her body. When Jinshu saw Shiki Yaya using what he sent, he knew that it was done. Probably knowing the result, he showed an excited smile, and it was very exciting and satisfying to be able to marry the anime female character he was used to. From Jinshu's chase of the drama Ghost Slayer Blade, the main thing is to see the beauty and cuteness of your being and the innocent belief in loving human beings, but when he saw the butterfly shinobi, his eyes were on her. Butterfly Shinobu who grew completely in his own aesthetic, this is his favorite female character too. Soon, Butterfly Shinobu returned, standing a little far away from Jinshu, and her beautiful little face was blushing, making her look even more cute and beautiful. Originally, Butterfly Shinobu seemed to be enthusiastic but actually a little indifferent, but now she came back, her expression and body movements were full of shyness, and after twisting for a few minutes, she whispered, "The Lord agreed. I can marry you, but only when I kill the Ghost King Oni Maisuji." Speaking of this, Butterfly Shinobu showed a shameful expression. After all, she received something as valuable as Jinshu, and as a result. When the butterfly couldn't bear to look down at Jinshu in shame, she was suddenly hugged by a broad embrace. "Yes, I'll help you." Jinshu bowed his head slightly and whispered in Butterfly Shinobu's ear, "You've got me." The butterfly gave Jinshu a white look, and a pair of small green onion hands pushed his chest, coquettish. Jinshu heard the sound of butterflies being coquettish, and his body couldn't help but feel numb. Jinshu took out the gift he had just prepared from his arms, and the black and red handle appeared in the eyes of the butterfly Shinobu. Chapter 9. What is it? Butterfly couldn't help but watch curiously as Jinshu took out something that looked like a knife handle from his arms. Jinshu smiled mysteriously at Butterfly Shinobu, kissed her little face, and licked her lips again. Seeing the butterfly glaring at him coquettishly, Jinshu took out this thin knife more than 1 meter long from his arms. The style is a standard island knife, the scabbard is big red, and the handle is the main red and black stripes. This is a treasure that can be called an artifact. Everything is chopped, and any metal armor in front of it is as vulnerable as confetti. Jinshu pulled out the long knife and pulled out one of his long hairs. The hair that has been kept for a year is not long after all, but Jinshu is reluctant to pull the purple hair of the butterfly. Jinshu turned the blade of this long knife upwards and lowered one of his hairs, which was now windless, and his hair fell gently on the blade. The hair, which is as light as a hair, is directly cut in half by the sharp blade. Jinshu saw Butterfly Shinobu looking at him in surprise, and his small mouth was open, not to mention how cute. Jinshu carefully sheathed the one cut must kill village rain in his hand. He was afraid that he was accidentally scratched by it, and before he could live enough, he was killed by this imperial tool. When Butterfly Shinobu saw Jinshu suddenly sheath the long knife in her hand, just as she was about to speak, his handsome face suddenly enlarged several times. Before Butterfly Shinobu could speak, he was blocked by Jinshu. Without experience, she can only be taught by Jinshu. After a few minutes, Butterfly Shinobu found that Jinshu had not left, which made her a little embarrassed. Jinshu found the Butterfly Shinobu in his arms and began to fight back. 10 minutes later, the butterfly was lying in Jinshu's arms, and when she looked at Jinshu's chin, she couldn't help but give him two white eyes. Jinshu saw that the butterfly was holding this hard, long and red one cut will kill village rain tightly, and couldn't help but ask, "Is this bride price for you, satisfied? This knife is sharp, but the ghost will heal the wound." The butterfly held the long knife in her arms tightly, with a satisfied and tangled expression on her face. "You're afraid that the ghost won't die?" Jinshu looked at the butterfly ninja who was full of entanglements, couldn't help but smile, and kissed her on the cheek again, seeing that she was a little embarrassed again, so he stopped. "This knife is called a slash must kill the village rain, and the reason why it is called a slash must kill is not only because of the sharpness of this knife, but mainly because of its curse." "Curse?" Butterfly Shinobu looked at Jinshu in surprise and exclaimed. Jinshu liked to see her surprised expression. Jinshu got the butterfly ninja reaction he wanted, smiled contentedly, and continued to explain, "Yes, curse, as long as it is scratched by this blade, no matter how small the wound is, it will be cursed by this knife, and then the heart will stop. If I'm not mistaken, as soon as the ghost's heart stops, it will also die." Jinshu smiled at Butterfly Shinobu. Butterfly Shinobu was still in shock at the moment, and his big amethyst-like eyes blinked dully. "Why don't you use this weapon yourself?" Butterfly Shinobu looked at Jinshu's face seriously and asked. When Jinshu heard the butterfly ninja words, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and smiled awkwardly. "This weapon wants a hostess." Butterfly Shinobu heard Jinshu say this and gave him a roll of the eyes again. The serious words have not finished a few words, and this is. Jinshu looked down and saw Butterfly Shinobu's shy expression, knowing that she wanted to be crooked, but he didn't open his mouth to explain. The spirit of the one cut will kill village rain really wants a woman to be its master, otherwise how could Jinshu give up this imperial tool? In this year, when the chopping knife was not brought, among the specialties brought by the frog cub, in addition to the 6-style and 2-color domineering, this one cut must kill village rain can greatly improve his combat effectiveness. But it did not accept or recognize him. Since this is the case, Jinshu did not force it, so he had to put it away. After all, this knife is a double-edged sword. When there is no recognition of the Lord, it can not only kill the enemy, but also kill himself. "It's so late, it's time for you to sleep." Butterfly Shinobu looked at Jinshu and found that he had been staring at herself, which made her shy whole body scalding. Butterfly Shinobu left from Jinshu's arms with Mireyu in her arms, landed on the ground with a slight jump, and ran into the house. When Jinshu saw her enter the house, he smiled helplessly, picked up the Nikki knife and the chopping knife next to him with his left hand, stood up, clenched his fist with his right hand, and waved it twice. "Jinshu, you must be able to marry Butterfly Shinobi." Jinshu suddenly shouted, as if to cheer himself up. After speaking, Jinshu jumped off the eaves and landed on the ground. Jinshu saw the Butterfly Shinobu in the house holding one cut must kill village rain and looked down at the tatami, as if there were beautiful flowers on the tatami mat. Although it was late, with the help of the white moonlight, he could see that the butterfly's white little face was full of rosy at the moment. As if the beautiful morning sun, Jinshu's heart was constantly hot. "Why don't you sleep?" Butterfly Shinobu glanced at Jinshubai, and then took out 2 sets of pillows and quilts from behind the horizontal sliding door on the side. When Jinshu saw these 2 sets of bedding, he was stunned for a while. It was as if he had been hit on the head by a big butterfly in the sky. This made Jinshu close his mouth happily. Butterfly Shinobu ignored Jinshu, put the Nikawa knife and one cut must kill village rain in the distance, then took off Haori, and got into the snow-white quilt in his underwear. Jinshu watched the butterfly endure into the bed, couldn't help swallowing his saliva, quickly put down the chopping knife and the Reiwa knife in his hand, closed the wooden house door on the side and flew towards the butterfly shinobu. After the butterfly ninja entered this snow-white quilt and snow-white pillow, in Jinshu's eyes, the butterfly ninja was simply a treasure buried in thick white snow. Jinshu likes to explore treasure secrets the most. This exploration, that is a night of research. As the sliding doors of the wooden house opened, the son walked into the house tiredly. Jinshu stood outside the house with a pair of black eyes, stretched his waist, and found that his waist was a little sore. Not only the backache, but also the whole body was weak. Jinshu felt that his body was hollowed out. This feeling was a little uncomfortable, and Jinshu took out a fairy bean and stuffed it directly into his mouth. With a flash of golden light, Jinshu's physical state instantly recovered, and the dark circles under his eyes disappeared. Jinshu saw the butterfly shinobu who was still sleeping in the bed behind him, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Or did I win? Although Jinshu wanted to show off a wave, but seeing her tired and painful expression, he walked over with some distress, pursed his lips, and took out a fairy bean and stuffed it into her thin lips. The butterfly subconsciously chewed this fairy bean, and a golden light flashed on her. Butterfly shinobu felt that her physical energy and physical condition were back to the best state, which made her subconsciously open her eyes. She saw Jinshu squatting next to her, staring at her eyes with undisguised fascination. This made her heart inexplicably sweet. This feeling has never been absent. When did you wake up? Butterfly shinobu sat up, feeling a slight chill in herself, and saw that Jinshu's eyes were about to pop out, which made her snort and glance at him again. As the butterfly ninja blocked the white light on his body, Jinshu sighed helplessly. Butterfly shinobu couldn't help but smile sweetly when she saw Jinshu's sense of déjà vu of a child's toy being snatched. Quack quack. At this moment, Jinshu suddenly heard in front of the wooden house door not far away, 3 crows were issuing 2 tasks. Hearing the task of the crow, Jinshu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The ghost in the mountain forest. Has the plot of this world changed? Chapter 10. Ghosts in the mountains and forests and ghosts in a village. When Jinshu heard these 2 tasks, he couldn't help but touch his clean chin, with a thoughtful expression. Butterfly shinobu got dressed and saw Jinshu's thoughtful expression, and couldn't help but be stunned. Honey, what's wrong with you? Butterfly asked in surprise. Dear, honey. Jinshu heard the butterfly's delicate voice say such a beautiful word, and his whole body was numb. He knew the custom here that women called their male partner darling, or daddy. Hearing Butterfly shinobu call it like this, whereas Kansa still in charge of the life and death of Kamatanjiro, Inashuk, and my wife Zanai, and now he is fully excited, he directly hugs Butterfly shinobu and kisses fiercely. Butterfly shinobu was kissed by Jinshu like a woodpecker, making her roll her eyes. Her small hand pushed Jinshu hard, and found that she couldn't push him, and was kissed helplessly for a few minutes. At this moment, a pitch-black crow appeared on the canopy outside the house. Quack! 300,000 meters to the west there is a forest with several ghosts in it. Gaga! Jinshu was disturbed by the messenger crow, which made him can't help it, and glared back at it. The crow was glared at by him, and immediately flew away in fright. It feels like it doesn't fly away and is going to be killed. Butterfly shinobu couldn't help but giggle when she saw the crow being scared away by Jinshu. Husband, I have a task to do, it should be the lower string, or the upper string. Butterfly shinobu tidied up his clothes and picked up 2 knives and put them on the left side. Let's go together. Jinshu said categorically. If memory serves, the ghosts in the mountains and forests are a group of ghosts, although their strength is not very strong, but he does not want the butterflies to endure the injury. Well, okay then. Butterfly shinobu saw that Jinshu was going, did not refuse, and nodded. Jinshu put on his mink down jacket, picked up a black belt and tied it, and just after the belt, the pitch-black ordinary belt suddenly became transparent. As Jinshu picked up the chopping knife and the Nikki knife, they were placed on the left back side and the right rear side respectively. Butterfly Shinobu saw the transparent belt, and then understood what the strange feeling was yesterday. Soon, Shinobu Butterfly took Kanesho to a spacious house with a row of tables with vegetables and rice, among which Inishuke, Tanjiro, and my wife Zenji had already eaten. The 5 girls were standing respectfully at the door and coming out, and when they saw Butterfly Shinobu and Jinshu coming in side by side, they were stunned for a while. My wife Shanyi saw the beautiful and moving Butterfly Shinobu, which made him want to stand up and rush to her, but when he saw the cold eyes of the Butterfly Shinobu, his body froze, and he lowered his head and slowly ate. My wife Shanyi's eating speed slowed down. Jinshu naturally saw it, but he didn't care. After all, my wife Shanyi is coveting his wife. It would be nice if he didn't teach my wife a good life. Jinshu and Butterfly took their seats, and the 5 girls honestly went to the seat to eat. Jinshu has not eaten stir-fried vegetables for more than a year, and he has been eating barbecue dishes and stews. Langbuting ate the stir-fry. Jinshu couldn't help but maintain his demeanor, gulping down the meal. Butterfly Shinobu saw Jinshu gobbling up. She ate half a bowl of rice, and then poured the other half into his bowl. Jinshu was slightly stunned and looked up at her. "Honey, are you disgusting me?" Jinshu saw that the butterfly couldn't help but be disgusted, shook his head repeatedly, and immediately continued to gulp. Butterfly Ren's operation made everyone around stunned. Especially the chestnut flower Falconani. They knew very well that Butterfly Shinobu seemed to be smiling at everyone, but in fact he was a person who was hot on the outside and cold on the inside, keeping a distance from any male pillar. I had never heard her calling a man darling, and even more giving her own food. Jinshu patted his abdomen after eating, looked at Butterfly Shinobu, and found that she was staring at him, which made him can't help but kiss his cheek. The butterfly ninja was kissed by the sneak attack, and her little face couldn't help but blush. As for the others, they were directly fed a large mouthful of dog food. Choking, they only rolled their eyes, ate again, and found that the food in their mouths was like a stone, and they were tasteless in an instant. Kanesho spent this short and happy eating time. He and Butterfly Shinobu walked out of the wooden house, and Tanjiro also walked out at this time, still carrying the wooden box behind his back. "Where are you going?" Tanjiro couldn't help but ask when he saw Kansu and Shinobu Butterfly walking out of the compound. "In the distant mountains and forests, where it is said that there are ghosts, I will accompany the butterflies." Kanesha glanced at Tanjiro and continued to look at Shinobu Butterfly. When Tanjiro saw this guy who was heavy and light, the corners of his mouth twitched twice. "Then I should be with you." Tanjiro smiled. Jinshu frowned slightly when he heard this, which made him suddenly find that there were 2 light bulbs next to him, one was hidden and the other was clearly placed. Jinshu pulled out 2 small golden sticks, and there was a propeller at one end of the 2 sticks. He picked up a bamboo dragonfly that looked like a toy and placed it on top of Butterfly Shinobu's head, and suddenly spun itself quickly. The figure of Butterfly Shinobu suddenly flew up, and Jinshu also took the bamboo dragonfly and flew together. This crow who led the way was startled, and found that the person who wanted to lead the way could fly, tilted his head for a while and pondered for a few seconds, then gave up thinking and took to the air to lead the way. Tanjiro stood quietly in place, looking up at the 2 figures getting smaller and smaller, which made his heart colder and colder. Seeing the 2 of them fly away, Tanjiro sighed helplessly, although he didn't know why those 2 things took people to fly, but he was not curious when they took them out of Jinshu's body. Tanjiro helplessly didn't let the 2 of them throw themselves off. The main thing was, the 2 of them passed, and when they arrived, the ghost was also killed. Helplessly, Tanjiro looked at the crow who was guiding him and said, "They have passed, there is no point in me going, and when I arrive, the ghosts will be killed." After that, Tanjiro sighed helplessly, turned around and walked towards the wooden house. The raven who led the way for Tanjiro winked, saw that he had returned to the wooden house, and flew away. Butterflies in the blue sky were amazed to find that they could fly, and they could control the direction and speed. Is it fun? This thing is called a bamboo dragonfly, bring it overhead, it will fly, the power is mental power, and the consumption of mental power is very small. Jinshu pointed to the bamboo dragonfly above his head and smiled brightly. Butterfly Shinobu found himself becoming more and more curious about Jinshu. You know, ghosts can't fly. And she did. Just as Butterfly Shinobu was about to speak, he heard Jinshu suddenly chant, "Everything in Vientiane is ashes, flowing like fire." As Jinshu pulled out the slashing knife and recited the first explanation, the bland blade instantly turned into a fire knife. Jinshu waved towards the houses on the hill not far away. A long dragon of flame suddenly erupted in midair. The 3-story mountain wooden house was instantly hit by the fire dragon. "Honey, you this!" Boom! After a roar, a woman's figure burst out of the ruins and leaped in the air. Who attacked the old lady? Chapter 11. Butterfly Shinobu saw that the female ghost had words in her eyes, although she couldn't see it clearly from a distance, but she could tell that this must be a ghost under the string. Because the winding ghost can't be so weak. Just as Butterfly Shinobu was about to fly over, Jinshu suddenly took Butterfly Shinobu's little hand. This made the butterfly endure stunned, and couldn't help but look at Jinshu in surprise. "Honey." Jinshu didn't wait for Butterfly Shinobu to finish speaking, so he pointed to the ruins over there and said, "Where is that fierce brat? According to his strength, it is enough to deal with this female ghost. Let's go and eliminate our target." Butterfly Shinobu saw the immortal Kawashiya and a young man he didn't know emerge from the ruins. Immortal Kawashiya's strength, Butterfly Shinobu still knows. It's just a lower string, I don't need us to go over and help, besides, she was beaten by me and injured. Jinshu smiled at the butterfly and explained. "Okay, I'll help again." Jinshu saw Butterfly Shinobu show a fake smile and serious eyes, and compromised. Jinshu waved his right hand twice in a row, and 2 long dragons of flame swept across the sky, directly dragging a fire path in the sky. When Guyu Bird saw these 2 flames flying towards him, his heart suddenly panicked, and he subconsciously rushed out. Boom! These 2 flames were like eyes, and they turned quickly and directly hit the captured bird who wanted to dodge. The bird that she thought she could dodge was directly hit, and the hot flames directly burned her clothes. The originally beautiful Guyu Bird was burned clean, it should be spring infinite, but the hot flame directly burned her skin. For a while, she directly became a humanoid coke. Immortal Kawashiya saw that the black-haired boy was actually holding the little hand of the Butterfly Shinobu, which made him suddenly feel jealous in his heart, and his chest seemed to be beaten, and he panicked. Seeing the female ghost not far away, Immortal Kawashiya shot angrily, as if it was a handsome boy with black hair. Butterfly Shinobu saw that the overall situation had been decided, so he held Jinshu's hand and continued to fly with the crow. Jinshu saw that the butterfly left without looking back, and his heart was very satisfied, and the irritability in his heart disappeared instantly. He felt like he was just now jealous. "Honey, are you jealous?" Butterfly Shinobu suddenly asked Jinshu. This made Jinshu stunned, and in the next second, his little face suddenly turned red. Looking at the butterfly ninja's funny face, Jinshu stared at her eyes seriously with a red face, and said categorically, "I was jealous just now, because I met you too late, and you are too good, I see that kids' eyes have been on you." "Oh." Butterfly Shinobi exhaled softly, hearing Jinshu's frank admission, she became shy for a while. She liked this straightforward and jealous teenager more and more. Originally thought that she would die on the road of killing ghosts, but she didn't expect to meet a boy who really loved her, and this boy's strength and appearance were very satisfying to her. Butterfly Shinobu saw the small building that shrank many times under his feet, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't think that he could fly one day. Just when the butterfly was thinking about it, she felt that Jinshu suddenly let go of her hand, which made her feel inexplicably a little lost. When Butterfly Shinobu looked up at Jinshu, he found that he suddenly pulled out the chopping knife on his waist, and heard him chant, "Everything in Vientiane is ashes, and the blade is like fire." The familiar vision appeared in the eyes again, and the butterfly couldn't help but look around with her head down, looking for ghosts online. Because the speed of the flight was quite fast, the butterfly couldn't bear to sniff out, and there was no other smell except for the smell on Jinshu's body. In the curious eyes of Butterfly Shinobu, Jinshu suddenly slashed in the direction of an ordinary to extreme wooden house not far away. The slashing knife in Jinshu's hand turned into a flame blade, and with the process of slashing, this flame blade, which was only more than 1 meter long, instantly extended thousands of times. While extending, the flame blade turned into a pillar of heavenly fire to be dumped. Purgatory Kyojuro, who was looking for a ghost, suddenly looked up at the sky and found that the thick pillar of fire was smashed directly towards a 2-story wooden house. Just when Purgatory Kyo's hero was about to strike, he found that this attack turned out to be Jinshu, and there was a butterfly shinobu next to him. Purgatory Kyojuro's first thought was whether they came to help kill the ghost. After all, this ghost is indeed very cunning, and the means of hiding his whereabouts are quite clever. At the same time, the grey-skinned male ghost lying by the window of the wooden house on the 2nd floor, his sensitive intuition suddenly gave him a message: there is danger, this place should not stay for a long time. Pei Wolf followed his instincts, gave up the sniper Yanzu Purgatory Kyo's hero, picked up the sniper rifle and jumped up suddenly, easily penetrating the roof of the wooden house. Just as he jumped out of the roof of the wooden house, a pillar of flame that fell from the sky suddenly appeared overhead. This sudden flame attack scared Pei Wolf for a while, but he jumped out of the roof of the wooden house, and this moment was still in the air. Pei Wolf could only cross his arms in horror, hold the spear in his hand upside down, block it in front of him, and watch it smash towards him with luck and apprehension. Rumble! The pillar of flame did not shoot down the wolf, but wrapped it up. Pei Wolf's eyes widened, his intuition telling him that he was dead. Congratulations on getting 200 clover. When Purgatory Kyojuro saw the huge pillar of fire immediately smashing on the roof of the wooden house, he was ready for the worst and put out the fire. But the results far exceeded his guesses. The ghost jumped out on its own, and drilled in with precision. In the end, it turned to ashes in less than 2 seconds. Purgatory Kyo's hero couldn't help but raise his head to look at Jinshu, and found that Jinshu was also looking at himself, and in a happy mood, he raised his left arm high towards Jinshu and waved his left hand. Jinshu also nodded towards Purgatory Kyo's hero, and found that he was a little far away from him, afraid that he would not see it, so he waved his left hand. Jinshu saw Butterfly Shinobu showing a dumb expression, and couldn't help but raise his teasing emotions, and coldly kissed Butterfly Shinobu's little face. The Butterfly Shinobu instantly returned to his senses, his little face felt hot, and he was red for a while. The crow who led the way found that they stopped again, and kissed. Which hit its weak heart hard, and at the moment it felt so tired, and now it wanted to go back to the nest. Seeing Jinshu wave his hand in response, Purgatory Kyo's hero showed a bright sunny smile, but within a minute of the smile appearing, he saw that he kissed Butterfly Shinobu, and Butterfly Shinobu had not refused. Purgatory Kyo's hero, who was still single, suddenly felt that something was blocked in his throat, and he could only swallow saliva dryly. Originally elated, his smile stiffened, and he was a little bored at the moment, and he wanted to go home for a period of time off slowly. Chapter 12. Jinshu sheathed the slashing knife, took Butterfly Shinobu's little hand and prepared to continue on his way, and he waved goodbye to Purgatory Kyo's hero below. Jinshu found that Purgatory Kyojuro was lowering his head, as if there was a group of ants at his feet in a messy battle. Jinshu blinked, then took the little hand of the Butterfly Shinobu and continued to fly, and found that the crow not far away was also wrong. He was in the same place in mid-air, and he kept his head down and flapped his wings. Hey! Crow, lead the way. Jinshu took Butterfly Shinobu's little hand and came to the crow's side and shouted at it. The crow heard Jinshu shouting and scurried out, as if its tail was on fire, and the flying thief pulled fast. Jinshu saw that the crow continued to lead the way, so he took the little hand of Butterfly Shinobu and continued to fly. Butterfly Shinobu felt that Jinshu kept playing with his hands, his little face was always hot, and his brain was a little messy. After following the crow to fly quickly for more than 10 minutes, he found that the crow was no longer advancing. At the same time, he saw several ghosts with a domineering look. There are 4 ghosts in total, 3 male ghosts and 1 female ghost. One of the ghost strength is still something. They are widely distributed and separated in this 1,000-acre forest. The vast land was covered with thick snow like white flowers and cotton, and the dense forest was not covered by leaves, and the scene in the forest could be clearly seen by Jinshu and Butterfly Shinobu. 4 ghosts. It's a bit troublesome. Butterfly sighed helplessly. If they come together, they can be eliminated in one fell swoop, and if they are killed alone, the other 2 may run away. Are there many logisticians in the ghost-killing squad? Jinshu suddenly asked to the butterfly on the side. Butterfly Shinobu felt his ears itching, heard Jinshu's question, and nodded without hesitation. It's indeed quite a lot. What's wrong? This question made the butterfly stunned. Since there are enough logistics personnel, then I will go all out, and you are ready to let the logistics department come and plant trees. Jinshu gently squeezed the butterfly ninja little hand, only then reluctantly let go, and his right hand suddenly pulled out the slashing knife. There is not a single healthy living person in this 1,000 acres of forest, and it is painful for them to live. It is better to let them witness these ghosts die. Everything in Vientiane is ashes, and the flowing blade is like fire. Jinshu held the flowing blade that turned into a fire blade in both hands, took a deep breath, and suddenly drank coldly. The breath of the sun, the shape of Ju, the slanting sun turns. Instantly flashed into mid-air, and sent out a horizontal slash in an upside-down posture, and the blade body will be wrapped around a blazing flame like the sun. Jinshu held the flowing blade in both hands and suddenly slashed down towards the forest. The seemingly ordinary slash at the air, at the same time as Jinshu swung down, a vast sea of fire suddenly appeared in the sky above the forest. This sea of fire fell directly into the forest, and the originally bare forest without a bit of green was covered by hot fiery red leaves in an instant. 4 different directions let out screams of pain together. Although this scream is not so deafening, it is enough to make uninformed people feel creepy. And even Jinshu and Butterfly Shinobu feel that this scream is a little miserable. Get 100 clover, get 120 clover, get 80 clover. Butterfly can't help but look at the hot forest below, can't help but cover his mouth with his hands. This is something that people can do? With a wave of his sword, he could turn this 1,000-acre forest into a sea of hot fire. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Butterfly Shinobu would never have believed it. This is nothing short of miraculous. As Jinshu went all out to release his spiritual power and raise the flowing blade fire attack to its strongest state, this depleted the spiritual power in his body. After the spiritual power deficit, Jinshu felt that his body was a little weak and over, and the bamboo dragonflies on his head were a little stagnant one after another. Butterfly Shinobu naturally noticed Jinshu's abnormality, and she quickly took out a fairy bean from the inner pocket of her arms and stuffed it into his mouth with a worried face. When the immortal bean entered his stomach, Jinshu suddenly felt his spirit lifted, and his spiritual and physical strength was instantly restored to his peak state. At this moment, Jinshu's mind suddenly heard a prompt. Your frog cub has rested and set off for the trip. Hearing the prompt, Jinshu said that he was very calm. After all, the frog cub has traveled dozens of times in a year. You bastard, you killed my family. A similar figure leaped out of the ruins and endured towards Jinshu and Butterfly. Butterfly Shinobu saw a human-like Char running away, with slag on his body, revealing pieces of bloody skin. Oh, and alive? Here you go. Jinshu saw this male ghost with words in his eyes, and his eyes were cold. The breath of the Sunday. Type 1 change, waltz finale. Jinshu raised the flowing blade in his right hand like fire, and suddenly slashed at the male ghost who was galloping below. As Jinshu waved, a round of flame crescent suddenly appeared, and the next second it seemed to be drawn with a compass, and instantly turned into a fan-shaped sea of fire. In the middle of this sea of fire is where the lower string 5 tired are located. Hera's own badly injured second string 5 running was a little sluggish, coupled with his family died together, and his mind was also in a trance. These two poor conditions made him unable to avoid this sudden sea of fire. Just now, for the sake of vastness, the temperature of that sea of fire was not very high, only a few hundred degrees, and the temperature of this sea of fire in the range of only a few acres of land was under the deliberate control of Jinshu, and the temperature reached thousands of degrees in an instant. The 5 tired of the lower string, which was still alive and jumping just now, directly turned into ashes in this sea of high-temperature fire. Get 200 Clover Butterfly Shinobu saw this charred forest, and the corners of his mouth couldn't suppress twitching. Crow, go back and report it, let them prepare to plant trees in the spring. Butterfly reluctantly ordered the crow. When the crow heard Butterfly Shinobu's order, he swooped out, as if there was a bird of prey behind him, and fled. Solved. There is no tree to plant, but with people to stop, there is likely to be casualties. One is to plant trees, the other is dead, the first method is still suitable. Jin Shuhen explained in words. Jinshu didn't want to become an arsonist in front of Butterfly Shinobu. Butterfly Shinobu saw Jinshu quickly explain, showed a sweet smile, and nodded slightly. Since the mission is completed, let's go back. Jinshu suggested towards Butterfly Shinobu. I want to buy some clothes. Butterfly Shinobu looked at his clothes and suddenly spoke. Clothes, I have them here. After Jinshu finished speaking, he pulled open his mink down jacket and pulled out 3 beautiful and sexy long dresses from his arms. One goose yellow, one snow white, one azure blue, each long dress is very delicate and beautiful. Butterfly Shinobu wrapped his arms around his chest and stared at Jinshu with beautiful purple eyes, looking at him creepy. These 3 clothes look good, when did you buy them? Jinshu chuckled in his heart. Chapter 13. Baby, listen to me. These clothes. In fact, I bought it specifically for you when I was still in other worlds. It's true. You see, I didn't know what type you liked, so I bought a lot of clothes. Jinshu pursed his dry lips and said half-truthfully. Finally, Jinshu was worried that the butterfly would not believe it, and he also took out a bunch of clothes in his arms. Anyway, they are all specialties brought by frog cubs, and a bunch of women's clothing is just where they can be useful. For a while, the leopard print 3-point suit, nurse-type tight skirt, and cat lady maid costume were accidentally taken out. As soon as Butterfly Shinobu heard Jinshu call her baby, her body was slightly soft, and her mind was full of pictures of the night. Butterfly Shinobu didn't expect that Jinshu could actually call out the word baby, out of the flower, and was called by him for a night with a different tone. She is now happy and afraid of the word baby. After listening to what Jinshu said, Butterfly Shinobu was stunned for a while, and his brows couldn't help but frown, because he lost his mind just now, so he was recovering to think. Her eyes stared straight at Jinshu. He can understand every word, why can't he even understand it together? Other worlds? What do you mean? What are the other worlds? Butterfly Shinobu began to panic inexplicably, as if he was about to lose something precious. It is the world where other human beings live, where every style of eating, drinking, living and traveling is different from here. I came to this world specifically, the purpose is to marry you. I didn't expect that I could be so lucky, so smoothly met my beloved woman. When Jinshu said this, his right hand was already slightly stroking Butterfly Shinobu's cheek. With you, I will never go back, and I will go back to be a puppy. Jinshu looked at her affectionately and gently, and her dark eyes were as hot as a torch. Jinshu gently touched the butterfly ninja without makeup. Her skin was simply as good, as comfortable as smooth warm jade. Butterfly couldn't help but look at Jinshu's hot eyes. Hearing his affectionate words, she couldn't help herself in her heart, and kissed him directly on the mouth. She doesn't care what world Jinshu comes from, as long as he doesn't leave him. Butterfly Shinobu heard that he came from another world to marry herself, and she turned around and flew away a little shyly. She never thought about how Jinshu knew about her existence in other worlds. She didn't want to know either. Jinshu carried a bunch of clothes, followed closely behind, swallowed saliva without a trace. This life and death barrier can be counted as over. He was holding a pile of clothes in the way, so he stuffed it directly into the storage space of the system, without using a mink-down jacket to cover up. Vignette: a group of young people wearing the uniforms of the logistics department of the Unified Ghost Killing Team, each of them carrying a dozen saplings to the edge of a deep pit full of coke. They looked at the scorched black earth that could not be seen at a glance. Their expressions were full of mess. Several people jumped out of the pit, stomped their feet hurt. Because there was no little black bulb, crow, and ghost-killing tasks in the way, Jinshu completely let go of the restraints, flew to Butterfly Shinobu's side, put his arm around her soft and boneless little man's waist. And the 5 fingers of his right hand were like playing a piano. Butterfly Shinobu was trembling by Jinshu's delicate body. She didn't know what she was here for. Mask it? Butterfly Shinobu looked down at the village and town not far away, and silently said in his heart, he would not let him do this when he came to the village and town. She didn't want to be so humiliated. After secretly deciding, Butterfly Ninja self-defeated leaned on Jinshu's chest. Jinshu found Butterfly Shinobu's gaze, and he took her up and continued to fly. After a few minutes, Butterfly Shinobu kept her eyes closed, and at her expected time, they should have reached the village above. How long will you hold it? So many people watching. The butterfly endured a shy coquettishness. Jinshu did not let go of his hand, still hugged her little man's waist, and said in her ear, I will put my arms around you until the sky is wasted. Seeing that the butterfly was still struggling while being shy, Jinshu smiled and said, don't worry, no one else can see it. When Butterfly Shinobu heard Jinshu say this, he couldn't help but be stunned, looked down, and found that he was unconsciously above the white cloud. Butterfly Shinobu glanced at it, and a sea of white flowers was at their feet. What's so beautiful about this white cloud? Is it good for me? Jinshu saw that the Butterfly Shinobu had been staring at the clouds below, and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Butterfly Shinobu felt the itching in her ears and saw the jealous expression on her face, which made her smile and kiss his cheek as a sign of comfort. Butterfly Shinobu saw Jinshu's brilliant and happy expression, and she couldn't help but smile. Butterfly Shinobu, who no longer kept a smirk, this smile was simply sweet to his throat. Watching Jinshu was fascinated. Butterfly Shinobu saw Jinshu's obsessive expression, and she couldn't help but pinch his waist shyly. Hiss! Jinshu gasped in pain. I flew off. Where is this? Jinshu found that the clouds under his feet did not know when they had flown over, and the dense forests and mountains under his feet made him stunned. It's all to blame on you. Butterfly Shinobu found that he didn't know where this was, and his little hand lightly hammered on Jinshu's chest. It seems to be a lesson, but it is actually coquettish, and Jinshu is very useful for this. In the last life, although he had a huge amount of money, none of those beautiful models came to him, they all came for money. Where is there such sincere feelings? Jinshu doesn't ask for anything else. The person I love can love me at the same time, and this one condition is very harsh. It is such a demanding request, he has completed it at this moment. Baby, did you find out? Jinshu suddenly smiled at Butterfly Shinobu and pointed to a wooden house below. This wooden house is very isolated, it is only in the mountains, and the nearest house is several mountains away. Butterfly Shinobu followed the direction of Jinshu's left finger and looked over. She also found this strange wooden house. It was obvious that there was something wrong with this wooden house. See, it's a male ghost. It seems that he has eaten a lot, and when he met me, it was also his sadness. Jinshu looked at the wooden house and couldn't help but smile. Butterfly Shinobu heard Jinshu say that he saw that ghost, and couldn't help but wonder, "Honey, how did you see it?" Jinshu pointed to his brain door with his left hand and explained, "I am domineering with seeing and hearing, although I close my eyes, I can see the surrounding situation, even clearer than my eyes." "What I see? Can I learn?" Butterfly Ninja Amethyst's big eyes shone with hope. "Baby, then it depends on your performance at night." Jinshu smiled wickedly at the butterfly. When Butterfly Shinobu heard Jinshu say this, his little face turned red at first, and then he nodded after thinking for a few seconds. "Anyway, there is already once, it doesn't matter if you come again, besides, you will marry him sooner or later." While the butterfly was thinking about it, Jinshu had already read the first explanation, brandished the flowing blade in his hand, and launched a surprise attack directly towards the wooden house. A tsunami of flames appeared out of thin air in front of the wooden house and slapped directly on the wooden house. "Congratulations on getting 200 clovers." When Jinshu heard the news, he was slightly happy. It seems that this plot was completely disturbed by himself. Hibiki, who was supposed to be killed by several people in Tanjiro, was inadvertently cut off by himself at this moment. Xiangkai, who was in the front of the sixth string, could not imagine that he was burned to death inexplicably. Butterfly Shinobu saw that this wooden house was directly burned into a pile of ashes, which made her look at Jinshu in surprise, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "My dear, I didn't expect you to be more skilled in controlling the temperature of the flame. That is, I'm not a genius, how can I marry you?" Jinshu looked at Butterfly Shinobu with a proud face. Butterfly Shinobu rolled her eyes, suddenly broke away from Jinshu's embrace, and flew in the direction of the butterfly house. She had found her way back at this moment. Jinshu saw the butterfly Shinobu fly away, and he chased after him. It is said that it is a hot chase, but it is better to say that Jinshu is teasing the butterfly Shinobi. While Jinshu and Butterfly Shinobu were flirting with each other, somewhere in the wooden house underneath, a girl in a pink kimono suddenly opened her eyes. Blood-red eyes showed a look of anger. "Abominable, abominable, this bunch of trash. Pay wolf, tired, capture the bird these waste." Ghost Mai Suji scolded angrily. "Naruto, you go and call the other offspring and human-eating ghosts." Oni Mai Suji ordered to the air of the empty room. After a while, dozens of ghosts appeared out of thin air from above the room. Some ghosts landed steadily, and some ghosts fell to the ground in embarrassment. With the lower string 1 to capture the bird, the lower string 2 wolves and the lower string 5 tired and died. At this moment, there are 3 left in the lower string, which are the lower string 3 sick leaves, the lower string 4 0 Yuzai and the lower string 6 kettle birds. The 3 lower strings were killed on the same day, and they died inexplicably. Ghost Mai Suji stood in front of this group of ghosts and scolded angrily. After he learned these ghost thoughts, his face darkened. He heard that the 3 lower strings of Zero Yuzai, Sick Leaf, and Cauldron Eagle were actually afraid of the column, and they didn't eat people during this time. After learning that they stopped eating people, Ghost Mai Suji's eyes showed a cold light. Bang bang! The 3 lower chords that came just now were gone in an instant. Ghosts are going to eat people. Oni Mai Suji recounted this fact in a flat tone. This group of ghosts saw that the other 3 descended to die together, and knew that Ghost Mai Suji was emphasizing that they wanted to eat people, and they could not be afraid of eating people. "Master, I want to eat people, eat many, many people." Wei Meng suddenly stepped forward, showing a sick smile, and his eyes were full of longing. Ghost Mai Suji Wuxi saw this thin and slightly quiet young man, and showed a faint smile. "Not bad, is there anything else?" "Master, I want to eat people too." "Master, I want to eat people too." "I want to eat many, many people." The spacious room was thoroughly lively. Chapter 14. I didn't expect it to be so lively here, and there is a night market. Jinshu was surprised to find that the street in front of him was crowded with people, and on both sides of this spacious street were stalls. Jinshu raised his neck as hard as he could, trying to make himself taller and look farther. He wanted to buy something for Butterfly Shinobu, whether it was to wear it or eat it. In the past 2 days, he has choked the butterflies enough. He is a little distressed, but he can't help it. There are so many young sisters. My wife Shanyi showed a surprised expression, her body was more honest, and she followed after the young lady. Jinshu saw the figure of my wife Shanyi chase, and his eyes showed playfulness. Tanjiro, do you have anything you'd like to buy? If not, you follow me to see a good show. Kanesho smiled mysteriously at Tanjiro. From entering the night market, Inashuk has been spinning himself, as if hypnotized, and Jinshu looks quite interesting. There's nothing to buy. Tanjiro shook his head, seeing that Jinshu had been staring at my wife Shanyi, and couldn't help but get nervous. What's wrong with Shanyi? He seems to be blinded by a ghost, and he followed a male ghost. Jinshu couldn't see my wife Shanyi and the ghost pretending to be a woman with his naked eyes, so he changed to seeing and hearing domineering to see their whereabouts. When Jinshu thought of my wife Shanyi's miserable expression after discovering that she was deceived by a male ghost, he couldn't help but laugh. Under the domineering attention of seeing, this male ghost took my wife Shanyi to a remote alley. As they enter this alley, the entrance to this alley instantly turns into a wooden house. In Jinshu's domineering observation, this wooden house is real, and judging from the expressions of the surrounding crowd, they have not been hypnotized, which means that this ghost will space and other blood ghost techniques. Don't say, this ghost dressed as a man is quite cautious, no wonder many members of the ghost killing team died, and he was not found. Where is the ghost? Look at Uncle Ben cut him. Half a beat late, Inashuk just reacted to what Jinshu said, and suddenly shouted loudly. People visiting the surrounding night market saw the patients with neuropathy, and they gave way to Jinshu and the three. Originally, Kaneshu, Tanjiro and Inashuk were surrounded by the crowd and seemed quite crowded, and after Inashuk's loud shouting, Jinshu instantly felt spacious, and his breathing was several times smoother. I didn't expect that Inashuk actually had this function. Come with me, it's already on. Kanesho said to Inashuk and Tanjiro. Tanjiro nodded and followed Kanso closely. Inashuk sniffed several times and did not smell it, which made him wonder. Inashuk saw Kanesho running in the direction that my wife Zanai had just run, and he followed closely. Soon, Kanesho took Inashuk and Tanjiro to a shop. A group of women in the shop were choosing the kimono color pattern on the counter, and when they saw Kanesho, Tanjiro and a strange man with a pig's head standing not far from the door of the store, they didn't pick any more, their eyes were fixed on Jinshu's handsome face. Jinshu, who got rid of the boy after eating the fruit, coupled with continuous exercise, has improved from figure to temperament, and he is originally handsome and masculine at the moment. Masculine and handsome youth. Whether for girls or young women, the lethality is excellent. Tanjiro and Inashuk were stunned when they saw Kanesho standing at the door of a shop specializing in women's kimonos. Just when Tanjiro thought that Jinshu was going to buy a kimono for Butterfly Shinobu, he saw Jinshu clench his right hand into a fist, and his fair skin instantly turned dark. Bang! As Jinshu punched the air in front of him, the air that had nothing was like a mirror, shattered instantly. There was a weird black-gray space inside, where a long-haired male ghost in a pink kimono fought with my wife Zanai in a golden kimono. This fight is called an intensity. The ghost who pretends to be a woman fights the tiger, and my wife Shanyi beats a pear blossom with rain, which is miserable. Jinshu saw that my wife Shanyi did not use Lei Ji's breath and did not attack. His face was full of loss, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Shanyi, just kill yourself, this ghost is a man. You are not hated. Jinshu shouted helplessly towards my wife Shanyi. Jinshu saw that my wife Shanyi was releasing water, and this water was all the size of a lake. My wife's thunder breath type 1 is the most divine, how can it be suppressed and beaten by a perverted ghost? Hearing Jinshu's reminder shout, my wife Shanyi's eyes lit up, and he was originally confused and instantly sobered up. My wife Shanyi seemed to think of self-confidence, and when he looked at it, he did find that this ghost was not a woman. Since she is not a woman, my wife jumped a few times after Shanyi, sheathed the Nikki knife, and the next moment said coldly, "Thunder breath type 1, thunder flash." Crackling, crackling, before my wife Shanyi finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared in place, which was similar to Jinshu's shaving. With a crackling electric sound, my wife Shanyi's Nikki knife slashed directly at the neck of this perverted ghost. With the harsh friction sound, this perverted ghost dressed as a man and woman was unscathed. At this time, Jinshu realized that this ghost was not ordinary, and this ghost could not let Inashuk and my wife Zanai practice their hands. When Jinshu was about to strike, Inashuk couldn't wait to rush out, shouting as he ran, "Pigs rush forward! Pigs leap forward! Breath of the beast! 3 teeth, fangs tear!" Inashuk crossed his knives in his hands, like scissors, and slashed sideways at the perverted ghost. Zig! With a series of harsh friction sounds, Inashuk's twin knives kept rubbing at the neck of the perverted ghost. No matter how many times Inashuk and my wife Zanayashi slashed, this ghost was unscathed. Since the two of them are too close to this ghost, they need to constantly avoid the scratches of this perverted ghost. "I'll do it anyway." When Jinshu saw that Tanjiro was about to go up, he stopped Tanjiro and slowly pulled out the Nikwe knife. At the moment when the Raiwa knife came out of its sheath, a black color completely wrapped the Raiwa knife, which was the armed color domineering. The breath of the sun, type 2. Below Tien. When Jinshu wound the armed color domineering chi on the Nikki knife, he directly used the shaving to advance to a distance of less than 1 meter to the perverted ghost. The perverted ghost and Inashuk's wife Zanai fought fiercely, and there was no time to observe the surrounding situation. Jinshu didn't care if this male ghost in women's clothes saw himself or not. And the issue of moral immorality was also left behind by Jinshu. Flames erupted from the Japanese wheel knife in Jinshu's hand, and as he swept from the bottom up, a circular arc of flames appeared on the body of this ghost. When this ghost was playing with these two human swordsmen quite comfortably, he suddenly felt that a human in the distance suddenly appeared in front of him, and the next second, he felt a pain in his body. Just when he felt that something was wrong and was about to escape, his consciousness suddenly disappeared, and he fell straight and weak. When Jinshu saw this ghost being killed, he clearly saw that both eyes of this ghost were written. One is the lower string, and the other is the lower string. Congratulations on getting 200 and clover. Jinshu touched his chin and thought. Before I remembered killing a ghost with his eyes written on the lower string and you. Could it be that this is the new string of Oni Maisuji no Misery? Jinshu looked at this male ghost in women's clothes completely turned into ashes, and he couldn't help but nod. Ah! A mournful scream came out in the night market. Chapter 15. Hearing the girl's screams, Tanjiro, who was standing at the outermost level, turned around and prepared to rush over. I didn't expect there were other ghosts in this night market. Just as Tanjiro rushed over, the door of the wooden box behind him suddenly opened, and a beautiful girl with waist pink hair jumped out of it. Click! You beans bite the honey candy flavored bamboo in your mouth directly, crisp and coquettish, dare to eat people? Find death! As soon as the words fell, the figure of your bean disappeared in place. As soon as Tanjiro pulled out the Nikki knife, he sighed helplessly when he saw that his sister had made a move, and it seemed that he had nothing to do with him again. Tanjiro, who looked sad, put down the wooden box behind him, and then drilled his head and upper body into it, and the next second his whole body also entered. Boom! Several shops collapsed directly with a roar. Your bean's white little hand clapped, and leisurely ran towards the side of Jinshu Inosuke. Jinshu saw that these 3 shops turned out to be a ghost-possessed, so he didn't look at it again. After all, he didn't have to lose money himself. My wife Shanyi, who was originally obsessed with your beans, did not move at all, like a terrified teddy, looking down at her feet. When Yubin saw Jinshu, she shaved and disappeared in place, and the next second appeared in front of Jinshu, hugging him tightly. Tap! Bones are going to break! Jinshu screamed again and again, patted Yubin's back, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Brother Jinshu, your body is still too fragile. Yubin pursed his lips and complained a little dissatisfied. The corner of Jinshu's mouth twitched. Are you polite? Thanks to me, I give you a tube of first true ancestors' essence blood, so that you can relieve the interference of being disturbed by ghost Mai Suji, liberate your thinking, and at the same time relieve your fear of sunlight, silverware, and wisteria flowers. I taught you the 6 styles and the 2-color domineering, not for you to tease me. Thinking of this, Jinshu's heart was full of regret. When she didn't give her the essence blood of the first true ancestor Zi Uran Barada in the world, how she teased her, she would not resist, just like a puppet cat, at the merging of others. He didn't expect that Zi Jalan Balada's essence blood would be so strong, and actually increase the strength of your being so much. At this time, Tanjiro came out of the wooden box, holding a few pieces of honey candy-flavored bamboo in his hand. Don't look at the small wooden box, there is a snail house given by Jinshu. Snail house is a prop brought by the frog cub from Doraemon time, only a palm-sized golden snail shell, but there can be more than 40 square meters of space inside. This space is warm in winter and cool in summer, and it is very breathable, and it is precisely because of comfort that Yubin has been reluctant to go out here. Jinshu took a honey candy-flavored bamboo stick in Tanjiro's hand, put it to his mouth and nibbled on it. This bamboo is also a fruit of the Doraemon world, similar to sugar cane, and its nutritional value is quite high. Yubin saw that his brother had stolen the house and gave the bamboo that he was reluctant to eat to others. This made her quite unhappy, and her pink eyes stared at Jinshu as if there was some treasure on him. Jinshu's body tightened when he was seen, he shook his head again and again. And said, my things are all taken away by you, where do I still have fun things? Otherwise let's do this, I'll have a fight with your brother, let you watch it. Hearing Jinshu say this, Tanjiro's face suddenly darkened, are you talking about human words? I'll fight you, you don't beat me out of. As soon as Tanjiro was about to refuse, Jinshu spoke, it's rare for a girl to come out for a meeting, don't you show her your current strength. Just as Tanjiro was about to speak, Yubin nodded in agreement, brother Jinshu said so, she must cooperate. After all, her first time was given. Tanjiro's face darkened when he heard his own sister say this, and he now suspected that his sister had been unpacked. Although Tanjiro doesn't want to be beaten, Yubin wants to see himself beaten, and as a pet sister mad demon, he naturally won't refuse. My wife Zenji and Inashuk heard that Kanesho and Tanjiro were going to fight, and their eyes suddenly lit up. The other day outside the wooden house, my wife Zenji and Inashuk had a fight with Tanjiro and found that neither of them could defeat him together. And now it's rare to see Tanjiro and Kaneshu fighting, and my wife Zenji and Inashuk naturally don't want to give up. Jinshu walked into the women's kimono shop without hurry, selected more than 10 cute and beautiful patterns and color styles, and bought a bunch of them at the jewelry store not far away. Among the specialties that the frog cub brought him was a total of dozens of pounds of gold bars, which were enough for him to squander. I bought hundreds of pieces of jewelry and more than a dozen kimono styles, which didn't use up a single gold bar. When paying, he crushed the gold bar into pieces, and the two bosses enthusiastically reduced the price. In the longing eyes of Yubin, Jinshu helplessly took out 2 strings of gold bracelets and put them on her 2 small hands, a gold necklace with a hollow pattern for her to wear, and 2 golden anklets. In Tanjiro's gaze, Jinshu did not put on Yubin's, put them in Yubin's hands and let her wear them herself. Yubin was satisfied with Jinshu's gift, and then she saw several snack shops on the street next to it. Jinshu bought her hundreds of pounds of snacks and put them in the snail house in a wooden box. Soon, the butterfly house arrived in just half an hour under the foot power of Jinshu and several people. Kanesho, Tanjiro, and Yutoko came to the spacious open space next to the butterfly house. My wife Zenji and Inashuk were sitting in the corner tiredly panting and sweating. The two of them saw Jinshu and Tanjiro, who had no sweat on their foreheads, and a fire was burning in the hearts of the two of them. Inashuk, Uncle Ben is the strongest, he will definitely be able to defeat you. Certain. Well. Certain. My wife Shanyi, I must become stronger, so that I can be worthy of your beans, otherwise how can I protect her? I want to get stronger. Come, let me try your breath of the day. Jinshu showed a slight evil smile, holding the Nikki knife and the chopping knife in both hands. Tanjiro couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was surprised to say that he didn't know that his father's blessing dance was Kagura, the god of fire, and it used the breath of the sun. But he found a difference in the dance he danced, turning the ordinary and extreme prayer dance in his heart into the breath of the sun. The most helpless thing for him. This breath of the day was still taught to him by Jinshu. When Jinshu saw Tanjiro's white eyes, he naturally understood what he meant, and he began to complain about himself helplessly. After all, Hinata's breath was his system, which he found from Kagura, the god of fire that Tanjiro used to jump up and pray, and he smoothly restored the 13 types of Hinata's breath according to his memory. Jinshu didn't expect that his system was so strong, and he could discover the Hinata breathing method from Kagura, the god of fire in Tanjiro, so that he could know in seconds. In order to make Tanjiro feel at ease, Kanesho lied to him that this breath of the day was learned from his hands. This rotten excuse, Jinshu did not receive white eyes here in Tanjiro. Tanjiro habitually rolled his eyes at Jinshu, and then showed a serious expression. He didn't want Jinshu to underestimate him, although the 6 style, 2-color domineering, and the 13 types of the breath of the sun were all taught to him by Jinshu. When Tanjiro thought of this, he shook his head repeatedly, as if he wanted to shake his cranky thoughts out of his head. The more he thought about it, Tanjiro found that he couldn't compare with him at all. The will to fight is about to collapse. Come, you come first. Jinshu smiled brightly at Tanjiro. The soldier captain double knife flow that the frog cub brought to him to attack the giant world, try it today. Good. Armed color domineering. Tanjiro pulled out his Nikoro knife, a black smear wrapped around the blade, and then he looked at Jinshu seriously, and took a sharp breath, breath of the day type 1 round dance. Shave. Bang. The land where Tanjiro was standing just now directly cracked a pit. The corners of Jinshu's mouth have been slightly raised, revealing a smile, armed color domineering, the first type of breath of the sun, round dance. 2 pitch-black twin knives turned into 2 rounds of blades wrapped around the flames, slashed in a beautiful arc, and slashed towards Tanjiro's round dance. The round dance cut by Kanesho's Nikawa knife blocked Tanjiro's attack, and the round dance cut by the slashing knife in his right hand slashed towards Tanjiro. Armed color domineering, iron block. The knife in Tanjiro's hand and Jinshu's Nikki knife are fighting against each other, and he can't pull his hand, so he chooses to slash hard with Jinshu. Tanjiro's left half of his body was instantly covered with a pitch-black luster, and a string of sparks burst out in the slash of Jinshu's slashing knife. Inashuk and my wife Zenji watched in amazement as Tanjiro's body was cut off, and there was nothing to do, and there was a sound of metal rubbing. This fight, which subverted their worldview, made them lose their mind for a while. If the two of them didn't know that Kanesho and Tanjiro were human, they would have thought that it was 2 powerful ghosts fighting among themselves. Breath of the Sun, Type 3, Scorching Sun Red Mirror. Armed color domineering. After Jinshu did not succeed, Tanjiro held the knife in both hands, slashed it out suddenly, and directly used the 3rd type of Hinata's breath to resist Jinshu's attack. Seeing Jinshu retreating half a step, Tanjiro's momentum was unforgiving, and his forehead was suddenly wrapped with armed color domineering, and he crashed towards Jinshu's brain. Groove. This is a tone word, PS, the big guy is powerful. The little brother, I also want to give power, a total of 8,000 words dedicated to everyone. Ads for changes and ads for free gifts, take a look at them, these are the biggest cards I can boss shout about. Omega. Chapter 16. Jinshu saw that Tanjiro actually shaved towards him with his forehead, and he subconsciously dodged it. In the next second, Jinshu found that he couldn't shake him off, since he couldn't dodge, he could only resist hard, and he was covered with armed color domineering from face to foot. Clang! A crisp, long metal crash. Because Jinshu and Tanjiro were a little away, Tanjiro did not succeed in hitting Jinshu's brain, but hit his abdomen. Jinshu felt that his internal organs were trembling when they were hit, as if his internal organs were knocked out of his body. His figure did not stand firmly for a while, and he stumbled backwards. Tanjiro found that Jinshu's footsteps were unsteady, and he took advantage of the situation to use the rush step to rush in front of Jinshu, and continued to use his forehead to wrap his armed color domineering, this time hitting Jinshu's brain. Bang! Jinshu was knocked by Tanjiro and confused for a while, and he did not stand up and lie straight on the ground. Jinshu, who was lying on the ground, was stunned for a while. How did he lie on the ground? Tanjiro, this is your breath of the day? This is your knife technique. Jinshu lay on the ground, and after slowing down, he glared at Tanjiro, who was smiling brightly, and scolded in shame. It's too humiliating, this is simply the scene of social death, which makes Jinshu a little embarrassed. Tanjiro did not speak, quietly looked at Jinshu lying on the ground, as if to say, your strength is this? Jinshu stood up with a carp, his eyes sank, and his tone was full of anger. Everything in Vientiane is ashes, and the blade is like fire. Hey, you don't bring this. Tanjiro saw that Jinshu was using a strange fire knife, and he immediately panicked. But he saw Jinshu use this strange fire knife to burn half of the mountain forest with one sword. Are you serious? Tanjiro saw Kaneshir rushing over with a shaving, and he was so frightened that he also quickly used the shaving and paper painting to dodge. Shaving and paper painting are no problem to dodge ordinary slashes, and the key is that Jinshu's flowing blade is not an ordinary slash. Each slash was a wall of fire, and although it was only 2 meters in radius, it was far from the power to burn half a mountain in one blow, but it was enough to make Tanjiro embarrassed. I lost, I admit defeat. Tanjiro constantly uses shaving and paper painting to dodge, and finds that Jinshu is chasing after him, and in desperation, he can only shout for mercy. Tanjiro knows Jinshu's character, regardless of victory or defeat, he will never stop. Inashuk and my wife Zenji were looking at the two figures on the spacious field with a confused expression, appearing one moment, disappearing the next, and appearing elsewhere in less than a second. During this battle, my wife Zenji and Inashuk were stupid for a while. Their eyes wanted to keep up with the changing positions of Jinshu and Tanjiro, completely looking at the flames cut out of Jinshu's hands. Hearing that Tanjiro admitted defeat, Jinshu stopped and saw Tanjiro more than 10 meters away, looking at himself with a wary face. Jinshu couldn't help but smile at this. It seems that when he was fighting with Tanjiro, he was afraid of his own sneak attack. Tanjiro was relieved to see that Jinshu had sheathed the two knives. You've been watching it for so long, come down. Jinshu couldn't help but look up at the roof of the wooden house not far away. When Tanjiro heard Jinshu's words, he looked up at the roof without surprise. He has seen and heard the domineering, and naturally he can also detect these people. Inashuk and my wife Zenyi heard Jinshu's words, and followed Jinshu's gaze to the roof of the wooden house not far away with a shocked expression. As for you being directly ignoring these humans, after all, they are all irrelevant people in her eyes, and all she cares about is her brother and brother Jinshu. After seeing his brother and brother Jinshu competing, Yubin opened the wooden box on the side and went straight in. On the roof of the wooden house stood 10 people, 8 men and 2 women, and Yayashiki stood in the middle of Tomioka Yoshiyuki, Purgatory Kyojuro, Ulu Tenjin, Ganluyi Miri, Sorrowful Yuki, Tokaido, Akuro Kobane, and Immortal Kawamiya. Butterfly Shinobu, who was standing not far from Shiki Yaya in the delivery house, showed a bright smile. She is very happy that her lover has such strength. Since the curse of Isaiah Shiki Yaya was lifted, the back moles could be seen with a bright smile on his face. Isaiah Shiki Yaya's bright eyes couldn't help but look east and west from the high position of the roof, looking at the surrounding buildings as if he had seen something new that he had never seen before. You can see how happy and excited he is. For the performance of Yaya Shiki, Jinshu feels normal. After all, Isaiah Shiki Yaya has been plagued by curses and illnesses for many years, and his eyes can't see anymore, which is simply desperate, like waiting for death. It was in such a desperate situation that Yaya Shiki recovered his health for a while, lifted the curse, and cured his eyes. How could he not be happy and excited? But this is something that has been dreamed of for so many years. Not only was he happy, but even the other 9 pillars couldn't close their mouths happily. After all, Isaiah Shiki Yaya is a benefactor and a lord for them, and Isaiah Shiki Yaya is healthy, and they are naturally happy. Compared with their happy smiles, what Jinshu paid attention to was that these pillars were all staring at him with weapons, and they were eager to compete with themselves. This group of pillars contains Butterfly Ninja. Jinshu saw that she also wanted to fight with him, and his heart suddenly became nervous. He was not afraid of her, he was afraid of the one cut will kill village rain in her hand. Just your sword technique, it's too weak. Immortal Kawashia saw the smile of the butterfly Shinobu, and he was particularly irritable in his heart, which made him can't help but jump to the ground and scare Jinshu. Hearing the provocation of the immortal Kawashia, Jinshu showed a bright smile, stretched out his left hand and ticked him. In that case, let's have a discussion. Humph, let me tell you, what is the sword technique and what is strength? Immortal Chuan Xia jumped off the roof and stood about 10 meters in front of Jinshu, with a proud and contemptuous posture. In that case, get ready. Begin. Jinshu pulled out his Nikawa knife and pointed it at the immortal Kawashia. Inashuk and my wife Zenji both had round eyes, afraid that they would not see their discussion. Tanjiro, on the other hand, retreated next to Inashuk and my wife, Zenji, showing a bit of playfulness. Look down on Jinshu? This column is bold enough. You must know that before coming here, Jinshu and Lin Takizo recently competed and easily suppressed it. A strong man with the same sword strength, a swordsman with armed color domineering and not two color domineering, can directly press on the ground and rub. Jinshu had already confirmed to him and Yubin at that time. It wasn't for Jinshu's dashing and domineering attack, and his own sister wouldn't be infatuated with him. Thinking that his baby girl likes Jinshu, Tanjiro feels uncomfortable in his heart, and he also wants to give him a head cone. Armed color domineering. Jinshu's eyes were like ice, staring at the immortal Kawashia, and after pulling out the Nikwe knife, he used an armed color domineering aura to wrap the blade. Jinshu saw that the immortal Kawashia also pulled out the Nikki knife for a moment, and with a muffled sound, a dirt pit directly appeared, and his figure disappeared. When immortal Kawa heard that Jinshu was going to fight, he jumped down with a triumphant smile, stood opposite Jinshu, and pulled out his Nikawa knife. As soon as the immortal River Shia pulled out the knife, he felt a sense of crisis enveloping his heart, and then he saw that Jinshu not far in front of him suddenly disappeared. Immortal Kawakawa Mia's body had already set up the Nikki in his hand when he felt a sense of crisis, ready to block. Bang! Bang! The shrill sound of Jinshu rubbing and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground sounded together. Immortal Kawashia felt the Nikki knife in his hand sink, and a powerful force directly took him a step back. Immediately, he felt a cold pain on his left shoulder, and Immortal Kawashia watched in shock as his clothes were cut open, and he showed an expression of disbelief. Immortal Kawa bit his lower lip, touched his neck and shoulders with his right hand, and found 2 bloodstains on his hands. Immortal Minoru Kawa's mind was confused by this situation for a while. When did he get hurt? When did this kid get close to himself? Immortal Chuan Shia's heart was cold, Cold sweat soaked through his underwear, he subconsciously glanced at Butterfly Shinobu, and found that Butterfly Shinobu looked at Jinshu with a proud face. This made him a little annoyed, and just as he was about to fight back, Immortal Kawashia found that his Nikiwa knife was actually broken. Immortal Kawashia was really embarrassed and powerless at this time, and the Nikki knife in his hand was cut off as soon as they met. How else to fight this? Jinshu saw the immortal Minoru Kawa, who looked embarrassed and confused, and showed a smug smile. To prevent him from sneaking up on himself, Jinshu took a step back, and only then disarmed the Nikoro knife in his hand and sheathed it. Jinshu looked at the immortal Chuan Xia, who was still confused, and showed a faint smile. If I put a dead hand, you would have become two halves long ago. Immortal Kawashia saw Jinshu's arrogant appearance, angry straight grinding teeth, but he was helpless. Just as he was about to continue to scare Jinshu with words, Immortal Kawashia found Jinshu pulling out half of the Nikki saber. This made Immortal Chuan Xia's heart tighten, and immediately a crisp deep bow, I accept defeat. After speaking, Immortal Chuan Xia bit his lower lip, had no face to stay any longer, turned around and left. The rest of the people standing on the roof saw the Immortal Kawashia leave the courtyard. And no one came out to comfort them. After all, becoming a pillar first requires a firm belief, and a pillar with a firm belief does not need to be appeased by others. Ha ha ha, the strength of the little brother is very strong, I will try it too. Purgatory Kyo's hero showed a bright smile, jumped down, and stood in front of Jinshu. Little brother, I have one thing to ask you, can you not use that black breath that can wrap around the blade? I'm afraid I won't be able to carry my Nikiwa knife either. Purgatory Kyo's hero saw Jinshu showing doubts, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. When Jinshu heard Purgatory Kyo's hero say this, he didn't need to be domineering. After all, when he first came, he spoke for himself. You attack, otherwise you won't have a chance. Jinshu smiled brightly at Purgatory Kyo's hero. Purgatory Kyo's hero also returned a bright smile full of sunshine towards Jinshu, and shouted, Okay, then Jinshu little brother, I'm coming, be careful. Breath of flame, type I don't know fire. Bang, Purgatory Kyo's hero left a dirt pit in place, but his figure had already rushed in front of Jinshu. Good to go. P.S. Thank you Mowgli's 2 likes, thank you to the Henjaihu Sex Kim Jong-young's likes and inspiration capsules, as well as the free gifts of the big guys. It's useless to say more, this 3,000-word chapter is dedicated to everyone, and there is one more chapter. Chapter 17. On one wall, there were 5 young girls lying on their stomachs, who were staring intently at Jinshu and Purgatory Kyojuro in the open field. Sister Aoi, who do you think can win? A little girl couldn't help but ask. How did I know? Xiao Aoi saw that the two were about to fight. Look seriously, it's about to fight. Next to Xiao Aoi, Chestnut Flower Falling Kana Na, who had been silent, was staring at Jinshu's every move with torch-like eyes. Breath of water, type I water surface slash. Jinshu saw Yanzu Purgatory Kyo's hero burst out of his face for a moment. In this regard, he was not in a hurry to use the breath of water, although the move was relatively late, but the speed of the knife had already surpassed, and he collided directly on the Nikki knife of Purgatory Kyo's hero. Clang! When the 2 Nikiwa knives collided with each other, Jinshu stood in place and did not move, while Yanzu Purgatory Kyo's hero took a step back. In addition to Shinobu Butterfly, Inashuk, my wife Zenji and Tanjiro, the rest of Nanajo and Izayashiki Yaya saw Jinshu's hands turn pitch black, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching. However, they did not open their mouth to stop Jinshu from using this strange technique. After they saw that Jinshu began to fight against Purgatory Kyojuro, it turned out that Purgatory Kyo's hero had fallen behind. Jinshu, as the party concerned, naturally found that Purgatory Kyo's hero had fallen a little behind, and he was unforgiving, and directly used the 3rd type of water breath to chase after him. Through the pace of the flowing dance, Jinshu's strength increased in a short time. Oh yes! Jinshu collided with the Nikoro knife again in Purgatory Kyojuro, and Purgatory Kyojuro felt his arm numb, which made him laugh even brighter. "Brother Jinshu, I'm going to use all my strength." Purgatory Kyojuro decided to face him with the strongest strength, which was the minimum respect for the strong. "Come on." Jinshu drank highly, and used the knife in both hands to use the first type of life flow. The first type of Yanzi breath is changed. I don't know the fire dance. Purgatory Kyo's hero was parrying the onslaught of Jinshu's water breath, and did not forget to shout out the trick. When Jinshu seriously uses the sword move, he will not shout the sword move. After all, this is telling the other side what card I want to play. The roaring fire pumped out of Purgatory Kyojuro's Nikkeku, and if you couldn't see the metallic luster, it was too similar to the beginning of the flowing blade. And the Nikki knife in Jinshu's hand was like a rushing river, constantly colliding with the fire knife in Purgatory Kyojuro's hand. For a time, the waves were everywhere and sparks were splashed. Everyone stood around and saw the difficulty of the two fighting, and couldn't help but feel that Jinshu's strength could not be underestimated. You must know that the Yan pillar belongs to the top among their 9 pillars. This teenager who claimed to cooperate, did not use that powerful and strange fire knife, and he actually had such strong strength. This really made the other Nanajo and Izayashiki Yaya's eyes shine, and the method of cutting off the Nikki knife at the beginning was simply too strong. You know, if you can cut off the Nikki knife in the hand of the column, then only the winding ghost. If only we could learn this technique, we wouldn't have to worry about the knife being interrupted by a ghost. Tomioka Yoshiyuki nodded with a serious face. Ulu Tianyuan's eyes have been staring at Jinshu and Purgatory Kyo's hero as they swim away, facing the knife, and the breath of water and the breath of Yan collide in one move after another, just like two dancers with supreme technique. "Brother Jinshu, this moment is too gorgeous. Catch up with me." Ulu Tianyuan showed a surprised expression. As Yanzu Purgatory Kyojiro's movements became faster and faster, Jinshu did not show weakness and followed closely. Originally, it was Purgatory Kyo's hero attacking, Jinshu defended, and unknowingly became Jinshu chasing and cutting Purgatory Kyo's hero. It's not that Purgatory Kyo's hero doesn't want to fight Jinshu in the same place now, the main thing is that he found that Jinshu's knife technique is becoming more and more cunning and changeable, and he feels a little overwhelmed. Jinshu felt that his water breathing became more and more fluid and comfortable, which was very refreshing. Jinshu found that he could use less and less strength to unleash the strongest and silkiest combo of water breath. "I'm going to start using half of my strength," Jinshu said seriously to Purgatory Kyo's hero. When Purgatory Kyo's hero heard this, he couldn't keep his smile a little because he had been showing a bright smile. "Half the strength?" On the roof, Ulu Tenjin, Tomioka Yoshiyuki, Ihei Kobain, Shita Muchiro, Sorrowful Yu, Ganluyi Miri, and Izayashiki Yaya are all stupid. This is less than half of the strength? How strong is that whole strength? Inashuk and my wife Zenji had already shown dumb expressions, as if they had lost their souls, and their eyes were looking straight at Jinshu and Purgatory Kyojuro fighting. When Tanjiro heard Jinshu's words, his eyes straightened, and he didn't release water when he fought with himself, which made him a little angry. However, the thought of Jinshu being knocked over by his head made him smile with satisfaction. Tanjiro is thinking, do you have time to practice the forehead-wrapped armed color domineering again? Jinshu suddenly stopped chasing Purgatory Kyojuro and stood in place, sheathing the Nikwe knife and inserting it into the ground by the way. Purgatory Xing Shulang was stunned for a while when he saw Jinshu's operation, and showed a bright smile. Brother Jinshu, don't you want to fight? When Jinshu heard this, he shook his head and smiled slightly. No, I plan to be a little more serious in a different way. With the knife Jinshu is cool, and he wants to fight close to his face and vent his physical strength. After speaking, Jinshu's head to toe was wrapped with armed color domineering, and the originally simple black mink down jacket turned pitch black under the winding of armed color domineering, and purple cherry blossoms appeared one after another. This made the originally simple black mink down jacket add a bit of domineering, even on Jinshu's face. The fair and translucent skin color turned pitch black, and the bits and pieces of purple cherry blossoms looked particularly vivid. "Be careful," Jinshu reminded, and disappeared in the next moment. Purgatory Kyojuro's eyes suddenly contracted, and he instantly used the Nikki blade to slash towards the air in front of him. Clang! When the crisp metal collision sounded, Jinshu also appeared in front of Purgatory Kyo's hero. Jinshu's fist collided with Purgatory Kyojuro's Nikoro knife, and it actually rubbed sparks. This scene frightened the people around him. Is Jinshu a ghost? How can his skin be so hard? Tomioka Yoshiyuki looked at Jinshu's ferocity in horror, and couldn't help but look at the butterfly and asked. Butterfly Shinobu saw that the 7 pillars next to her and Shiki Yaya were looking at herself, which made her immediately dissatisfied, and coquettishly, "As a pillar, you can't tell if Jinshu is a ghost. Also, you're getting more and more annoying." Tomioka Yoshiyuki heard the butterfly Shinobu's coquettishness. The original wooden expression became even more cute. As soon as he heard the butterfly Shinobu say that he was annoying, he suddenly muttered dissatisfied, "I'm not hated." Izayashiki Yaya nodded when he heard butterfly Shinobu say this, and he saw Jinshu clench his hands into fists and suddenly pound towards Purgatory Kyojuro. This fierce appearance really made him unable to believe that this was something that ordinary people could do. Using human flesh to clash with the Nikawa knife, this is something that people can do. Jinshu is human. Izayashiki Yaya asked to the Sadyuyu on the side. Although he couldn't see it, he could clearly feel that the intensity of Jinshu's breath far exceeded his own. And there is not the slightest breath of ghosts. Lord, please rest assured, brother Jinshu is just too powerful than ordinary people, he doesn't have a trace of ghost breath. Sorrowful Yuzingyu can smell the bloody smell of Jinshu's body, which should be the breath of a female ghost. Ganlo Temple Miri held it with both hands, and her cute and beautiful little face showed an intoxicated expression. Little brother Jinshu is so strong, he can actually use his hand to receive Purgatory Kyojuro's knife. Butterfly Shinobu, what is this? Why can I block the knife? Izayashiki Yaya saw that Jinshu was fighting more and more bravely, and directly pressed and beat Purgatory Kyojuro, and he couldn't help but ask Butterfly Shinobu. Butterfly Shinobu stretched out his right hand, and his white, seemingly boneless hand suddenly turned pitch black. This technique is called armed color domineering, and this technique can be used on knives as well as on the body. When Shinobu Butterfly introduced this technique, a proud expression appeared at the corner of his mouth. The originally bright and moving butterfly couldn't help but show a bright smile from the heart, which made others lose their minds for a moment. They hadn't seen butterflies smile like this for a long time. In this moment, Purgatory Kyo's hero felt that Jinshu on the opposite side was a super powerful winding ghost. Catching the blade with bare hands, this is not at all what ordinary people can do. But Purgatory Kyo's hero directly burned the forest of half of the mountain of Vine Attack Mountain before he thought of Jinshu coming. The strength of burning half a mountain is no longer something that ordinary people can do. Thinking of this, Purgatory Kyo's hero was relieved in his heart, and calmly admitted that Jinshu's strength was indeed stronger than himself. Purgatory Kyojuro found that his hands were shaking uncontrollably at the moment, which was the pain in the mouth of the tiger that was shaken by Jinshu's fists when holding the Nikawa knife, and his palms were numb. This paralysis of both hands made Purgatory Kyo's hero take a few steps back, making him feel a little weak. This feeling made Purgatory Kyojuro feel very strange. His hands were numb from the shock, and Purgatory Kyojuro naturally knew that he had already lost in this situation, and it would be dangerous to fight again. Again, this is not a matter of life and death. I admit defeat, brother Jinshu, your strength is really strong. Purgatory Kyo's hero admitted defeat without hesitation, and gave a thumbs up to Jinshu without hesitation. Jinshu was domineering, nodded towards Purgatory Kyo's hero, and also showed a bright smile. Your strength is also very strong, which made me change my mind. Who else wants to talk to me? Jinshu looked up at the few people on the roof and smiled with interest. I'll come. It's my turn to be gorgeous. Can I try it? Ulu Tenjin, Ganluyi Miri, and Tomioka Yoshiyuki were the first to jump down. Oh. Are you planning to go together? Jinshu was slightly stunned. Can't it? Jinshu, P.S. The second change. This chapter is 3,000 words, a total of 6,000 words dedicated to everyone. Thank you for urging the advertising tips, free gifts, and valuable gifts. The kid has nothing to reward, so let's return it with all his strength. Chapter 18. Jinshu looked at the three people of Yulu Tianyuan, Ganluyi Miri, and Tomioka Yoshiyuki, and said helplessly, I don't care, it's just that you can't feel the characteristics and strength of armed color domineering. Only by personally feeling the pressure brought by the domineering of armed color can you feel it deeply. Jinshu said half-truthfully. Jinshu faced the three pillars. Unless he used the flowing blade like fire, he could not abuse the three of them with the pure blue armed color domineering power. Even breathing with water is difficult, unless you bully them with the breath of day. The breath of the Sunday. This one can. Jinshu thought for a moment, and he picked up the Nikawa knife that was inserted into the ground not far away. Then let's come one by one. Ulu Tianyuan crossed his waist with a proud posture. I'm here to make the last gorgeous appearance, so that I can show the most gorgeous competition. I can do it. Ganlo Temple honey glass eyes have been staring at Jinshu. She found that Jinshu looks really handsome. The more she looks at her, the more excited she is. Then I'll be the first. Tomioka Yoshiyuki took the lead and pulled out the Nikawa knife at his waist. Yes. Jinshu nodded indifferently, as long as it is not on the same line. Anyway, he can't beat himself alone. Tomioka Yoshiyuki walked in front of Jinshu, looked at the familiar and strange teenager, and showed a rather stiff smile. I haven't seen each other for a while, let me see if your progress is made today. Tomioka Yoshiyuki has a tone that I came to teach you. Jinshu was slightly stunned, blinked. He did not scare. After all, they are all brothers of the same disciple, there is no need to hurt and be angry. Merely. This senior brother is a little frustrated, just teach a lesson in a while. Come on. Jinshu waved the Nikki knife in his hand and showed a confident smile. I'll attack first and suffer a loss to you. Tomioka Yoshiyuki saw that Jinshu's hands turned pitch black again, and he knew that he was ready. Tomioka Yoshiyuki rushed to Jinshu without mercy, and the Nikki knife cut through the air and brought out a beautiful blue wave. Jinshu rushed towards Tomioka Yoshiyuki without showing weakness, and the Nikki knife in his hands also rolled up beautiful blue waves that were clearly visible. Breath of water, type I, surface slash. Breath of water, type I water surface slash. Jinshu and Tomioka Yoshiyuki both meet each other are the first type of breathing with water, and they want to compare their profound skills. There are only two kinds of course, one competes in the foundation, and one competes in the mastery of the breathing type. Two seemingly identical, but different waves collided together, and for a while between the collision of the two waves, sparks could be clearly seen. The breath of water is smooth and silky, like a river. Tomioka Yoshiyuki, who is a water column, naturally does an excellent job. This is Butterfly Shinobu, Izayashiki Yaya, Purgatory Kyojuro. Several people know and are used to it. But they didn't expect that in comparison, Jinshu's water breath actually surpassed Tomioka Yoshiyuki. This is beyond their ideas. Tomioka Yoshiyuki's eyes also changed a little when he looked at Jinshu, but he didn't expect that his water breath would also be suppressed by the water breath. I lost. Tomioka Yoshiyuki looked at Jinshu carefully, and then showed a stiff smile. Jinshu saw Tomioka Yoshiyuki retract and stopped attacking, and he stopped attacking. Ganluyi Miri saw Tomioka Yoshiyuki take a few steps back. She trotted all the way, stood in front of Jinshu, pulled out the Nikwe knife, and showed a delicate and cute smile. It's me, Jinshu, little brother. Are you born with this hair? Jinshu looked at the pink of the honey glass of the Ganlo temple with turquoise, which made her appearance more playful and cute. Seeing Jin Shu's surprised expression, the smile at the corner of her mouth suddenly froze, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes that had been shining brightly just now. When the rest of the people heard Jin Shu's words, their laughter became solemn for a while, and they fell silent. The color of her hair and her innate divine power are the wounds of Ganlo Temple Miri, and her family regards her as a monster, and the blind date also treats her as a monster. Don't cry, I think your hair is very good looking, so I asked more, you attack first. When Jin Shu saw that Ganlo Temple Honey Lee was about to cry, he immediately panicked and hurriedly coaxed up. Ganlo Temple Honey Lee heard that Jin Shu's little brother liked his hair, and suddenly showed a happy smile, and Jin Shu looked a little sad when she saw the smile of pear blossoms with rain. Jin Shu's self should release water. Just as Jin Shu was about to release the water, Ganlo Temple Honey Glass quickly rushed towards him, and said a sentence with thin lips, the breath of love, the type of one, the trembling of first love. Jin Shu held the Nikawa knife in his right hand and greeted it, and in order to release water, he used the first type of water breath. When the two Nikaro knives collided, Jin Shu regretted it. When he felt that his Nikawa knife collided with hers, her innate divine power far exceeded his imagination. The Nikki knife held in Jin Shu's right hand was almost collapsed, and his attack instantly stopped. At this moment, Jin Shu was enveloped by the breath slash of the honey glass seal of the Ganlo temple. Just when several slashes were about to fall on Jin Shu's body was instantly entangled in a pitch-black armed color domineering. Whoops! The shrill sound of metal rubbing reverberates around the perimeter. Butterfly Shinobu saw Jin Shu use his body to block the knife, although he knew that Jin Shu would be armed with domineering, but he still couldn't help but worry. It wasn't until he saw Jin Shu unscathed that Butterfly Shinobu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Ganlo Temple Honey Lee couldn't help but stare at Jin Shu's appearance at the moment. Purple cherry blossoms appear on the surface of Jin Shu's skin and the mink down jacket wrapped around the domineering color of armed colors, which brings a bit of domineering to Jin Shu's look. When he didn't use armed color domineering, the mink down jacket on Jin Shu's body was as monotonous as a black coat, which set off Jin Shu very harmless. Jin Shu, who looks even more domineering at the moment, is simply in line with the standards of the other half of her heart in the Ganlo temple. Originally, Ganlo Temple Miri was devoted to Jin Shu because she liked Jin Shu's looks, figure and strength. But now after Jin Shu used the armed color domineering, his temperament changed from the big brother next door to the posture of a matchless overlord, which instantly made the honey glass atrium of Ganlo Temple tremble. I admit defeat. Ganlo Yi Miri found that the attack on Jin Shu's body could not hurt him, first relieved, then showed a happy smile. It's my turn to make a gorgeous appearance, let's have a gorgeous showdown. Ulu Tianyuan showed an excited smile and removed the double knife behind his back. These two knives have a very different shape from the Nikki knife. The blade of these two knives is crescent-shaped, the chain is connected to the end of the handle of the two knives, and the handle is red. The edge of the knife is green, and the inside of the knife is red and gold. The blade is dark, with golden yellow knife patterns on the side, and the 4 words "Ghost Killing" are engraved on the side of the knife body. Jin Shu looked at these two unusually gorgeous and beautiful Japanese wheel knives, and couldn't help but smile. The shape of these two knives is indeed very beautiful. But your knife is not as strong as mine. Jin Shu picked up the chopping knife inserted in the ground, and since the scabbard was on the ground, he directly pulled it out. As soon as the first words came out, Jin Shu's slashing knife turned into a hot flame blade flowing like fire. Come on! Jin Shu smiled at Ulu Tianyuan. Ulu Tianyuan showed an excited smile on his face, and rushed towards Jin Shu with the Nikki knife in both hands. Breath of sound, type 1, boom! In less than a second, he rushed in front of Jin Shu, and his two knives slashed towards Jin Shu. Jin Shu suddenly rotated in place for several times, and the next moment he slashed in vain. The double knife flow mastered by Jin Shu is the knife technique of Levi Ackerman, the commander of the attack on Giant World. Levi Ackerman's double knife flow is good at spinning himself at high speed and then slashing sharply. And the 13 types of the Breath of the Sun happen to be the best at spinning and slashing. The Call of the Sunday. Jin Shu decided to use. Chapter 19. The Breath of the Sun, the second type change, double below sky. After Jin Shu quickly rotated a few times, along with the blessing power after rotation, he suddenly slashed towards the upper left. Yolo Tianyuan rushed over with 2 knives and slashed vertically, colliding with Jin Shu's upper left diagonal slash, and sparks instantly splashed. Jin Shu's hands were like fire, and under the blessing of armed color domineering, it looked particularly strange. When the armed color domineering is not used, the flowing blade is a fire blade, and after using the armed color domineering, it directly becomes a black knife wrapped in flames. The originally swaying flame instantly solidified, and the temperature naturally increased several times. Yolo Tianyuan, who rushed in front of Jin Shu, was most impressed. "Come on! Let me play you a passionate and gorgeous game." Yolo Tianyuan quickly slashed and stabbed with both hands, and the seemingly bulky double knives were like 2 golden butterflies in his hands. Jin Shu was under such a close attack of Yolo Tianyuan, and he was at ease, regardless of Yolo Tianyuan's position to attack, trying to attack Jin Shu's weakness. Yolo Tianyuan saw Jin Shu standing in place, letting him attack. His smile narrowed slightly, revealing a more serious look, and the speed of the knife suddenly doubled. When Yolo Tianyuan collided with Jin Shu's double knife with 2 knives, he stretched out his double knife in vain, and the 2 hooks at the 2 oval gaps hooked towards the back of Jin Shu's double knife. Jin Shu found that Yolo Tianyuan's attacks were very diverse, and the gaps in his double swords could be used to provoke and hook. If he hadn't used the domineering color to detect it, he would definitely have been succeeded by Yolo Tianyuan. Ulu Tenjin found himself defeated, and he was not discouraged, lost, and the speed of attack and movement was constantly accelerating. "I just stand there and disrespect you, so I'll play with you too." Jin Shu's neck had sunk into the thick sand. Shaving, Godspeed. Jin Shu fell, and the figure that had been standing in place suddenly blurred. At the same time, Ulu Tianyuan also disappeared in place. Purgatory Kyojuro, Butterfly Shinobu and other 7 pillars suddenly turned their heads sideways and looked at other positions, and then they kept shaking their heads to the left, bowing their heads low, and shaking their heads to the right. It's not that Purgatory Kyo's hero, Butterfly Shinobu, Genlui Miri and other 6 pillars feel that their necks are sore, it's because Jinshu and Ulu Tianyuan changed their positions too quickly, and they couldn't see it without staring and turning their heads. Because of the problem with his eyes, he did not constantly turn his head like the others, but put his hands together, and tears couldn't help but flow, revealing a smile of surprise and compassion. One more powerful boost will definitely kill the hateful ghosts. Sorrowful Yu Xing's tone was firm. Izayashiki Yaya stood aside, constantly looking down for the figures of Jin Shu and Utsumi Tenjin, and found that he could not find where their figures were, and could only hear the sound of metal clashing and strings of sparks and flames appearing out of thin air. This spark was obviously a collision between the blades, and as for that flame, there was no need to guess, it must be Jin Shu's strange fire blade. Tanjiro pursed his lower lip and sighed helplessly. Originally thinking that he was evenly matched with him, but he didn't expect him to actually release water. And put so much water. Jin Shu, why did he put so much water? Is he trying to please me? Please, please? Could it be that he likes your beans? The more he thought about it, Tanjiro's face became darker and darker, and his expression became more and more hideous. Standing next to Tanjiro, Inashuk and my wife Zenji saw Tanjiro's gradually distorted expression, and they were a little worried about Tanjiro, and they forgot to watch the battle between Kaneshu and Utsumi Tenjin. "Are you okay?" My wife, Zenji, asked Tanjiro cautiously. When Tanjiro heard my wife's concerned words, his face instantly returned to normal, and he smiled. "It's okay. I didn't expect you to have such a big difference in strength with Jin Shu." Inashuk couldn't help but sigh when he saw Tanjiro's face and expression return to normal. Inashuk, who is straight, did not feel that his truth was hurtful, but he felt it. Tanjiro's face, which had returned to normal, darkened again. My wife Zanai quickly waved her hand towards Inashuk. Don't say it, don't say it. At the same time, Yulu Tianyuan jumped a few times, looked at the gaps in his blade one after another, and the corners of his distressed mouth twitched. Don't fight, don't fight. If you hit again, my gorgeous double knives will break. Well, I'm going to cut off your knife in a few seconds. Jinshu spread his shoulders and smiled slightly. Hey, hey, hey. You're too much. What do you want to do to my gorgeous knife? Yulu Tianyuan suddenly glared at Jinshu with dissatisfaction. Ulu Tianyuan said towards the birth house on the roof, Master, there are many gaps in my double blade, and I need to repair it, so I will exit the scene gorgeously. After that, Yulu Tianyuan jumped up, jumped over the wall, and left. Who else wants to fight me? Jinshu walked towards the sad song on the roof. Shitio Yuichiro, Butterfly Shinobu, and Ahei Xiaobane looked at it and showed a faint smile. Sorrowful Minjia walked, she though was not a single lang, and the three of Yihei Xiaobane did not squeak. Butterfly Shinobu will not help outsiders consume Jinshu's physical strength at this time. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Jinshu's gaze full of joy and pride. This is her man. Butterfly Shinobu now has an impulse to show off Jinshu everywhere, but he is afraid that Jinshu is too attractive to other girls and will make a few love rivals for himself. After all, Butterfly Shinobu could clearly feel that Ganlo Temple Miri's gaze was wrong, and her gaze was very hot when she looked at Jinshu. This brings a slight crisis to Butterfly Shinobu. Although Butterfly Shinobu knows that a strong man cannot have only one woman, but sharing Jinshu, she still can't do it, and she doesn't want to do it. Sorrowful Minjiu, is there something wrong with your eyes? Jinshu asked knowingly. My eyes are really sick and I can't see things, but that doesn't affect me from killing ghosts. Sorrowful Yuzingyu clasped his hands together and said expressionlessly. The compassion just now disappeared, and his expression was a little cold. The eye problem was a scar on his heart. Jinshu jumped in shape, jumped in front of Sorrowful Yuzingyu, and took out a golden pea. Give you a fairy bean, it should be able to heal your eyes. When he heard Jinshu's words, he couldn't help but be stunned, and after a few seconds, when Jinshu was about to say it again, he stretched out his left hand. Eat. Jinshu put the fairy bean on the palm of his hand and smiled slightly. Sorrowful Yuzingyu raised his left hand and ate the fairy beans. He suddenly felt a dazzling light appear in his eyes, which made him can't help but squint. When he opened his eyes again after a few seconds, he saw a slender and handsome young man standing in front of him. Are you Jinshu? Sorrowful Yuzing could smell the smell of Jinshu's body, and asked quite firmly. He also knew that he was asking knowingly, but his calm state of mind at the moment could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. It seems that your eyes are good, congratulations. Jinshu naturally saw the excitement in Sorrowful Yuzing's eyes, and couldn't help but smile. Thank you, thank you. Sorrowful Yuzingyu walked towards a meteor hammer and a hand axe in his hand, and opened his arms towards Jinshu and wanted to hug him. Jinshu was suddenly shocked. Don't come over. Yes. Stop. Don't. After a kind joke and laughter, Jinshu looked at the surrounding people with a serious face, and he called over the little Aoi lying on the wall, Chestnut Flowers and Kanahu. You have all mastered your own breathing, whether it is willpower, smell, intuition, and reaction ability are far beyond ordinary people. If you master the armed color domineering and seeing color domineering that I teach, you can improve your combat power many times. Jinshu showed a bright smile to everyone and said, Jinshu, I also want to learn. As soon as Inashuk heard that Jinshu wanted to teach the technique he had just performed, he suddenly couldn't stay still, ran towards Jinshu, and shouted loudly. Yes. Kaneshul looked at Inashuk and nodded. Inashuk's foundation is still good, and he can endure hardships and stand hard work, and he is determined. The key is that he will also be similar to the domineering spatial perception. It's just that seeing the domineering is even more buggy. I have to learn too. My wife Shanyi hesitated for a moment and walked up as well. Brother Jinshu, I want it too. Aoi, Kurikarakushi kana, Inashuk, Tanjiro, my wife Zenji, Izayashiki Yaya and the other Hakuho froze when they saw her suddenly come out. P.S. 2 chapters with a total of 5,000 words dedicated to everyone. Chapter 20. Everyone saw the wooden box behind Tanjiro suddenly open, and a tall and hot pink-haired waist-length beauty came out of it. This beauty turned out to be about the same height as Jinshu, and she must be 1 meter 8. 1 meter 8 boys are seen everywhere, but 1 meter 8 beautiful women are rare. Especially your long legs and the chest muscles that make bodybuilding champions shame are simply eye-catching. Straight, round, slender, and fleshy long legs, this is simply a leg-controlled baby who can play with legs. Butterfly Shinobu, Izayashiki Yaya, Purgatory Kyojuro, Ganluyi Miri, Sorrowful Yuki, Tokaita Muchiro, Akuro Kobane, Tomioka Yoshiyuki, and Utsu Tenjin were surprised by Yudoko's rather humane actions. You must know that when Tanjiro exposed this girl, she was still a beautiful girl, and she looked cute, and she was not in such an active state as she is now. Big guy, my name is Tanjiro Stove, I'm the sister of Tanjiro Stove. The big guy should have seen me before, that was when I got up and didn't wake up yet, making everyone laugh. Bean scratched her long pink hair and smiled sweetly. Thou Beans. Don't make a mess here, you don't need to come here to help. Jinshu directly refused Bean's request. I'm not here to help, I want to train too. Thou Bean pouted, retorting dissatisfied. Nope. Jinshu shouted loudly, you have learned the breath of water, the breath of day, the 2-color domineering and the 6 styles. No need to train with them at all. Bean, who has the blood of the first true ancestor, is far more powerful than ordinary people, and although she has not mastered the skills of Zi Zulanbarada, her blood demon magic power has increased several times. If the word sublimation is more appropriate. Jinshu's blood ghost technique is called the blood god, and she now not only controls her own blood, but even the blood of others. As long as she touches it, she can control the blood of the living creature she touches. Yes, there is nothing wrong, it is a living thing. Jinshu knows the horror of Bean, and others don't know how strong Bean is, even Tanjiro and Takizoji don't know. One person is also teaching, a group of people is also teaching, and I am not inferior to one. Beanzi, who turned into the form of the royal sister, complained about grievances. Looking at your pitiful beans, the kind-hearted Izayashiki Yaya whispered a word of encouragement, a sheep is to be released, and a group of sheep is also released, there is no need for this. Thank you big brother. Bean bowed slightly to Yaya Shiki and thanked you. The white flowers and deep valley made Shiki Yaya keep his eyes open, and Tanjiro's face suddenly turned black when he saw this. Tanjiro knew that his strength could not face these pillars, and besides, the disappearance was also the result of Yuduza's own turmoil. You don't know her strength. If you fight in close combat, she alone can kill 3 of me. Jinshu explained helplessly to several pillars and Shiki Yaya. Izayashiki Yaya and Yuju were stunned when they heard this, and they looked disbelieving. Jinshu saw that they did not believe in evil, the corners of his mouth twitched helplessly, his body couldn't help but snort, and his expression was a little panicked, really. I divide the proficiency of skills into entering the hall, integrating and penetrating, perfecting the fire, reaching the pinnacle, getting out of the ordinary, and returning to the basics. The armed color domineering spirit I have mastered is only pure blue, but Bean has already mastered the pinnacle level. I'm talking about her hitting me 3 by herself or I use this knife. Jinshu's nervousness was somewhat incomparable, and he even pulled out the flowing blade and solved it in order to prove that what he said was true. "Brother Jinshu, this, don't be." When Purgatory Kyo's hero heard Jinshu's words, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, a little unbelievable. Jinshu helplessly patted his south gate with his left hand, and his face was loveless. Really? In this world, the three views also follow the five senses. They would rather believe in Yubin than in him. Well, do whatever you want, I don't care, it's a pity for this building. Jinshu looked like he was broken and gave up. "Sister, you remember, for me, you must not use your full strength. Even half of the strength cannot be shown." Jinshu stared at Yubin with a serious face, like an old mother. "Knowing brother Jinshu, I will be careful." Yubin smiled brightly at him. "Besides, I'm not a vandal either." When Jinshu heard Yuduza's words, he ran out of words for a while. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Jinshu, and then at Yubin, and she showed a thoughtful expression. In the past 2 days, under the serious teaching of Jinshu, Butterfly Shinobu has learned to see and smell color domineering and armed color domineering, although it cannot be used as naturally as the breath of insects, but it can be used deliberately. When she used her domineering power to shroud your beans, she found that she couldn't even detect her. It's as if her existence is nothingness. Yubin sensed that Butterfly Shinobu was observing herself with a domineering look, and she smiled brightly at Butterfly Shinobu. Butterfly Shinobu felt that a giant suddenly appeared in front of her, and for a while cold sweat directly soaked through her underwear. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Yuduza's gaze and showed a horrified expression. "Please take care of you, young lady." Yubin looked at Butterfly Shinobu with strange eyes, and his tone was quite sweet. Butterfly Shinobu felt like she was seen through by the pink-haired beauty in front of her, and she was a little uncomfortable. "Well, please take care of it." Butterfly Shinobu nodded. "This pink girl is Tanjiro's sister, and Tanjiro and Jinshu are the same master brothers, and against Jinshu, she also wants to give this girl a little thin face." As soon as Butterfly Shinobu's kind words were finished, Yubin ran to Jinshu, and the white lotus-like arms hugged Jinshu's left arm and held it tightly in his arms. Jinshu suddenly appeared and held himself like this, which made him a little panicked. Not because he was shy, but because he saw that Butterfly Shinobu's face became gloomy. "Does it feel good to be held?" Butterfly couldn't help but purse her lips and walked in front of Jinshu and asked coldly. The blood on Jinshu's face suddenly disappeared, and he shook his head in panic. "Doesn't it feel good?" Yuduza held Jinshu's left arm tighter, and asked gently. Jinshu looked at Yubin, and then at Butterfly Shinobu, and he didn't know whether to nod or shake his head now. "Okay, I'm not embarrassed about your brother Jinshu, it's not too early today, do you teach today or tomorrow?" Yubin let go of Jinshu with a smile. And at the same time again, kissed Jinshu on the cheek. Then, in the gaze of Butterfly Shinobu, Yubin gave her a defiant expression. Jinshu saw that the sun was about to set on the horizon, and without much thought, he said to the surrounding people, "It's not early today, rest. Today, you fight many matches, I don't take advantage of you, tomorrow morning I will test your strength to see if you are qualified to teach me." When Yaihei Xiaobane passed by Jinshu's side, he suddenly paused, looked at Jinshu seriously, and said seriously, "I'll try your strength tomorrow." Shi Tou Wei Lang glanced at Jinshu, and left after speaking. When Purgatory Kyo's hero passed by Jinshu, he smiled at him. "Little brother, see you tomorrow." "Little brother Jinshu. Is it convenient for you now?" Jinshu. Chapter 21. Can I say no? Jinshu looked at Yubin, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a gentle smile. "Can't." Thou Bin said categorically. Butterfly Shinobu came over at this time, stood in front of Jinshu, looked directly at Yubinzi, and asked with a serious face, "Are you a human or a ghost?" "I was a ghost, just a vampire." Yubin smiled at the butterfly. The next moment, she appeared next to Butterfly Shinobu and whispered in her ear, "Your taste is very good, your blood should be very delicious, but I promised brother Jinshu not to force others." Jinshu pulled the butterfly to endure and sighed helplessly, "What's wrong with you?" Seeing Jinshu's posture of protecting the butterfly shinobi, Uduza pursed his lips, and then smiled, "It's okay, see you tomorrow." After that, Yubin turned and left, walked to the wooden box not far away, suddenly shrunk into the appearance of a little girl, and walked directly in. "Go back and rest." Butterfly Shinobu looked at Jinshu and found that he couldn't see through him, saw his tired look, and felt a little distressed in his heart, and did not ask Yubin what was going on, but just told Jinshu to leave. Jinshu saw Butterfly Shinobu's rather disappointed expression, as if he was deciding that he was deceiving her, which made him panic immediately. Jinshu hurriedly used the shave, rushed to the front of Butterfly Shinobu, put his hands on her shoulders, and looked at her amethyst pupils seriously, as if he could see his own face. "You are my first woman, you are responsible for me." Butterfly Shinobu was just about to go back to rest alone, but saw Jinshu suddenly rushed over, said with a serious face, and before he could speak, he was held in his arms and kissed by him. Originally, the butterfly couldn't bear to be sour and a little resentful, but as soon as he sneaked up, he forgot to sulk for a while. Ganlo Temple Miri stood in the distance, and the others had already left, only she stood quietly in place, looking at Butterfly Shinobu with a look of envy. Now Ganlo Temple Honey Lee is full of heroic posture in the duel just now, stronger than his own strength, more handsome, and will coax girls, not yelling at girls. Isn't this the other half she is looking for? Ganlo Miri saw that Jinshu and Butterfly Shinobu were kissing me, which made her purse her lips and turn away. Ganlo Temple Miljiao's lovely cheeks showed a thoughtful expression, as if she was thinking about something. Butterfly Shinobu felt like she was soaking in the hot spring, and the heat made her a little suffocated. "Woo!" Jinshu felt the Butterfly Shinobu's struggle, he hugged her harder while making sure not to hurt her, and after being imprisoned, he continued. 10 minutes. Do you dare to be suspicious?" Jinshu hugged the soft butterfly ninja with a serious face, and his tone was heavy. Butterfly Shinobu raised her head slightly and rolled her eyes at Jinshu. She had no strength to speak at the moment due to lack of oxygen. "If you dare to doubt my feelings for you, I will make you tired and unable to get up. Get you tired of a day of sleep. If you don't believe it, just try." Butterfly Shinobu saw Jinshu's threat with a bad smile. She was really frightened, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Butterfly nodded helplessly under the threat of the bad guys. At this time, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly remembered what a mysterious man said to himself when he saved himself. Saying that he would meet a man who would propose to him when he met. That man will love her, and will always love and pester himself. The mysterious lifesaver gives her a request to promise a man who proposes to her the first time they meet. These words have always been deeply rooted in Butterfly Shinobu's heart. She wanted to repay the mysterious man, but he suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. If it weren't for the words of the mysterious man that appeared in her heart from time to time, Butterfly Shinobu felt that she really wouldn't necessarily agree to Jinshu's rogue-style marriage proposal. How could she propose directly from the first sight? Butterfly couldn't help but think of the idea he secretly decided in his heart when he promised Jinshu to propose marriage a few days ago. "Just take out a few pieces of paper, a bean, and a knife and want to marry me. If you don't do what the mysterious man said, I will kill you with your knife and commit suicide." She decided to try the mysterious lifesaver's request. After all, this is what she promised the mysterious lifesaver, and since she agreed, she naturally would not refuse. Thinking of this, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly understood what the mysterious lifesaver meant by love. This made her little face, which was originally white due to lack of oxygen, suddenly red as the morning glow. Jinshu saw the butterfly's coquettish appearance, and couldn't help but bow his head and kiss her forehead again. "Quick, go back and rest." Butterfly Shinobu became more and more shy lying on his chest. Jinshu stopped her and picked her up, heard her exclaim, and walked towards the wooden house with a satisfied heart. 1 hour later. Tanjiro, Inashuk, Kanaku, Aoi, my wife Zenji and others saw that Jinshu came over by himself, but Butterfly Shinobu did not come, and they couldn't help but be stunned. Before Jinshu and Butterfly Shinobu were inseparable, and today Jinshu came over by himself. Jinshu saw everyone's puzzled faces, and showed a happy smile. Butterfly is a little uncomfortable, and needs to rest and rest, I'll bring her the food later. Jinshu stopped Xiang Nehu, who was about to get up. Don't need you, I said, I'll go and get it in a while, you just eat well, tomorrow I have to train but it's very strict, you don't rest well, it's likely to be injured. Jinshu, what are you teaching Uncle Ben tomorrow? Inashuk suddenly raised his handsome face and shouted loudly. Jinshu glanced at him and said with a smile, eat yours, eating can't block your mouth. Inashuk showed a proud smile, no matter what you teach, Uncle Ben can learn it. After Inashuk finished speaking, he began to continue eating. Jinshu thought about going back and taking out what clothes for Butterfly Shinobu to give her, and while thinking, he gulped down. When he finished eating, he got up and picked up the plate next to him, on which were placed dishes and rice. You guys rest well, start training tomorrow. After Jinshu finished speaking, he left with the food. Xianehu looked at Jinshu, and when she couldn't see Jinshu's figure, she continued to eat in small bites. She was ordered by a boy who didn't see her much, for the first time. Jinshu returned to the room with the meal and saw the sleeping Butterfly Shinobu, and he placed the meal not far next to the Butterfly Shinobu. Butterfly Shinobu suddenly opened her eyes and found that it was Jinshu who came back, and wanted to move. But found that her whole body was sore, which made her can't help but give Jinshu a roll of her eyes. Guess, what do you think? Do you think I still don't love you enough? Jinshu touched his chin with his right hand, revealing an expression that was abrupt after thinking. The butterfly was stunned when she heard this, and her eyes couldn't help but widen. Where did you take out these clothes? How come these pants are still black and transparent? You are giving this to me. P.S. The second change, the plus change of 50 reviews, is secretly codeword at work. Willowtown's electric shock monster has 2 likes and 1 milk tea. Thank you to Manyo, Jenkage, Maya Meow Shrimp and other siblings for their free gifts. Chapter 22. The moonlight was desolate, the river embankment collapsed, and the torrent splashed for a while. Between heaven and earth, a cry for mercy could be faintly heard. Jinshu was lying with the butterfly in his arms, and he could see that it was dark outside through the window slit with his head up. Do you think? Jinshu found that the butterfly Shinobu in his arms was sleeping, which made him smile heartily. He looked at the broken clothes scattered around, and couldn't help but silently thank his frog cub in his heart. Frog cub, the boxes of white silk and black silk tights you brought me are of really good quality. Jinshu, who was holding the butterfly in his arms, did not want to get up, and slept with a comfortable and satisfied face. Knock knock. A soft knock sounded at the door. A few minutes after the knock, Kanaho heard no sound in the house, and she quietly opened the sliding door and saw Jinshu and Butterfly Shinobu sleeping in each other's arms. This made her little face couldn't help but blush. She blushed not because the two hugged, because they were in the futon, and Chana couldn't see it, but the pile of broken translucent pants around her, and the unknown smell made her heart beat faster. Stop sleeping. It's dawn. Butterfly Shinobu woke her up when Chana opened the door, which made her suddenly sober, and couldn't help pinching Jinshu's waist. His Jinshu screamed in pain, screamed violently, jumped out of the bed directly, sat up, looked at Butterfly Shinobu with wide eyes, bit his lower lip, got up and made him a little angry. How? Sizzle last night. Jinshu didn't finish speaking, and was pinched by the butterfly again. He felt that his waist should be pinched purple. After being pinched twice, Jinshu suddenly found Xiana at the door, and looked at himself stunned. Jinshu blinked, and saw that Xianehu's little face was getting redder and redder, and couldn't help but smile. Didn't this little Nazai see me wake up? When Jinshu was about to get up, he found that he was not wearing underwear. That is, he was seen out. Jinshu's originally bad smile suddenly stiffened, revealing a shy smile, and quickly got into the futon. The next second put on his underwear and climbed out of the bed. Jinshu stood up and looked at Xianehu with a serious face. Let me also look at you, after all, I can't. Jinshu did not finish speaking, and a ball of clothes directly smashed on the back of his head, holding back his words. Jinshu couldn't help but smile when he saw the butterfly with a red face. Want to love? You said you were going to teach them the two-color domineering. The butterfly couldn't help but roll his eyes at Jinshu, and when he saw that Kanahu ran away, he breathed a sigh of relief and reminded Jinshu. Jinshu patted the door of his head, and suddenly stunned. Ha ha ha, I forgot, I was too busy yesterday. Jinshu snorted and put on the blue costume that had already been put on the side. Hwafu is somewhat similar to kimono, but Hwafu is more liked by Jinshu. These clothes are all specialties brought to him by the frog cubs, and I used to think that these specialties, clothes, are just like that. Especially a bunch of various styles of maid outfits, various styles of clothing, a set of cat ears and cat tail ornaments, a box of black silk tights, a box of white silk tights. Originally, Jinshu was useless for the things used by these women. After all, he couldn't wear them. And these were ready to be sold for money, but now he found that it was really fragrant. Jinshu walked out of the wooden house, and he still couldn't help but thank the frog cub in his heart. Butterfly couldn't help but see Jinshu close the door before leaving, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise. When she saw the mess around her, she couldn't help but smack, got back to the bed and continued to sleep. In order to avoid embarrassment like just now, Butterfly Shinobu put on her underwear in the bed, and then fell asleep. At the same time, Jinshu leisurely walked to the training ground that was agreed yesterday. The training ground is not far from the butterfly house, only a few hundred meters, and it is enough for Jinshu to walk for a few minutes. Jinshu touched his chin. He didn't eat breakfast in order to hurry. In the storage space of the system, Jinshu found a roasted leg of lamb that had been placed before. Although it has been stored for more than a month, the leg of lamb is still hot, the same temperature as when I first entered. Jinshu Miza held a roast leg of lamb in her right hand, and ate the lamb while walking towards the gate of the training ground. When Jinshu walked into the gate of the training ground, he saw a group of young men and women wearing black sportswear standing on the training ground that was hundreds of square meters, and they all had a Nikawa knife hanging from their waist. Jinshu knows that there are many levels of the ghost killing team, which are divided into A, B, Pental, Hexen, and after passing the team assessment, they will get a black sportswear style ghost killing team uniform. These uniforms are exactly those of the Ghost Killer Squad. Through seeing and hearing the domineering, Jinshu found that the strength of these people has far exceeded the strength of ordinary people, but it is still very poor compared to the strength of the column. Jinshu guessed that 100 or so people should be of propylene strength. How did you call so many people? Jinshu touched his chin and looked at Purgatory Kyojuro with a thoughtful expression. As for the other Nanaju, Inashuk, my wife Zenji, and others, Jinshu did not ask. Because he knew that if he asked the other 7 pillars, they would not necessarily tell themselves. As for the 2 daughters of the butterfly house, Tanjiro, Inashuk, and my wife Zanai, Kanesha knew that he had asked, and they didn't know why the other members of the ghost-killing team came over. This was called by the Lord, saying that one person is also teaching, and a group of people is also teaching. Purgatory Kyojuro said it directly without concealment. Jinshu looked at the bright and hot smile of Purgatory Kyojuro's signature and nodded silently. Hey, you're late, what time is it? Yaihei Xiaobane suddenly walked over, looked at Jinshu coldly, and his tone was quite heavy. Jinshu heard Yaihei Xiaobane's tough questioning, his brows furrowed, and then he smiled faintly, so anxious to be beaten. Come on. As Jin Shu spoke, he walked to the wooden knife piled on the ground not far away. Jin Shu casually picked up a wooden knife, held the knife in his right hand, pointed the tip of the knife at Yahe Xiaobane, and sneered, "Come, let me see how strong your strength is, so arrogant." Originally, Jin Shu thought that Yahe Xiaobane did not say a word yesterday, because he didn't like to talk, or was afraid to see outside. As a result, today Jin Shu learned that this kid was ignoring himself with contempt. Immortal Kawashia is sneering and looking down on himself, while Yahe Xiaobane is directly indifferent and ignoring his own existence. Humph, let me see how strong you are, and whether you can take responsibility. Yahe Xiaobane saw Jin Shu holding a wooden knife, and he also walked aside, put the Nikawa knife on his waist on the ground, and picked up a wooden knife in the pile of wooden knives. "Brother Jin Shu, he dares to say this about you, let me teach him a lesson." Yu Bin suddenly walked out behind Tanjiro, her beautiful face showing an angry expression. Seeing Yu Bin raise her right fist, the surrounding ghost-killing team boys couldn't help but smile. After all, they didn't think how strong she could be. "Shut up! Give me back! If you dare to meddle, I will never recognize you again." When Jin Shu heard Yu Bin say this, his heart trembled, and his face suddenly turned cold, and he shouted at Yu Bin. "She shot, and with one punch in the air, she can send this group of spicy chicken rookies to Zishan." The young men of the surrounding ghost-killing team heard Jin Shu shouting at the beautiful girl, and their faces turned black in unison, and they looked at Jin Shu angrily. It was as if Jin Shu was insulting their beloved goddess. "Okay." Hearing the delicate and aggrieved voice of Yu Bin, the young men of the ghost-killing team brushed up their back teeth in unison. P.S. Thanks to more than 50 siblings for their reviews, thanks to Kokujiaki for the blades, love letters, and inspiration capsules. Thanks for the love letter of ink-dyed Genjiing. Thank you brothers and sisters for their free gifts and watching the advertising video support. I promise to dedicate it to everyone. Chapter 23. When hundreds of young men in the ghost-killing team gathered, they were attracted by the love pillar and a strange pink-haired tall beauty at first sight. Her impeccable and pure appearance, wavy chest and glutes, small man's waist without a grip, and those white and flawless long legs. They don't know who this beauty is, although they can smell a strong ghost breath on this beauty, but they firmly believe that this beauty is a kind person. It can be said that the three views follow the five senses, and this is the attitude of these young men of the ghost-killing team towards Yu Bin. The few female members of the ghost-killing team are not necessarily old, but they do not have the slightest bad feeling for the beautiful Bin, and they feel good about her from their hearts. After all, Yu Bins are naturally cute, which makes them accept it very gladly. Although her demeanor completely covered herself. It was such a beautiful girl who was actually crying by a man who was late. Hundreds of people suddenly became angry in their hearts and looked at Jin Shu angrily, as if he was insulting his loved ones. Jin Shu could naturally see the fierce expressions of these ghost-killing team members, and he firmly believed in his heart that if it weren't for Yahe Xiaobane to compete with himself, these ghost-killing teams could tear themselves apart together. Jin Shu looked at Yu Bin and found that Yu Bin was winking innocent eyes at him. This made Jin Shu helplessly give her a roll of the eyes. How could he not know that he was calculated by her? "Come on, I'll show you how domineering the pillar technique is," Jin Shu said to Yahe Xiaobane, and at the same time, holding the knife in one hand in his right hand and using armed color domineering winding. Jin Shu placed his Nikki knife and chopping knife not far from the pile of wooden knives with his left hand. Yahe Xiaobane pouted at Jin Shu with disdain, as if to say, "You really have a lot of words. Here it is." Yahe Xiaoba turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Jin Shu. Snake Breath, Type 1, Snake Twist Slash. Yahe Xiaobane suddenly appeared in Jin Shu, less than 2 meters away. Jin Shu stood still, as if he was frightened and stupid, and stood in place with a knife in his right hand. The members of the ghost-killing team's binding level strength could faintly see Yihei Xiaobane turning himself against the clock and swinging his knife, and a curved slash appeared. When they saw Yihei Xiaobane's unsparing attack, they couldn't help but gasp for air. I didn't expect that. I was actually lucky enough to see the snake pillar make a move. Yes, this opportunity is too rare. You must know that the snake pillar rarely shoots. Hehe, that bastard boy is going to be taught a lesson, although he doesn't know him, but he is fierce to girls, he deserves to be taught by the snake pillar. Well, you deserve to be taught a lesson by the snake pillar. When the group of people from the ghost-killing team saw the snake pillar make a move, they immediately whined excitedly. They were expecting to see Jinshu being beaten by the snake pillar, and saw a crescent moon suddenly appear in front of the black-haired teenager. Bang! Boom! They saw that the snake pillar Yihei Xiaobane suddenly stopped the attack and jumped back. Even the white snake with Yihei Xiaobane's neck was honest, and did not dare to show his fangs. Yihei Xiaobane stood 5 meters away from Jinshu. He glanced at Jinshu, and then at the white snake on his neck, revealing a thoughtful expression. Are you human? Yihei Xiaobane thought for a few seconds, saw the big pit in front of Jinshu, and couldn't help but ask. Are you preparing to provoke me? Jinshu's right hand waved casually, and with a huge muffled sound, a ravine appeared. Yihei Xiaobane saw that Jinshu's pitch-black wooden knife did not touch the ground, and he was able to cut a ravine, and this attack was a little weird. Jinshu saw the surrounding ghost-killing team members showing shocked expressions, pouted, and then looked at Yihei Xiaobane and the other 7 pillars behind him, and asked, Do you and any of you still want to compete with me? I don't fight anymore, I don't fight with people who are not people. Yihei Xiaobane knew that he could not make such a strange and powerful attack with a wooden knife, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. When Jinshu heard Yihei Xiaobane's words, the corners of his mouth twitched. Jinshu, please start teaching, we are ready, Amitabha. Beside him was a meteor hammer and a broad axe, and the tail end between the two was connected by chains. Jinshu nodded, and just when he was about to introduce the armed color domineering and seeing the color domineering, he suddenly looked at the members of the ghost-killing team who were glaring at him fiercely just now, and sneered, Do you have any dissatisfaction? I accept the challenge. Of the more than 100 people with the strength of Yi Ding Ding, none of them dared to look directly at Jinshu, as if it was not them who glared angrily at Yuan just now. Brother Jinshu, I want to talk to you, okay? Yu Bin suddenly pleaded with Jinshu. Are you serious? Jinshu looked at Yu Bin coldly and asked in a rather heavy tone. Yu Bin smiled gently at Jinshu, Of course, I haven't fought with you for a long time. Don't worry, I have a scale in my shot, I won't use my full strength, I can use a third. Yu Bin smiled gently at Jinshu. As soon as Jinshu heard Yu Bin say this, he sighed softly, looked at Yu Bin who was full of hopeful eyes, and helplessly and worriedly advised, Don't go all out. This venue still needs to be used. More than 100 people in the ghost-killing team saw Jinshu say this, they all looked at Yu Binzi. They didn't expect that this beautiful woman who was about to cry was a master. Inashuk did not look at Yu Bin unexpectedly, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards Jinshu, looking like a big fight. He was not attracted by Yu Bin's white arms, and he was staring at Jinshu and Yu Bin, as if waiting for them to make a move. Yu Duzi had already rolled up his sleeves and stood not far from Jinshu, and gently suggested to Jinshu, Brother Jinshu, you still use double knives, and don't use wooden knives. Jinshu's suggestion to Yu Bin, the corner of his mouth twitched. Although he uses 2 real knives to face the unarmed Yu Bin, it will seem that he is very bullying Yu Bin, but he who knows the strength of Yu Bin, he still has some heart. Jinshu turned around and threw away the wooden knife in his right hand, and picked up the chopping knife and the Nikki knife that were not far from him. Ready. Chapter 24. Ready? Brother Jinshu. When Yu Duzi saw Jinshu pick up the double knife, she also used an armed color domineering, which made her not angry in the slightest, but instead showed a gentle and bright smile. When Yubin laughed, Jinshu's heart suddenly tightened, as if his heart had forgotten to beat in these seconds. A tall figure with a pitch-black body suddenly appeared in front of Jinshu, raised his dark right fist and hammered towards Jinshu's chest. When Jinshu asked Yubinzi, he had already wrapped his body with armed color domineering. Jinshu saw that he was domineering and found that Yubin raid. He subconsciously took a wrong step back and dodged Yubin's right fist. Yubin's right fist appears smaller than that of an adult male, giving people the feeling of having no chicken power. Rumble. The flat land beside Jinshu instantly cracked and shattered, and a large pit suddenly appeared. Thick ash raised a sandstorm. Swish! Yubin turned into an afterimage and burst out of the sandstorm, rushing towards the front of Jinshu. Jinshu saw Yubin showing a simple smile. The corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. He felt that he couldn't guess the strength of Yubin. Jinshu's twin knives did not face Yubin with both fists and slashed over, but towards her arms. Purgatory Kyojuro, Ihei Kobane, Immortal Kawashia and other 8 pillars can clearly see that Jinshu's twin knives actually chopped the arms of Yubin. Although they knew that this would become very hard when it turned pitch black, they couldn't help but worry about Yubin when they saw 2 knives slashing at Tanjiro's sister's arms. Oh yes! Boom! Jinshu's twin knives continued to cut strings of sparks on her body under the force of rotation. It was as if Jinshu was not chopping 2 arms, but 2 sticks of metal that were hard to the limit. And Yubin's fists swung out an afterimage, shrouding Jinshu in it. By seeing the domineering color, Jinshu dodged Yuduza's fists with the smallest movements. The fist wind that Yubin swung directly blasted the ground behind Jinshu into big holes. One by one, deep pits with a diameter of 1 meter suddenly appeared. Yubin's murderous appearance was like a devil going crazy, which directly stunned the people around. Now Tanjiro, who is on the edge, can't help but be shocked when he sees this scene. He didn't know what his sister's strength was, only that her strength was stronger than his own. Tanjiro knew that Jinshu understood the strength of Yubin, otherwise he would not have told himself to prevent Yubin from making a casual move. After getting along with Jinshu for more than a year, Tanjiro knew that Jinshu had a straightforward and sincere personality and rarely lied. So he promised Jinshu and tried not to let his sister make a move. And now, he finally wants to know what kind of strength Yubin has that can make Jinshu fearful. Tanjiro saw his own sister fighting with Jinshu with ease, although he did not use 6-style paper painting and shaving, and completely resisted Jinshu's double knife slash. But he could clearly see that Jinshu's 2 armed domineering knives couldn't hurt her in the slightest. When Tanjiro heard this deafening metal clash, he could tell that Jinshu didn't keep his hand. Tanjiro no longer dared to imagine how strong his sister was now. My wife Shanyi looked at Yuduza's perfect body and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. But when she punched him, he was a little afraid of her. Yubin was constantly chopped by Jinshu, not dodging or dodging, not that she couldn't dodge, but she didn't want to dodge. She wanted to feel Jinshu's chopping technique, and at the same time she was carefully feeling the changes in Jinshu's breathing. Yubins are still smiling happily. Human habits do not change casually, especially in battle. When she was still human, she was attacked by a ghost when she was young, and was rescued by a mysterious man who carried her back to the village. Although she was young at that time, she could clearly feel the mysterious every move when she was attentive. Yubin has always wanted to find the mysterious person who saved her, but this world is so big, and after so many years, how can she find the mysterious lifesaver? Until she met Jinshu, when she was still an ordinary ghost, she felt a very familiar and intimate feeling on Jinshu's body. When she drank the unknown blood, her mind returned to normal and she was no longer groggy. In particular, she found that Jinshu was secretly fiddling with something she had never seen before. Under her deliberate entanglement, she found that these things all have different and strange functions. The familiar breath made her faintly sure that this teenager, who was about the same age as herself, was the mysterious person who saved herself. Yu Bin found that Jin Shu was faintly wary of himself, as if he was guarding himself from something. But she didn't care, and she continued to sell cute to Jin Shu, help him hunt, and cook him roast. Under her continuous soft and hard bubbles, Jin Shu finally reluctantly agreed that he could take him with him. Jin Shu just wants to save this tragedy for Yuduzi, let her regain consciousness, and let her no longer look cute. Under the deception of Yu Bin's cuteness, he gave him the vampire true ancestor essence blood without brains. He didn't want to use the essence blood. After all, after taking it, he may become the slave of the owner of the essence blood, and he didn't want to take risks. After using the true ancestor essence blood, Yu Bin's entire state has changed, just like ordinary people can speak, and his facial expression is no longer dull. Although Yu Bin did not suck their blood, Jin Shu saw Yu Bin suck an adult deer dry. Seeing that Yu Bin sucked a deer to death, Jin Shu was afraid that Yu Bin would suddenly attack him madly, and Jin Shu became wary of her. Although Jin Shu is vigilant and suspicious, which man can refuse this sexy and beautiful beauty for a long time? And Jin Shu found that she really listened to herself and stopped sucking blood. Although the vampire Shinzu can maintain some sanity when he desperately wants to suck blood, his instincts will not change. Jin Shu originally wanted to leave, but he didn't want to wander, so he missed the assessment of Fuji Raid Mountain. Under Jin Shu's observation, Yu Bin really stopped sucking blood. Jin Shu tried to get close to her, and found that Yu Bin's attitude towards him had not changed, and he had always been enthusiastic. Moreover, the service of Yu Bin's is very intimate and gentle, which is better than that of the maid hired by you in the previous life. Although he can't eat fruit, Jin Shu has experienced other things. This experience made him unable to refuse anymore, and Yu Bin came close to him. Yu Bin found that Jin Shu finally stopped avoiding her. She couldn't be happier in her heart. Although she often saw her brother getting jealous, she didn't care. When she recognized Jin Shu as the mysterious person, her heart was on Jin Shu. Under her constant and careful care, Jin Shu agreed to Yu Bin's constant pleas and taught her the Navy 6 style and 2-color domineering. But Jin Shu found that as soon as he taught, Yu Bin Zi actually mastered it, and the progress was much faster than that. This made Jin Shu's mentality explode suddenly, and he was decadent for a short time. Until Yu Bin secretly took Jin Shu's snail house and stopped coming out. As time passed, Jin Shu regained his confidence and began to exercise. For Yu Bin to steal his snail house, Jin Shu is helpless, because he can't beat her. In order not to be done by Yu Bin anymore, Jin Shu continued to work hard to cultivate. Yu Bin found that brother Jin Shu's strength still hasn't changed much, it's the same as his strength 3 months ago. Yuduza clearly found that Jin Shu's double knives, although they were entwined and domineering, they were not condensed enough. The armed color domineering is not condensed enough, because the willpower is not condensed enough. In that case, Yu Bin decided to use. Jin Shu, who was fighting with Yu Bin, suddenly felt his body sink, and his heart was in a trance for a moment. Bang! When Jin Shu felt that his consciousness was a little trance, his chest was hit by a huge force, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Jin Shu, who was wrapped in armed color domineering all over his body, found that he quickly stopped flying upside down and smashed something, and fell to the ground. Except for the pain in his chest, the rest of the parts did not hurt. A large hole was smashed into the brick wall, and Jin Shu was lying there. Purgatory Kyo's hero saw that brother Jin Shu did not get up, but lay in the ruins, which made him a little puzzled. What's wrong with little brother Jin Shu? Ganlo Temple Miri asked herself with a blank look. No, look at the air around the wall, it's distorted. Yolo Tianyuan looked stunned. What kind of gorgeous trick this is, and it is too perverted. Jin Shu lay in the ruins and tried to stand up, but found that he was actually held down by the colorless coercion. Ding! Find the overlord color domineering, whether to learn. When Jin Shu heard the system's question, he was stunned. Subconscious silent reply, learn. Rumble. Jinshu's body burst out with an astonishing aura. A colorless storm swept around. More than 100 members of the ghost-killing team felt as if their consciousness had been smashed by a hammer, and suddenly their eyes were dark, and they fell limply to the ground and fell unconscious. Purgatory Kyo's hero, Tomioka Yoshiyuki, Ulu Tenjin, Ganluyi Miri, Sorrowful Yu Xingyu, Shita Muchiro, Ihei Kobain and Immortal Kawashia and other 8 people changed their faces under the domineering suppression of Jinshu's overlord color, but they survived. In addition to their 8 pillars, there were 3 other people standing, that is, Inashuk, Tanjiro and my wife Zanai. Congratulations to brother Jinshu. Jinshu, you will actually be overbearing. Chapter 25. Yubin smiled badly in your heart, brother Jinshu, you can't hide your strength now. Yubin was very surprised to hear Jinshu, and she explained with a smile, my overlord color domineering is also taught by you? You've used it in front of me a few times before, and I'll learn it. After that, Yubin's face was a little distorted because of resentment. If my overlord color domineering mastery is stronger, that ghost will not have a chance to kill my family. Thinking of this, beautiful pink eyes surfaced. Jinshu did not notice the strange appearance of Yubin, and when he heard what Yubin said, he was a little confused for a while. I can understand every word of her, but even together I don't understand how it is. I didn't have overlord colored domineering before, how can I use overlord colored domineering in front of Yubin? Jinshu has not yet refuted her and pressed to ask, because he did use the overlord color domineering just now. Yubin smiled at Jinshu, brother Jinshu. I'm coming. Yuduza found that Jinshu has used his hidden strength overlord color domineering, and in her memory, his strength is 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than now. Since brother Jinshu doesn't want to be exposed, then I will force you to use it. Come on, brother Jinshu, let me feel your strength again. Yubin spread his arms towards Jinshu, as if to hug Jinshu. Rumble. The air around Yubin instantly became heavy. The pressure of the overlord color domineering instantly increased several times. Purgatory Kyojuro, Ganluyi Miri, Sorrowful Sanjayu, Shitano Ichiro, Inashuk, Tanjiro, and others can clearly see that the air around Yubin is distorted. Jinshu is shrouded in overlord colored domineering and can feel strong pressure. In desperation, Jinshu could only accept the recruitment. Just after obtaining the overlord color domineering, Jinshu suddenly appeared, and pushed towards Yubin. Bang! The brick walls on both sides of Jinshu suddenly collapsed. They couldn't withstand the pressure after the collision of the overlord colored domineering two of Jinshu and Yubin, and directly collapsed. The hard ground and broken bricks quickly turned into powder under the overlord colored domineering collision of the two. The sandstorm danced wildly between Jinshu and Yubin, as if to cheer Jinshu and Yubin again. Jinshu found himself colliding with Yudu to overlord color domineering, and his overlord color domineering was rapidly increasing its power. Brother Jinshu, let's go to the sky, it's too restrictive on the ground. Yubin pleaded with Jinshu. Jinshu heard Yubin's plea, thought for a second and agreed, and he took the lead in using the moon step above the sky. Yubin saw the sky above Jinshu, and she also followed closely with the moon step. Except that Tanjiro was not surprised. Inashuk, my wife Zenji, Tokitono Ichiro, Sorrowful Sanjayu Yuki, Ganluyi Miri, Purgatory Kyojuro, Immortal Kawamimiya, Akuro Kobain, Tomioka Yoshiyuki, and Ulu Tenjin all had wide eyes and dull expressions. Immortal Kawashia and Ihei Kobain saw that Jinshu could fly, which made them unhappy in their hearts, but they couldn't help but feel a little envious. Although they were a little unhappy to see Jinshu, it did not affect that they also wanted to fly. This made them want to worship him as a teacher. Face, what self-esteem or something, it doesn't matter. After all, flying is too tempting. Yubin stood in midair with the moon step, and during this period, the overlord colored domineering aura shrouded him, the purpose was to see his full strength. She didn't want Jinshu to keep a low profile and hide her strength anymore. The Jinshu she wanted to see used the powerful strength of the past to wipe out a hill with one punch. She is not a masochist, she wants revenge and needs a powerful assistant, otherwise she can't kill that hateful and powerful ghost. Ding! Your frog cub has returned, and brought 5 ml of special tornado essence blood, 5 ml of Saitama's essence blood whether to extract and use. The essence blood of Saitama of the one-punch superhuman world and the essence blood of the tornado. Extract and use. Jinshu showed a performance of ecstasy, and his anxious heart shouted wildly, and just when Jinshu was thinking about extracting and using, he felt a rushing warm current filling his body. When Jinshu quietly felt that his body merged with this indescribable feeling of comfort. Jinshu closed his eyes and stretched out his arms with a knife in both hands, looking like he was embracing the sky, and he stepped on the void without using the moon step, as if stepping on the ground. Thousands of black lightning bolts erupted on Jinshu's body, and at the same time, black Pylian appeared out of thin air, covering his fair skin. Jinshu's skin turned into a pitch-black background with a purple cherry blossom appearance, and the costume on his body also turned pitch-black, and the slashing knife was solved without using the first explanation, turning into a fire knife, and the Nikki knife was also entangled in flames. Tanjiro and the others showed a stunned expression, staring at Jinshu as he turned into a black man holding a black blade wrapped in flames. Jin soothed and found that he could now use the power of mind to fly in the air. Jinshu tried to use the Overlord color domineering. With Jinshu as the center, the wind that is visible to the naked eye rolls up. Boom! Tanjiro, Inashuk, my wife Zenji and Hakuho and others were stumbled by this sudden hurricane. Everyone was blown away by this hurricane, except for your beans. I saw you Bean showing a bright smile, standing in midair not far from Jinshu. Yes, that's how it feels, brother Jinshu, you have finally exposed your strength. Your Bean showed a feverish expression, and your pink eyes showed a shining of excitement. With Jinshu as the center, a semicircular deep pit with a radius of 100 meters directly appeared. Jin slowly opened his eyes, he could feel unparalleled power at this moment, as if he could feel omnipotent. This emotion disappeared within a few seconds of Jinshu's appearance, and wary and suspicious thoughts reappeared on Jinshu's instincts. As Jinshu was careful, the hurricane stopped instantly. Inashuk, Tanjiro, my wife Zenji, and Hakuho felt the hurricane stop, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. They were originally dumb, but at this moment they looked at Jinshu with a shocked expression. They had their mouths wide open and their faces full of surprise, but they didn't know what to say. They have an idea in their minds, this counts as a person? Jinshu felt that his whole body was filled with endless power, as if he could pinch the planet. Jinshu's heart was full of curiosity and meditated on the state. The translucent state table suddenly appeared in Jinshu's line of sight. Name: Jinshu. Gender: male. Physical strength: 50946/50966, general adult male. 10, spirit: 59980/60000, general adult male. 10, strength: 59970/60000, average adult male. 10, reaction: 10073/10080, average adult male. 10, skills: water breath, out of the god; day breath, out of the god; overlord color domineering, out of the god; armed color domineering, out of the god; see and smell color domineering, out of the god; neon power, to the peak. 6 styles, out of god, double Deo flow, reaching the peak. Strength summary: 1. Hegemon. Jinshu couldn't help but exclaim, lying groove, I'm so strong now. A total of only 10 milliliters of essence blood can actually make him increase his strength so much. His attributes directly skyrocketed hundreds of times. Just when he was confident and wanted to dominate the world after killing Ghost Maisuji, he suddenly remembered that this was a two-dimensional based real world, and if the ghost had a trick, he might die if he was defenseless. Under the influence of paranoia and persecution paranoia, he suddenly came to his senses. This is the two-dimensional world. Can't be explained according to common sense. If Ghost Maisuji is better than in the drama, wouldn't he throw himself into the net? He still taught the 8 pillars, let them go and kill Wu Miserable. He's still behind the scenes. Isn't it fragrant to sit back and enjoy it? Are you still fighting? P.S. I fell asleep while typing at work today, and the second is to try to get it out. Chapter 26. I think, there's no need to fight, it's not interesting. Jinshu scratched his head and smiled slightly. When Uduza heard Jinshu say this, he nodded and agreed very obediently. Seeing you being so well behaved, I was stunned for a while. You know, after she got the vampire true ancestor essence blood she has been very naughty, constantly testing her bottom line. If it weren't for her good service, Jinshu would have ignored her long ago. He couldn't beat her. Jinshu felt full of power at the moment, and looked down at the Nikki knife and the slashing knife, and found that they were entangled in flames in his subconscious. Try your strength. Jinshu raised his 2 knives with both hands, crossed his arms, and slashed in both directions at the same time. Boom! 2 flame tsunamis suddenly spread out with Jinshu as the center, and in an instant, the sky with a radius of 10,000 meters was directly covered by a sea of flame clouds. Jinshu's eyes widened, and his face was stunned. I haven't used my own strength yet. Just with half of the strength is so strong. Jinshu pursed his lips. He thought that he had just obtained a little bit of essence blood from Saitama and Dragon Scroll. It was so strong, then how strong would the strength of the 2 of them be? The more he thought about it, the more cautious Jinshu became. Jinshu secretly decided in his heart that he must be careful and not make a rash move. After all, his life is one. Jinshu, can you put away the fire cloud? It's so hot. Tanjiro shouted at Jinshu. Jinshu shook his head and found that the faces of the few people below were pale, and quickly erased the fire clouds in the sky. Purgatory Kyo's hero found that the fire cloud in the sky had disappeared, and couldn't help but show a bright smile. Brother Jinshu, your strength is so strong. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Uduza looked at Jinshu with an obsessive look, his eyes full of intoxication. That's right, this is it. Brother Jinshu really stopped hiding his strength. If I can do this, I will definitely be able to take revenge. Yolo Tianyuan couldn't help but show shocked eyes, sincerely admired. Jinshu, your gorgeousness far exceeds mine. It seems that my title of gorgeous god is going to give way to you. Ganlo Temple's beautiful eyes showed caution. Little brother Jinshu is so strong, this look is simply too handsome. God's word, it's okay to have one more wife. The second half of the sentence was whispered by Ganlo Temple Miri. Sorrowful Yusing showed tears of excitement, and clasped his hands together. With Jinshu here, the ghost extermination will definitely be able to do it. Amitabha. Shitio Wei Lang blinked his eyes and complained helplessly, this is no longer something that people can do. Tomioka Yoshiyuki looked thought, this is something that people can do. Yaihei Ziobane's face was dark, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. This is a fart. His strength. To seek revenge on him is simply to look for death. When I thought that the object of my heart was going to be lost by him, I felt this hatred in my heart, but I was helpless. After Tanjiro saw that your beam landed, he disarmed and domineered. His eyes kept staring at Jinshu. He sighed helplessly, and then looked at Jinshu with a firm look. Jinshu, if you dare to bully my sister, even if you die, I want you to feel pain. After Tanjiro finished speaking, he didn't care if Jinshu could hear it or not, and touched his brain. Immortal Chuan Xia saw Jinshu's strength, and the blow in his heart made him unable to stand, and his eyes were in a trance. He knew that the woman he liked would not be able to grab it. Inashuk looked at Jinshu thoughtfully. It turns out that Jinshu is a god, no wonder it's so strong. But as long as I learned what he taught, wouldn't it? Can I become a god too? My wife Shanyi looked at Jinshu with a surprised expression, and her face showed a worried expression. Can I learn what Jinshu taught? He won't think I'm stupid, he won't kill me because I'm stupid. The more I think about it, the more my wife Shanyi snorts. Don't think about it, I won't make an easy move, the reason you have also seen. Jinshu saw the expressions of Tanjiro, Yudoko, Inashuk, my wife Zenji, Purgatory Kyojuro and others on the ground, and said loudly. While saying, Jinshu slowly used his mind power to control his body to descend. My strength is too strong, so the matter of destroying ghosts still needs you to do, unless forced to do it, I can only make a move. When everyone standing on the ground heard Jinshu pretending to be so forced, they didn't know what to say for a while. But they can't argue with it yet. This makes them a little helpless and bored. Jinshu landed on the ground, disarmed the domineering and flowing blade, and smiled slightly. Who else wants to compete with me now? Jinshu looked at several people around and found that none of them squeaked. No one is talking to me, I can teach I teach you to listen well, if you don't listen well, I will think that you are dissatisfied with me. Jinshu smiled slightly at the two of Immortal Kawashia and Ahei Xiaobane. The two laughing shuddered. Jinshu saw the two of them standing straight in place, not daring to look directly at him, which made him smile. I'll teach you how to use armed color domineering first. Armed color domineering is actually very simple for you pillars, because... As Jinshu spoke, he walked in front of Purgatory Kyo's hero, and pressed his left palm against an acupuncture point below his abdomen. Jinshu continued to explain, you use force in this part, exert yourself hard, until you can feel a warm current, and that warm current is what I call armed color domineering. Purgatory Kyojuro nodded seriously. Jinshu bowed his waist slightly, and his right hand was always attached to his lower abdomen. Wait 2 minutes. Poof. Jin stood up and jumped straight away, his cheeks twitching. I didn't let you fart. Jinshu blamed Purgatory Kyojuro without a good tone, feeling that he was too gentle to speak, and gave Purgatory Kyo's hero a pair of white eyes. When the surrounding people saw this embarrassing scene, they all showed kind smiles. The solemn atmosphere just now instantly dissolved. Purgatory Kyojuro scratched his head. Brother Jinshu, I should feel the warm current you mentioned. After Purgatory Kyo's hero finished speaking, his right hand suddenly turned pitch black. This is Brother Jinshu, the armed color domineering you said. Purgatory Kyojuro felt that the power of his right hand seemed to have increased a lot, and it was possible to double the strength. It's up to me, it's time for Uncle Ben to play. Seeing that Purgatory Kyo's hero had learned to be domineering, he couldn't help but walk towards Jinshu. The muscles in this place exert force. Let this part drive the muscles of the whole body, and then use this warm flow to move to one part of the body. After being taught by Jinshu, Yulu Tianyuan seriously used his whole body strength. Soon, his left hand turned pitch black. Ulu Tenjin also succeeded. Little brother Jinshu, it's my turn. Ganluyi Miri saw that Ulu Tenjin and Purgatory Kyo's hero would be together, and she couldn't help herself and ran over. Hey! Don't do this! P.S. Thank you to the Shiur of the Demon Time King, the defeated like, and the free gifts of the brothers and sisters. Chapter 27. Ganluyi Miri saw that Purgatory Kyo's hero and Yula Tenjin had met, and she quickly ran over, and now in front of Jinshu, bright eyes stared at him. Okay, don't be so nervous. Jinshu touched the rather cute Ganlu Temple honey glass in front of him and soothed. Ganlu Temple's little face suddenly turned red. Ah, I was touched. Full of joy, she couldn't help but hold Jinshu's arm, and she was born with divine power, and she found that she couldn't pull Jinshu's arm. This is something she has never encountered since she was a child. This made her feel even more excited. Isn't this the man I want? Handsome, powerful, very concerned about girls. Care. Ganlo Temple Honey Lee thought of the scene of Jinshu hugging the butterfly and forcibly kissing, and her little face became more and more rosy. Jinshu found that her eyes were staring at her eyes were hot, and his heart itched. Jinshu felt the butterfly Shinobu appear not far behind him, and he suddenly shouted, "Hey! Don't do this!" As he spoke, Jinshu's right palm was already attached to the abdomen of Ganlo Temple Miri. Ganlo Temple Honey Glass little face was rosy and hot, her whole body seemed to be hollowed out of strength, both hands held Jinshu's right arm, and the whole person's weight hung on Jinshu's body. Jinshu could feel the warmth of the ice and snow, and he looked at the intoxicated Ganlo Temple Honey Glass, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a bad smile. Now the butterfly Shinobu not far from Jinshu did not see Jinshu's expression, and even the nearest Yulu Tianyuan did not see Jinshu's expression of lowering his head. Butterfly Shinobu walked about 2 meters behind Jinshu at this time, and her charming little face showed a dissatisfied expression. "Honey, what are you doing?" "Hey? Yes. I'm teaching them to arm themselves domineering, and the girl from the Ganlo temple is too hard, and she is a little out of strength." Jinshu opened his eyes and said nonsense. Butterfly Shinobu looked at the place where Jinshu's right hand was placed, and then looked at the rosy little face of Ganlo Temple Honey Lee, which made her instantly know that Jinshu was lying. Although he knew that Ganlo Temple Honey Lee was taken advantage of by Jinshu, Butterfly Shinobu did not debunk Jinshu. After all, exposing his behavior in public made him ugly, and his face was not good looking. "Don't worry, baby." Jinshu stretched his head towards Butterfly Shinobu and said softly. After speaking, he blinked, and Jinshu showed a bad smile. "I love you so much at night." Butterfly endured Jinshu's words. His face was first red, then white. She knew what Jinshu's love meant in her mouth, and although she was shy, she did not resist this, on the contrary, enjoyed it. But after that, it's not enjoyment. She saw the bad smile at the corner of Jinshu's mouth, obviously with bad intentions. When she came out just now, she saw a fire cloud that covered the sky, and that fire cloud must have been made by Jinshu. This means Jinshu's strength has become stronger. The strength has become stronger. This does not mean that the level of his battle is no longer something she can bear. Originally. Now. The butterfly couldn't help but think about it for a moment. Her bright little face would be red for a while, white for a while, and finally gritted her teeth fiercely. Never mind. Even if it's cheap for him. Butterfly Shinobu walked to Ganlo Temple Miri's side and whispered in her ear, "You come to me at night, I need your help with something." Holding Jinshu's arm, Ganlo Miri, who was leaning on him, saw Butterfly Shinobu walking towards her, and she suddenly panicked. Just as Ganlo Temple Miri was about to leave, she heard the contents of Butterfly Shinobu's words, which made her stunned at first, and then looked at her with surprise. "You must come in the evening." Butterfly Shinobu winked at Ganlo Miri, turned and left. Yubin saw Butterfly Shinobu leave, and a trace of entanglement appeared on her face. What Butterfly Shinobu said to Ganlo Temple Honey just now, Yubin can naturally hear it. After all, her domineering attainment is not low. She has been in the snail house recently, but her domineering appearance is enough for her to observe the situation of the wooden house where Jinshu is. In her deliberate peek look, she did not see the wonderful. This made her insight also increase significantly, and her hidden words about Butterfly Ninja instantly understood. Yubin knows the fierceness of brother Jinshu. After her kind of observation, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't satisfy brother Jinshu at all. Yubin wants to get close to brother Jinshu, but he has been wary of himself. Just when Yubin was thinking about it, Jinshu suddenly looked towards her. The body of Yubin trembled when he looked at his hot eyes. Yubin's face suddenly turned red. Could it be that brother Jinshu found himself? Butterfly Shinobu left the training ground, and Ganlo Miri and Yuduza lowered their heads and didn't know what they were thinking. Mastered? Armed color domineering. Jinshu saw that the honey glass of Ganlo Temple was about to become an ostrich, so he couldn't help but quip and ask. Ganlo Temple Miri heard Jinshu's question. She raised her head shyly, and reluctantly released her right arm. Ganlo Temple Honey used an armed color domineering to wrap her right hand in front of Jinshu, and waved her small hand in front of Jinshu, as if a little cutie who was showing off her qualifications. It's not bad, you rest first. Jinshu's arm was withdrawn, and seeing the unconcealed expression of loss on Ganlo Temple Miri's face, which made him smile helplessly. After Jinshu finished speaking, he walked towards the others. Come, Inashuk, I'll teach you. Ganesha walked up to Inashuk, who was not far away, and smiled at him. Inashuk saw that Jinshu came and took off his shirt in an instant. Jinshu saw that Inashuk took off his shirt very happily, which made the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Your physique is well trained, you carefully feel here. Jinshu nodded to Inashuk's abdominal acupuncture points, and repeated the essentials of armed color domineering. Inashuk's qualifications have always been good, and in Jinshu's teaching, he soon felt an inexplicable heat current. Inashuk uses this warm current to inject into his right hand. His white right hand instantly turned black, and Inashuk felt that the strength of his right hand increased a lot. This obvious increase made Inashuk couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Ben is really the smartest. Inashuk shouted excitedly. Practice well, when you can maintain the domineering color of the whole body wrapped around the armed color, you can be regarded as an entry at that time. Jinshu patted Inashuk's shoulder and said estimatedly. Inashuk was shouting happily, but when he heard Jinshu's words, he was quiet for a moment. Inashuk pulled out his double knives, raised them and brandished. Uncle Ben is the best and most genius, this will not stump me at all. Shouting, Inashuk walked to the corner of the training ground and began to practice. My wife Shanyi, you come over. Jinshu looked at Inashuk, Ganluyi Miri, Purgatory Kyo's hero, and Ulu Tenjin and several people who continued to practice armed color domineering, and couldn't help but smile and beckoned to my wife Shanyi. When my wife Shanyi heard Jinshu's greeting, he shook his head again and again when he was nervous and scared. No need, I'll just let Tanjiro teach me. When Tanjiro heard my wife Zenyi say this, he was first stunned, and then saw my wife's fearful expression, which let him know why my wife Zenyi didn't let Jinshu teach. Tanjiro understood what my wife Zenyi meant, and he was afraid that Jinshu would blame himself. My wife Shanyi doesn't want to learn, Jinshu naturally won't force it, he looks at the others. Jinshu looked at Tomioka Yoshi, sadly singing, and Shiji Ichiro and several people. The two of them, Minoru Immortal Kawa and Ihei Kobane, saw that Jinshu directly ignored him, which made them angry. Come, sorrowful and deliberate. Jinshu beckoned towards sorrowful Yu Xing, revealing a faint smile. Jinshu looked at Shitio Yu Weilang, sorrowful Minjiu, Tomioka Yoshiyuki, and others. They are not too old, it is they who shoulder to protect the beams of human beings. This reminded him of the frontier warriors who quietly gave their lives in the previous life. There are also anti-narcotics police who cannot be clearly indicated with their own appearance, firefighters who go wherever there is a fire. Jinshu is in awe of these people who quietly dedicate themselves. Feel it carefully. Jinshu saw sorrowful Yu Xingyi walking up to him, slapped his right palm on his abdomen, and said to him. Sorrowful Yu Xing nodded seriously, and he felt an obvious stream of heat pass from Jinshu's palm into his body. Soon, sorrowful Yu Xingyi felt his own warm current, and when he deliberately used this warm current to guide it to his left hand, his thick left palm turned pitch black. Yes, practice well. Jinshu saw that he had also mastered the armed color domineering, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Shita Muchiro couldn't wait to come over, staring at Jinshu eagerly, and with the help of Jinshu, the two of them also quickly mastered the armed color domineering. Iguro Kobane and Immortal Kawamiya saw that there were only two of them left, and they stepped forward. As Ihei Kobane and Immortal Kawashiya walked towards Jinshu, Jinshu saw this, pouted, turned and left. He respects the spirit of silent self-dedication, but for those who provoke him, he cannot repay the grievances with virtue. His belief is to repay virtue with virtue and repay grievances directly. The grace of dripping water, when the spring springs in return. You provoke me, it's not bad if I don't stab you, I also teach you to arm color domineering? Dream it. Seeing Jinshu gone, Ihei Xiaobane and Immortal Kawama's expressions suddenly froze, and their faces couldn't help but darken. They looked at each other, but they didn't expect Jinshu to ignore them like this. Are you still studying? Ihei Xiaobane pursed his lips and asked the Immortal Kawashi rather unpleasantly. Of course. Learned. Immortal Minoru grinned his back teeth and stomped the ground in a huff, as if the ground had become by someone. Then let's go, although this kid is very annoying, his strength is indeed okay, and if you learn this skill, you won't be afraid of breaking the knife. Ihei Xiaobane looked at Jinshu's back with an unhappy face, and said to the Immortal Kawashia on the side. Just when Ihei Xiaobane turned his head, he found that the Immortal Kawashia had taken the lead in chasing Jinshu. Ihei Xiaobane couldn't help but scold secretly, waste, running quite fast. Ihei Xiaobane also followed closely and chased after Jinshu. Wait! You give me a stop. Jinshu saw Ihei Xiaobane and Immortal Kawashia blocking his way, pouted, and pulled out the slashing knife at his waist. Ihei Kobane and Immortal Kawashia both, P.S., Exploding Heavenly Gang Demon Time King, I promise you a large share of Gagan and offer. Thank you again for your gift, Shiuer. Chapter 28. Do you still want to talk? Jinshu pulled out his slashing knife and pointed it at the two of Immortal Kawashia and Ihei Xiaobane, and smiled coldly. Immortal Chuanxia pursed his lips, and finally gritted his teeth. Didn't you teach us to learn two-color domineering? You didn't teach us to go, is it appropriate? Ihei Xiaobane asked rather unpleasantly. Jinshu spread his shoulders and made a helpless expression. Please, the big guys will be there, it's not bad for the two of you, just learn to find others to ask about the experience. I mean teaching the big guy to learn two-color domineering. Jinshu suddenly disappeared in place, and the next moment appeared more than 10 meters behind the two. Jinshu glanced back at them and sneered slightly, but this big guy doesn't include you. Not convinced? I'm always ready to single out. The blade of the slashing knife in Jinshu's right hand instantly turned pitch black with purple cherry blossoms. With a gentle wave from Jinshu. Boom! With a loud bang, a 5-meter-deep giant pit suddenly appeared. Ihei Xiaobane and Immortal Kawashia looked at Jinshu and waved it casually, and a big pit appeared, which was obviously a demonstration. But they can clearly feel the strength gap between them and Jinshu. They want to teach Jinshu a lesson, but they don't want to be taught by him. Jinshu saw the two of the Immortal Kawami and Ihei Xiaobane, and their angry faces were black, white, red, purple, and green, constantly changing color. Jinshu saw that their faces changed, did not dare to squeak, and sneered again. Butterfly Shinobu likes me or not, what does it have to do with you? Ganlo Temple Honey Lee likes me or not, what does it have to do with you? What do you two have to do with Ganlo Temple Honey and Butterfly Shinobu? Isn't it a colleague relationship? Further to the intimate relationship, it is also a comrade-in-arms relationship. You are not a lover relationship, care about so many things to do farda? Jinshu frowned, and pointed the tip of the slashing knife at Ihei Kobane and Immortal Kawashia, disdaining to scold. Ihei Xiaobane and Immortal Kawashia heard Jinshu's reprimand, and their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Jinshu took the knife and left. Inashuk, Purgatory Kyojuro, Ulu Tenjin, Sorrowful Yuki, Shita Muchiro, Tomioka Yoshiyuki and several others are practicing armed color domineering. As a result, they actually saw this scene, which made them feel like eating melons. Quite strange. My wife Zenyi was also distracted in Tanjiro's teaching, her eyes were stunned. I didn't expect Jinshu to have such a domineering side leakage scene. For a long time, my wife Shanyi felt that Jinshu was quite gentle, smiling at everyone, and never shouted so loudly and with contemptuous eyes. My wife Shanyi felt that Jinshu at this moment was so terrible. Ganlo Temple Honey Li Genmi Aiza was thinking about whether to go at night or not, when he suddenly heard Jinshu mention his name. When Ganlo Temple Honey Li heard Jinshu as if to say that he liked himself, his little face suddenly turned red. The original decision to float, Ganlo Temple Honey Li instantly made up her mind. If you miss this opportunity, you may not have it later. Ganlo Temple Honey Glass secretly encouraged herself. For a while, Ganlo Temple Miri forgot what she came to the training ground for. Jinshu saw that they were practicing. And the two of Ahei Xiaobane and Immortal Kawashia did not dare to stop themselves. Jinshu smiled and turned and left the training ground. Jinshu looked up at the sun above his head and found that it was already noon before he knew it. It's time to eat. Jinshu licked his lips, revealing a hungry expression. It was time to eat. Jinshu disappeared into an afterimage, and in just a few seconds returned to his own wooden house in the courtyard of the butterfly house, and took out a pair of black silk from the system storage space. Within minutes, Butterfly walked in with a dinner plate with hot dishes and rice on it. Butterfly Shinobu saw the brand new black silk in Jinshu's hand, and his little face turned red for a moment. You, it's still daytime, can't. The butterfly bit her lower lip, like a butterfly on a spider's web, constantly struggling. Jinshu answered Butterfly Shinobu's question. Jinshu closed the horizontal sliding door of the wooden house, and then directly wrapped the pair of doors with armed color domineering. The gap between the two horizontal sliding doors turned into a pitch-black wall under the cover of Jinshu's armed domineering winding. Butterfly Shinobu saw that Jinshu actually directly armed this wooden house, and the color domineering shrouded. Are you crazy? The butterfly couldn't help but be stunned, but he didn't expect Jinshu to be so cruel in order to eat. Come, eat first. Jinshu took out a cat-eared maid outfit and a set of black silk. Eat the main course first. Butterfly Shinobu rolled her eyes at Jinshu, although reluctantly, but her body was very honest, and she changed it very decisively. Jinshu looked at the speed of the butterfly forbearance, which was called a skill, and his heart was full of pride. This is all his good training. Butterfly couldn't help but know Jinshu's thoughts, otherwise she would have contradicted him. She was afraid that Jinshu was tired. After all, after teaching her companion armed color domineering, she also shrouded the entire room with armed color domineering. How much physical strength does that take? Butterfly Shinobu saw that Jinshu actually did this step in order to eat. How could she not agree? Besides, this is inevitably her opportunity to take revenge. After all, wrapping around the entire room is armed and domineering, which consumes a lot of his physical strength. Soon, Shinobu Butterfly knew he was wrong. The butterfly endured lying in Jinshu's arms, tired and didn't want to move. This meal was eaten, and I regretted it. Jinshu ate the main meal, and ate the side dish on the tray again. Jinshu watched the butterfly lying obediently in his arms, like a noble and well-behaved purple big cat. Jinshu didn't mention how satisfied he was. By the way, I didn't teach Immortal Kawamiya and Ahei Kobane to be domineering. The two of them constantly provoke me. You won't blame me. Jinshu couldn't help but kiss Butterfly Shinobu's forehead and said with a smile. Butterfly Shinobu heard Jinshu's words, and she who had been squinting comfortably suddenly opened her eyes wide, revealing coldness. They dare to provoke, darling? It seems that I have time to teach them a lesson. It's a pity to kill. After all, they are pillars. Even if they can't arm the color domineering, it is a good combat power. Case. Poison them. Let's slip around for a few days. Butterfly Shinobu pondered coldly in her heart. Dare to mess with her man. If you don't kill, it's mercy. Jinshu saw that the butterfly in his arms was like a fried female cat at this moment, which made him smile happily. He was really happy to see Butterfly Shinobu fighting for himself. It seems that he is not licking dogs, but still has arms. Thinking about it, he felt hungry again. Jinshu pursed his lips, and he beckoned towards the wardrobe not far away. Neon Power opened the wardrobe and pulled out a suit uniform and a set of lace stockings from an inconspicuous dark grid inside. I'm hungry, Butterfly Shinobu, let's talk about poisoning the two of them. P.S. Thank you Leal for being very comfortable with Scent Blade, Mr. Luo of Sun Palace like, Xiao FJL's like, don't forget the 2 love letters and 1 reminder of my road. Thank you brothers and sisters for the free gifts and patience to help me see the ads. Chapter 29. Jinshu got dressed, watched the Butterfly Shinobu lie in the bed, his little face white, and licked his lips. Butterfly Shinobu saw Jinshu's movements and gave him a roll of his eyes. Jinshu smiled at the Butterfly Shinobu's white eyes, took out a fairy bean, bent down and stuffed it into his mouth. Then Jinshu was very skilled in feeding the medicine. Butterfly Shinobu. She blushed and pouted, looking like I was angry, but her amethyst-like eyes showed a shy look. She saw that Jinshu was still staring at herself, which made her shy and unbearable, and hid her face in her bed, like an ostrich. Seeing this, Jinshu couldn't help but laugh again and walked out of the wooden house. Although Butterfly Shinobu has recovered her physical strength, she wants to sleep. The reason is probably that this quilt has his temperature. Soon, Butterfly Shinobu was asleep. Jinshu doesn't know what time it is, and it doesn't matter what time it is, anyway, I have taught everything that should be taught by armed color domineering, as for how far they master, it's up to themselves. When Jinshu walked to the training ground, he found that the original ground was potholes, but it had become flat. It's a mess, which really makes people feel more comfortable. It was in this spacious training ground that more than 100 people were fighting each other hand to hand. Jinshu found that many of the members of the ghost-killing team with the strength of Yiding also mastered the armed color domineering. This is true that Jinshu did not expect. However, Jinshu can observe it with the domineering color of seeing and smelling, and he can find that the individual members with strength Ding have strong physical fitness and very good control, and such a physical genius can learn to arm the color domineering, which is normal. Under his observation, in addition to Kalsedani Tinayu, Tomioka Yoshiyuki, Ganluyi Miri, Ihei Kobane, Sorrowful Yuyuki, Shita Muchiro, Purgatory Kyojuro, Tanjiro, Inashuk, my wife Zenji and Immortal Kawashia, mastered the armed color domineering, and 13 members of the ghost-killing team he did not know mastered the armed color domineering. And so on. Jinshu always felt that something was wrong, and he suddenly looked at the Immortal Kawami and Ihei Xiaobane who were fighting hand to hand. The pitch black on their hands was a feeling that Jinshu was very familiar with, and the armed color was domineering. It seems that someone taught them both to be armed and domineering. Forget it, learn how to do it, you can't beat me anyway. Jinshu pouted and walked towards Ganlu Temple Honey. It's still comfortable to watch beautiful women, even if you can't accept her as your own woman, let's see if it's no problem. Jinshu walked towards Ganlu Temple Honey Lee, watching that she was teaching a female member of the ghost-killing team, and couldn't help but stand still, quietly watching 2 female warriors with exaggerated chest muscles fighting hand to hand. Although the strength of this female member of the ghost-killing team is not as good as that of Ganlu Temple Honey Glass, she can persist in the case of Ganlu Temple Honey Glass releasing water, which shows that her qualifications are still okay. Jinshu admired the shaking of the sky for a few minutes, and saw that the honey glass of the Ganlu Temple stopped moving, which made him slowly withdraw his eyes and subconsciously wipe the saliva that was not there. Ganlu Temple Honey Lee saw Jinshu coming, and suddenly her little face turned red. Little brother Jinshu. Where did you come from? Jinshu looked at the shy expression of Ganlu Temple and couldn't help but smile. What do you say? You. Good. The female member who was sitting on the ground gasping for air saw Jinshu, blinked her eyes, and showed a bright smile. Jinshu nodded towards her. Although she does not have the beauty of Butterfly Ninja and Ganlu Temple Honey Glass, this quite mature big sister is still quite eye-catching. I just saw that there was something wrong with your role of armed color domineering, I came to teach you. Jinshu walked in front of Ganlo Temple and smiled slightly. Yahe Xiaobane saw Ganlo Temple Honey Li talking and laughing with Jinshu. His face suddenly sank, his heart was sour, painful, as if beating Jinshu out of breath. Yahe Xiaobane wanted to beat Jinshu, but he knew that he couldn't beat him. This made him a little crazy, and for the first time that Yahe Xiaobane felt so annoyed. Because Yahe Xiaobane was extremely unhappy, the male member of the ghost-killing team opposite him became the punching bag of Yahe Xiaobane, and his nose was blue and his face was swollen after being beaten. Immortal Kawashia saw Jinshu and Ganlo Temple Miri fighting close to hand. If it was just a fight, it was good to say, the key. Jinshu's movements are not clean. As for how it is not clean, Immortal Kawashia can see the more and more rosy little face of Ganlo Temple Honey Glass. Immortal Kawashia saw that Yahe Xiaobane's face was dark, which made him feel like he was also a fallen man. He deeply knows that there is no place to hold his anger, and he knows that Jinshu, this kid, is robbing his favorite object, but he just can't beat Jinshu. And the object of his heart is obviously biased towards Jinshu, speaks to Jinshu, and even looks at himself angrily. Immortal Kawashi remembered a morning meeting some time ago, when he complained to Yayashiki Jinshu. Butterfly Shinobu actually pulled out the knife directly. She actually pulled out a knife and angrily reprimanded herself for Jinshu, who had just met for a few days. Her words, "You are insulting my dear, I will cut you off." It was like an invisible ice blade stabbing into his heart. This made the immortal Kawashia want to find Jinshu to seek revenge and want to teach him a good lesson, but he found out today that Jinshu's strength is simply not human. Who can do it? With a wave of a knife, he can cut a sea of fire cloud. Not even a ghost, otherwise. The ghost-killing team has long been destroyed by ghosts. Immortal Kawashia was in an extremely bad mood, and the male member of the ghost-killing team opposite him was also extremely uncomfortable, especially his face, which hurt so much that he couldn't open his eyes. Jinshu took both hands as palms, easily catching the fists of Ganlo Temple Miri, as if he was smashed by 1 or 2 cottons, tickling. Jinshu, who suddenly appeared playful, did not tease Ganlo Temple Honey Li, and when the two were close, did he tell some color jokes, which made Ganlo Temple Honey Li feel the body shy and hot. But she liked this thrill. Ganlo Temple Honey Li found that Jinshu's hands and feet were too flexible, and she didn't tickle her flesh, tickling her heart. Jinshu looked at the sweaty Ganlo Temple Honey Li, and asked with great concern, "Are you okay, tired? Take a break." Ganlo Temple Honey Li saw Jinshu standing in place, which made her slightly stunned, and her heart was a little lost. She found that many male members of the ghost-killing team around were staring at her body, which made her even more embarrassed and rushed out of the training ground. Jinshu watched Ganlo Temple Miri run away with a cigarette, pursed his lips, and revealed a faint smug smile. Jinshu found that Bean didn't know when it was gone, and he looked around and found that there were beans in the wooden box on Tanjiro's back with his domineering look. He saw that he could clearly see that Bean was asleep, and Jinshu turned his head to look at the others. Jinshu Gong found Purgatory Kyo's hero and wanted to talk to him and help him improve his strength. After all, Purgatory Kyo's hero is really good. Purgatory Kyojuro is a person with a warm-hearted big brother who is worth handing over. Quack. On the infinite train, Black Crow suddenly appeared on the training ground. P.S. Thank you for the speechless character summoning, thank you for the reminder and like of sunset with empty mountain, thank you for Xiao FJL's like, and thank you for not forgetting the 2 love letters and reminder of my road. Thank you brothers and sisters for the free gifts and tips for watching the ads. Today New worked hard to write a chapter out. Omega. Chapter 30. The infinity is listed. Jinshu was silent for a while when he heard the task that the crow said. If he remembered correctly, this infinity train should be the popular Ghost Slayer Blade movie. In this Ghost Slayer Blade theatrical version Infinite Train chapter, there will be an upper and lower string, and Purgatory Kyo's hero died there. If he wasn't mistaken, that infinity train was a train that fused with a nightmare, and that deflated ghost wanted to eat a lot of people. Fusion train. For ordinary people it is troublesome to want to kill it, but for me, garbage in general. Thinking of this, Jinshu couldn't help but pout, with a disdainful expression on his face. While killing it, the upper string three-horn nest seat came forward. That was also when the good big brother Purgatory Kyo's hero was killed. Purgatory Kyojuro, Tanjiro, Inashuk, my wife Zenji, go quickly. When Jinshu thought of this, Raven just read the names of Kyo's hero Sentina, Inashuk, Tanjiro, and my wife Zenji and asked them to solve the infinity train. Jinshu thought that he couldn't let the tragedy of Purgatory Kyo's hero, a good and enthusiastic big brother, happen to the drama movie, and he quickly said to the crow, I'll go too. Ganlo Temple Honey Lee heard that Jinshu was also going, and her face was very solemn. She was inexplicably a little nervous, as if Jinshu knew something. She came over and said to the crow, I want to go too. The crow looked at Jinshu and Ganlo Temple Miri and nodded, and flew away. At this moment, crows flew over, and one after another issued tasks on the members of the ghost-killing team. When Jinshu saw this scene, he pursed his lips. It seems that these ghosts are still not honest enough. You and Ganlo Temple Honey Glass don't have to go. Purgatory Kyo's hero couldn't help but be surprised at Jinshu and Ganlo Miri and asked. Take a look, if you don't need me to make a move, then I'll be next to the formation. Jinshu smiled at Purgatory Kyo's hero and Ganlo Temple and said. Killing ghosts is like fun for me. Jinshu smiled at Purgatory Kyo's hero. Tanjiro came over, let's go, kill the ghost early, the ghost will eat one less person. Inashuk and my wife Zanayashi also came over. My wife Shanyi burst into tears nervously, and cried quite aggrievedly, I just learned to arm the color domineering, I haven't asked the result. Jin Shuju's wife Shanyi said too much nonsense, and directly covered his mouth with her right hand. Jinshu couldn't help but ask, do you know where the train station is? Tanjiro, do you know how to get to the train station? Jinshu asked again. Tanjiro stood in place and didn't squeak. Tanjiro stood where he was, no longer urging everyone. Yaihei Xiaobane heard that Ganlo Temple Miri was also going to do a task with Jinshu, and his angry face darkened. You must know that before Ganlo Temple Honey Lee, they all followed him to do tasks together. The male member of the ghost-killing team who was beaten by Yaihei Xiaobane wanted to cry without tears. He wanted to do the task, but his face was swollen so that he couldn't see the way. How to kill ghosts in this situation, walking may trip you up. When the crow saw him, he directly did not treat him as a person, and flew around the deter. The male member of the ghost-killing team who was beaten by the undead Minoru Kawaii was also the same. His face was blue and his face was swollen. And it was difficult to open his eyes. The crow who issued the task saw him go directly around, which made him can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for the other members of the surrounding ghost-killing team with serious expressions on their faces, they quickly left the training ground. The originally lively training ground seemed much empty in just a few seconds. They are quite active in the task of killing ghosts, because hurrying up and killing them early can stop these ghosts from doing something wrong and make them eat less humans. Their families were killed or eaten by ghosts. They don't want the tragedy to happen again, and for this, they are willing to sacrifice their lives to kill the ghost. They just had an idea to make the ghost regret appearing. Jinshu watched them leave with solemn expressions, and he blinked his eyes and watched them leave. Ihei Xiaobane and Immortal Kawashia passed in front of Jinshu and glanced at Jinshu, their eyes full of complicated expressions. Tomioka Yoshiyuki, Ulu Tenjin, Shitio Muchiro, and a few people nodded towards Jinshu and signaled. Let's go too. Purgatory Kyo's hero said with a smile to Jinshu and several people. Jinshu looked at Purgatory Kyojiro's bright smile, and he couldn't help but smile. Jinshu smiled silently in his heart. Lao Zi is here, ready to wait for death. For Jinshu, who harvests a very small amount of clover every day in the pond of the traveling frog game interface, Jinshu still likes to kill ghosts to get clover. The frog cub rested and went on a trip. When Jinshu heard the prompt, he couldn't help but smile. This frog cub, this is also too diligent. Jinshu prepared it again in the game hut. Purgatory Kyo's hero and Ganluyi Miri took the lead, followed by Kansu Tanjiro and others. Purgatory Kyo's hero walked out of the avenue and began to run, and Ganluyi Miri saw that Jinshu was still walking, so she took Jinshu's hand and ran together. For the actions of Ganlu Temple Honey Lee, Jinshu did not struggle, just held hands, and did not applaud. What is there to avoid? Having said that, when Jinshu passed by the butterfly house, he still couldn't help but look over there, and saw that the domineering look butterfly couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Originally, Jinshu thought that he would run for several hours, but he didn't expect to run for a few minutes to reach the starting station. The conductor looked at Jinshu and the others, and couldn't help but ask, "Hello, where are you going to buy seats? Is there a single room?" Jinshu asked to the conductor. "Yes, but there are not 6 people, only a private train room with 4 people in one room," the conductor said respectfully. Jinshu nodded. Jinshu took out a piece of gold with a thumbnail from his arms, put it on the ticket counter, and said, "Come 2 private rooms, 8 positions, I don't want anyone to disturb us." "Okay." When the conductor saw this piece of gold, he quickly picked it up and showed a bright smile, and the back groove could see it, and replied very respectfully. Kanesho took the ticket for the train room, looked at the location, took out 4, and handed the other 4 to Purgatory Kyojuro, Inashuk, Tanjiro, and my wife Zenji. Ganlu Temple Honey Lee found that Jinshu did not let go of her little hand, which made her laugh happily. Jinshu saw the brilliant smile of Ganlu Temple Honey Glass, and couldn't help but praise in his heart, "This girl is indeed very good looking." Traveling with her on a mission is also a pleasure. Purgatory Kyojuro, Inashuk, and the others did not refute, took the train ticket and walked inside. Jinshu took the little hand of Ganlu Temple Miri and walked inside. Tanjiro stood at the back, looking at the actions of Jinshu and Ganluyi Miri, frowned, and secretly decided in his heart that he must not let his little sister be too close to him. Jinshu and the others walked to the side of the infinite train, looked at the infinite train full of ghost chi, and the corners of their mouths twitched. How about a fire burning it? Anyway, the whole train is possessed. Just as Jinshu was thinking about it, he was pulled into the car by the Ganlu Temple Miri. Jinshu found his own private room. This private room is quite simple. The perimeter partition is made of wood, the door is not transparent, and the confidentiality is good. The seats are 2 long soft seats, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are sofas. Jinshu suddenly looked down at the bottom of the seat and found that there were several down supports underneath. Jinshu tried to take it out and put them together with the soft seat, and found that this can be turned into a 2-meter diameter soft bed. Jinshu was lying on this bed. He couldn't help but sigh, the residents who have had a good life in this little life can really play. A private train room can make a bed. Originally, Ganlu Temple Honey sat opposite Jinshu, and did not feel anything. But Jinshu put the chair into a bed. She lay next to Jinshu, smelled Jinshu's hot and warm smell like the sun, and couldn't help but blush. Lying beside Jinshu, this really made Ganlu Temple Miri a little shy. It reminded her of the contents of the love action books she secretly watched. In the process of Ganlu Temple Honey Glass cranky, Jinshu had already put his hands behind his head and began to sleep. Jinshu put his slashing knife and the Nikki knife on the right side against the door. Anyway, he will have 2 knives, there is no need to take 2 knives to block between the 2. With a clear conscience, what is the obstruction? Ganlu Temple Honey Lee saw Jinshu take a break. Shui Lingling's big eyes blinked, a look of admiration, knowing that there are ghosts on this train, and can sleep so boldly, worthy of Jinshu. Ganlu Temple Miri lay on the left side of Jinshu, leaning against the window, looking at the dark and silent night outside, she was a little cranky. Time passed imperceptibly, and the infinity train finally started. P.S. This chapter has held me back for a long time. Deletion, and subtraction, it is enough for one chapter. I owe more, I hurry up and rush out. If there is enough free time. Chapter 31. Jinshu felt the train start, and the clucking familiarity made him quickly fall asleep. Before he wore it, he took the train to college, and it took more than 10 hours to take the train. Sitting on the green train, dangling for more than 10 hours, don't mention how uncomfortable. From the beginning of the discomfort, to the adaptation, finally Jinshu has become accustomed, and can even fall asleep quickly. This kind sense of sloshing made Jinshu really fall asleep. Ganlo Temple Miri heard Jinshu on the side snoring softly, which made her stunned. That's too daring. Ganlo Temple Miri couldn't help but stare at Jinshu's face, which made her begin to worship. You must know that as a pillar, she does not dare to do this. At the same time, Tanjiro, Inashuk, my wife Zenji, and Purgatory Kyojuro were sitting in the private room, and they could feel the smell of ghosts getting stronger and stronger. But they couldn't pinpoint the location of the ghost. As for Purgatory Kyojuro, he opened his eyes, looked at Tanjiro and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm here." Hearing Purgatory Kyojuro say this, Tanjiro, my wife Zenji and Inashuk couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They suddenly remembered that this train also had Ganlo Temple Honey Lee and Jinshu. This makes them even more relaxed. With the support of Jinshu, who is so powerful that it doesn't look like a person, they are afraid of a fart. Purgatory Kyo's hero saw that Tanjiro and the others began to relax, and he couldn't help but be stunned, and then smiled. This is youth. Jinshu, who was sleeping, suddenly found that the surroundings were dark, and the next second it began to light up, and a sexy big beauty appeared in front of him. The point is that this beauty forgot to get dressed. Jinshu looked at the honey glass of the Ganlo temple, which made him smack his tongue. He didn't expect that the dream that this ghost made me have turned out to be a spring dream. However, this dream, out of 100 points, I give 110 points, not afraid of its pride. Sure enough, this plot happened as Jinshu thought. Half an hour later, Jinshu felt that this dream was so real. As the lights in the private room all turned on again, Jinshu's eyes widened. Jinshu looked at the familiar private room design around and couldn't help but be stunned. This is not my dream. Jinshu was dumbfounded. Jinshu also wondered how this hypnosis could achieve such a real dream. It turned out to be true. What about this? Jinshu was stunned. If only Butterfly Shinobu knew that he would not be solved with a knife. Jinshu looked at the honey glass of the Ganlo temple lying in his arms with a happy face, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Little Nico, I didn't expect you to be so daring. Dare to do this? Jinshu found that there was a lot of blood stains on his white underwear, so he picked up the honey glass of Ganlo temple and put it aside, and changed the clothes on his body. Jinshu thought for a while, and kept the blood-stained underwear. As for the wrinkled Chinese coat, after all, it was not stained with blood, but it was wrinkled. Jinshu quickly changed his clothes. Ganlo Temple Honey Lee fell asleep, her brows frowning slightly, as if some pain made her uncomfortable. Jinshu took out an elixir and fed it to her, and found that she gritted her teeth and did not let go, and could not eat it. He pinched the nose of Ganlo Temple Miri. As he wished. Ganlo Temple Miri really opened his mouth, but he shut up again in less than a second. This awakened Jinshu's spirit of not admitting defeat. Jinshu stuffed the fairy beans into his mouth, approached Ganlo Temple Miri, and pinched her nose. At the moment when Ganlo Temple Miri opened her mouth, Jinshu suddenly approached, and as he wished, he fed Xian Bean to her. But Jinshu felt that Ganlo Temple Miri suddenly opened her eyes, and her hands held her head. Good guys, this little Nizai is faking sleep. After 10 minutes, Ganlo Temple Mary leaned into Jinshu's arms with a look of enjoyment, and asked in a low voice, "Sister Butterfly Ninja will mind." She should have asked for it. Jinshu heard Ganlo Temple Mary's question, and couldn't help but smile and said. Butterfly Shinobu told Jinshu to let him find someone else. Especially not long ago, in front of himself, let Ganlo Temple Honey Lee go to the butterfly house at night. This meaning is too obvious. Of course, it was because the meaning of these words was so obvious that Ganlo Temple Honey Lee dared to do this. Boom! 2 muffled explosions suddenly sounded in the carriage. Jinshu and Ganlo Temple Honey Lee suddenly got up and walked out of the private room. Standing at the door, Jinshu glanced at the fairly clean seat surface, nodded, followed the footsteps of Ganlo Temple Honey, and rushed towards the locomotive. Jinshu found that the shape of the train had changed, and the surrounding iron sheets had become creeping flesh walls. One by one, the male adult thick tentacles attacked Jinshu and Ganlo Temple Honey Lee, and before Jinshu could make a move, Ganlo Temple Honey Lee cut them off. Within 2 minutes, Jinshu and Ganlo Mary followed Purgatory Kyo's hero and the others. Jinshu didn't want to let the ghost head, he directly pulled out the slashing knife, and he didn't need to recite the first explanation at all, he could awaken the flowing blade. As Jinshu waved his hand wrapped like a flowing blade, a flame directly broke through the roof of the car, revealing a starry sky. As Jinshu chopped, it turned into hundreds of meters of flame like a whip, directly hitting the moving locomotive. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. A bitter scream suddenly came from the direction of the locomotive. The sound is miserable, but at the same time fast. In a few seconds, the sound stopped screaming. Ding! You get 300 clover. Jinshu heard this voice as he wished. Sure enough, killing ghosts is currently the fastest way to get a clover. With the brakes of the train driver, the train soon stopped moving. The train driver looked around with a confused expression. What about the top of the train? Am I dreaming? And ghosts? Tanjiro suddenly looked out of the car at a forest. Purgatory Kyojuro also looked over at the same time as Tanjiro reminded him. Let's go, there is a ghost coming to greet us, and we must also give this ghost some respect. Jinshu smiled at Tanjiro, Ganlo Miri, Purgatory Kyo's hero, and the others, and then flew out in one step. Jinshu saw the shape of the Kiwo seat, exactly the same as in the Ghostbuster movie, with short pink hair and dark blue tattoos. You are very strong, do you want to be a ghost? If you are a ghost, your strength will be stronger. Yuwoza smiled, his eyes shining. You can hold my attack for a minute, you say, I will consider it. Jinshu smiled at the Kyuza seat. After that, Jinshu didn't wait for Ganlo Temple Honey Lee, Purgatory Kyo's hero and others to catch up, and directly held the flowing blade Ruohuo to launch an attack. P.S. 55-star reviews, plus one more chapter. Chapter 32. Yan Hot Hell. Jinshu swung his sword towards the Kiwo seat, directly casting the strongest skill of the flowing blade. Boom! Hot flames suddenly emerged from the perimeter of the Kiwo seat, and in the blink of an eye, more than 60 pillars of heavenly fire with a thickness of 3 meters formed in the blink of an eye. Seeing the pillars of fire that suddenly appeared around him, he was stupid for a while. Yuwoza looked at Jinshu with a surprised expression, and asked in amazement, Are you a human or a ghost? Of course it's human, what's wrong? Jinshu smiled at the Zuzuzo. Seeing Jinshu's smile, Yuwoza couldn't help but snort. Fart. How can people do this? Kyuza pointed to a pillar of heavenly fire dozens of meters away beside him, and questioned Jinshu with an incredulous expression. Jinshu spread his shoulders and smiled, You ghosts can't do it, why can't I do it? Your question. Raiza didn't know how to refute for a while. Tanjiro, Purgatory Kyo's hero, Ganlo Miri, my wife Zenji and Inashuk stood dozens of meters behind Jinshu. Tanjiro, my wife Zenji and Inashuk, they wanted to come forward to help. However, he was stopped by Ganlu Miri and Purgatory Kyo's hero. Ganlu Temple Honey Glass showed an excited smile, beautiful eyes full of love, worthy of my choice of man, too strong. Purgatory Kyo's hero watched Jinshu wave his knife and made these more than 60 pillars of fire that rushed straight into the sky, which is simply not something that a person can do. Purgatory Kyojuro wants to call Jinshu Vulcan. Vulcan? Purgatory Kyojiro's body shook. Yes, isn't Jinshu as powerful as the Vulcan? Under the attention of Purgatory Kyojuro, Ganlu Miri, Tanjiro, Inashuk, and my wife Zenji. Boom! The more than 60 pillars of heavenly fire that surrounded the Kiwo seat suddenly gathered towards the Kiwo seat, and the speed was so fast that it was as if the Kiwo seat was a powerful iron-absorbing stone. Under the control of Jinshu's super spiritual power, these more than 60 pillars of heavenly fire quickly left a scorched black trace. These pillars of fire were attracted to each other by the Zoe seat. The intuition of the nest seat told it that something was wrong with these pillars of fire. Just when Hipzo was about to turn around and run, these more than 60 pillars of fire had already gathered on the body of the Kiwo seat at the same time. Boom! A cloud of flame mushrooms rising from the ground is directly side by side with the sky. Purgatory Kyojuro, Ganlu Miri, Inashuk, Tanjiro, and my wife Zanayashi felt an indescribable heat surge towards them. This heat wave made several of them sweat and instantly soaked their underwear. Their little faces were baked hot, which made their faces red, and their whole bodies were hot and soft. Bang! The wooden box behind Tanjiro suddenly opened on its own, and Yubin jumped out of it, wrapped her arms around Tanjiro with one hand, and carried Inashuk's back collar with the other, and jumped into the distance. Purgatory Kyo's hero also reacted quickly, grabbed my wife Shanyi's collar, and ran away with Ganlu Miri. As they ran for more than 100 meters, they felt that the temperature was not so hot. Tanjiro looked at him with a shocked expression, his heart was so weak. He held Yuduza's right hand with both hands, looked at her with a cautious face, and said seriously, "If you like Jinshu, you must think carefully, because I can't beat him. Can't protect you." Yubin looked at the serious Tanjiro, and his beautiful pink crystal eyes showed a puzzled emotion. My brother is hot and confused? She likes Jinshu for a day or two, why should she be cautious? While Tanjiro and Yuduko were chatting, Purgatory Kyojuro showed some surprise and joy, and he saw that Jinshu had an absolute advantage. The deafening roar directly woke up the people in the train that had passed out. These passengers looked at the surrounding environment in amazement and found that the originally small and crowded roof of the train was missing. This train turned into an open-top train. Jinshu used the overlord-colored domineering power to stun the passengers of these trains again. Let them pass out again in their seats. After all, these ordinary people run around and are likely to be taken hostage by ghosts. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Jinshu let them pass out. Jinshu looked at the Chu nest seat in the flame mushroom cloud not far away, and couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect this ghost to be so burnable. Although Jinshu did not use 1/10 of his power, the temperature of this flame was more than 2000 degrees. These 2000 degrees of high temperature, let alone people, even the steel is going to melt. A humanoid skeleton with flesh hangs on top of a scalding red liquid. As the flesh and blood quickly intertwined, a young man covered in dark blue tattoos appeared without clothes. Jinshu saw that he didn't have the pink hair, and he showed the bat of a thick rogue riffraff. After recovering his physical body, he was stunned for a second, and then turned his head and ran the next. Jinshu was stunned when he saw this, and quickly chased after him. "Don't run, aren't you trying to turn me into a ghost? Isn't that a minute? You're not human per se. How do you turn into a ghost?" Seeing Jinshu chasing after him, he shouted angrily. "Aren't you a ghost? Aren't you going to eat people? I'm not right here, what are you running?" Jinshu smiled brightly towards the nest seat, holding the flowing blade in his right hand, like an excited Olympic torchbearer. "Don't you come here. I don't care about you. Yu Woza looked at Jinshu getting closer and closer to him with a look of horror, and shouted. It's not interesting. Jinshu thought that this winding ghost could fight with himself for some rounds, but as a result, he simply burned it, and he couldn't stand it. Since the Ryaza wants to run and does not fight, Jinshu does not plan to play. Neon power suddenly started, and the Kiwo seat, which was running wildly, instantly froze. His eyes showed a look of horror, and he opened his mouth to warn Jinshu not to come over, but he couldn't speak, so he could only dry stare. He has been a ghost for so many years, and he has only experienced this despair in the face of Ghost Maisuji and Black Death. Jinshu stood in front of the Kiwo seat and said helplessly, "What are you running? It's a waste of time." After that, Jinshu took a few steps back and snapped his fingers with his left hand. The whole body of the Kiwo seat suddenly twisted clockwise, and it turned into a blood mist in less than a second. Ding! Congratulations on getting 3000 clover. Jinshu used his power to twist the nest seat alive. He looked at the pool of blood and flesh foam and bone slag on the snow, and couldn't help frowning, and the flowing blade on his right hand was like a fire. And it was directly burned clean. Jinshu looked at the scorched earth under his feet and showed a satisfied smile. Within a few minutes, Purgatory Kyo's hero, Ganluyi Miri, and others came over. What about the winding ghosts? Ran away? Inashuk shouted in surprise. Well, I've already helped it be cremated, how about it? I didn't do anything wrong. Jinshu smiled at Inashuk, and the laughing Inashuk took a few steps back. Yubin suddenly stepped forward, Brother Jinshu. P.S. The plus change promised to everyone, dedicated to everyone. Thank you all for the gifts. When you are tired of urging changes, look at the ads. Chapter 33. Brother Jinshu, do you remember what you told me before? Yubin suddenly asked Jinshu. Jinshu was stunned by Yubin's sudden question, and looked at him in surprise. Before? When? When Yuduza heard his answer, his little face turned red, rolled his eyes at Jinshu, and did not speak again. Jinshu looked at Yubin suddenly shy, and couldn't help but be stunned. No, girl, what did I say? Why are you still shy? Jinshu saw Yubin running back into the wooden box, blinked his eyes, and did not squeak. Let's go, the ghost killing is over. Jinshu sheathed the flowing blade, stretched his waist, and said with a smile to Purgatory Kyo's hero, Ganluyi Miri, and others. Ganluyi Miri, Purgatory Kyo's hero, Tanjiro, and others nodded. The ghost is finished, they are naturally fine, then go back. Jinshu glanced at the sound Purgatory Kyo's hero, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up, and his purpose was accomplished. The first purpose is to kill an upper and lower string, and the other is to save Purgatory Kyo's hero so that he does not have a tragedy again. A friendly Purgatory Kyo's hero, Jinshu doesn't want him to be killed by a ghost. Jinshu, Ganluyi Miri, Purgatory Kyo's hero, and others returned to the gate of the small courtyard of the butterfly house with laughter. The group quickly separated in 3 directions. Jinshu went directly into the small courtyard of the butterfly house, and Ganlu Temple Miri looked at the gate and hesitated for a few seconds, and she also followed Jinshu in. As for Inashuk, Tanjiro, and my wife Zenji returned to their previous wooden house. Purgatory Kyo's hero went straight home. As soon as Jinshu and Ganlu Temple Miri entered the wooden house, they saw Butterfly Shinobu sitting on the wooden board and waiting quietly. You're back. Butterfly Shinobu saw Jinshu and Ganluyi Miri, showed a gentle smile, and asked. Ganlu Temple Honey Lee saw Butterfly Shinobu's gentle smile, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. You must know that Butterfly Shinobu before Jinshu came, although the corners of his mouth kept smiling, there was no happy emotion in the smile, only stiff perfunctory. Butterfly Shinobu. Do you see me coming? Aren't you surprised? Ganlu Temple Honey Lee pursed her lips, seeing the butterfly's happy expression, she couldn't help but ask nervously. Why surprised? Didn't I invite you here? Butterfly Shinobu tilted his head slightly, his smile did not change, and he naturally smiled brightly. Ganlo Temple Honey Lee didn't know what to say for a while. Oh, it's so late, it's time to go to bed. Jinshu patted the futon on the side and smiled happily. Butterfly Shinobu. Ganlo Temple Miri. Soon, the three of Jinshu fell asleep. Jinshu dreamed that he was playing mountain climbing and skiing on the snowy mountain. As a self-challenger, Jinshu had fun for a while. This dream is a completely beautiful dream. Jinshu Miza hugged the two big sisters like flowers, and he deeply felt the strength of Saitama's body at this moment. He couldn't help but give Saitama a thumbs up in the air. Ganlo Miri covered his waist, moved in Jinshu's arms, and gasped in pain. You still don't exercise enough. Butterfly Shinobu frowned in pain when she saw Ganlo Temple Honey Lee, and couldn't help but smile, but when she got up to make fun of Ganlo Temple Honey Lee, her waist also hurt. It seems that if you have the strength, I will give you a workout, exercise. Jinshu took out 2 fairy beans from under the pillow, gave one each to Butterfly Shinobu and Ganlo Temple Honey Lee, and gave them. They saw that Jinshu had prepared 2 fairy beans under the pillow, and couldn't help but give Jinshu a roll of his eyes, but they still ate the fairy beans. After they recovered, they sorted out their messy underwear and went back to bed. Jinshu watched them get into the bed, and his heart was a little scratched. Just when Jinshu was thinking about what uniform to use to make a game, the reminder in his mind made him stunned. Ding! Your frog cub has returned from a trip and brought you the special product Lingua Franca of 10,000 worlds. Ding! Your frog cub has brought you the special product Bulma, but Bulma is lost in Yoshiwara. Please find the souvenirs. When Jinshu heard the system's prompt, the corners of his mouth twitched. Although Jinshu really wants to complain about how the two of Zhu and Bulma are related, he knows that Bulma of Dragon Ball is a genius girl inventor. There is a universal invention house in his storage space, and the tools he wants are all there. In addition to the universal invention house, he also has several manufacturing drawings of inventions. Among the more than a dozen inventions are Man Time Shuttle and Time Shuttle Watch. These two are definitely artifact-like things. According to the instructions, the Man Space-Time Shuttle is a precious thing that can carry several people and travel through time and space together. Jinshu is still very interested in going to other worlds. He always felt that his strength could not be fully exerted in this world. As for the Time Travel Watch, it is a treasure that allows the carrier to directly shuttle to different times in the world. Although in the description of the Time Shuttle Watch, it is clearly written that it can only allow the carrier to enter other timelines for a short time. But being able to travel through time and space, that's a good thing. There are design drawings for manufacturing, a universal invention house with any tools, but he just can't make it. Originally thought that the bunch of design drawings and universal invention houses brought to him by the frog cub were useless in his hands, but he didn't expect that the frog cub actually brought him a Bulma. As the lingua franca used, the sound of the system interrupted Jinshu's gradually excited mood. Use, Kim Shimo reads a sentence. As Jinshu felt his head flustered. In just a few seconds, Jinshu felt like he had spent years. When he wanted to carefully appreciate this lingua franca of 10,000 worlds, he couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this the ancestral Chinese language of the world he was originally in, the dragon language? Ganlo Temple Honey Lee and Butterfly Shinobu saw that Jinshu had been in a daze, and couldn't help but be a little nervous. Could it be that he was tired and stupid? Honey, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Next time you... Butterfly Shinobu got up and pressed the back of her right hand against Jinshu's forehead, and asked nervously. When Jinshu heard Butterfly Shinobu's concerned words, he couldn't help but come back to his senses. He put his arm around Butterfly Shinobu and smiled badly at her. I'm thinking, I'll find you something to wear. Hearing Jinshu's words, the originally nervous Butterfly Shinobu became even more nervous. She quickly got back into the bed, exposed her head, and looked at Jinshu cutely. Ganlo Temple Miri was on the side, and also deliberately learned the appearance of butterfly forbearance, selling cute towards Jinshu. He looked at the butterfly ninja and the two women of Ganlu Temple honey glass selling cute. Jinshu is hungry in his heart, and he wants to eat now. Although it is tempting to eat the meals of butterfly ninja and mana temple honey glass, it is still crucial to save Bulma. You know, Bulma knows the unarmed girl. Just as he was about to speak. Is Jinshu there? I'm Tenjin Ujin. Yu Tianyuan's voice suddenly came from outside the house. Chapter 34. Wait a minute. Don't enter yet. Jinshu heard that Yulu Tianyuan was coming in, and immediately walked to the door and held the sliding door. Get dressed quickly. Jinshu hurriedly turned around and said to Butterfly Shinobu and Ganlu Temple Honey Li Ganlu Yi Miri and Butterfly Shinobu heard that Ulu Tianyuan was coming, and they didn't lie down anymore, and quickly got up and dressed and instantly put away the clothes of Ms. Lo on the ground, the bunny girl uniform, the cat girl maid and other clothes. Jinshu saw that Butterfly Shinobu and Ganlu Temple Honey Li were cleaned up, and Jinshu let go of the horizontal push door. Syllable. As soon as Jinshu let go, Yulu Tianyuan pulled the door open. Ulu Tianyuan looked at Jinshu with a worried expression. Jinshu, I need your help, please come with me to Yoshiwara. What? Yoshiwara? No way. Butterfly Shinobu heard that Ulu Tenjin was going to take Jinshu to Yoshiwara, and immediately retorted dissatisfied. I don't agree either. Ganlu Temple Miri also refused. Ganlu Temple Miri, how do you? Don't think crookedly, my 3 wives are lurking in Yoshiwara, but all 3 of them lost contact this morning, and I need Jinshu to help me find it. When Yulu Tianyuan saw Ganlu Temple Honey Li here in Jinshu, he was first stunned, and then showed a sudden smile. Immediately afterwards, Yulu Tianyuan quickly explained. Hearing Ulu Tianyuan's explanation, Ganlu Yi Miri and Butterfly Shinobu fell silent. Butterfly Shinobu stared at Jinshu and said, Promise me, don't mess with Yoshiwara's woman for me. I know. Jinshu nodded towards Butterfly Shinobu and agreed. My opinion is very domineering, just looking for someone, it's a very simple thing. Jinshu smiled and said to the Butterfly Ninja, the 2 women of Ganlu Temple Honey Li come back before dark. Jinshu smiled slightly at the 2 women of Butterfly Shinobu and Ganlu Temple Honey, and turned to look at Yulu Tianyuan, lead the way. Thank you. Yulu Tianyuan bowed slightly to Jinshu, and his tone was quite excited. Let's go then. Ulu Tianyuan turned around and started running. Jinshu made a move with his right hand, and the slashing knife and the Nikki knife in the corner flew to his side in the air. Jinshu pinned the 2 sabers and turned into an afterimage and chased after them. Although Yulu Tianyuan was the first to run, Jinshu caught up with Kung Fu in the blink of an eye. Hold your breath. Jinshu said to Yulu Tianyuan, and without him understanding, he suddenly took off. When Jinshu was in the air, he directly grabbed the back collar of Yulu Tianyuan with his left hand, holding an afterimage and disappearing in place. Slowly, not in a hurry, not in a hurry, fly slowly. Fly wrong. This way. Yulu Tianyuan found that Jinshu could actually fly, and the speed was extremely fast, which frightened him slightly, and when he got used to it, he found that the direction was wrong. Under the guidance of Ulu Tenjin, Jinshu soon reached the edge of Yoshiwara. When you get here, it is not suitable for flying, after all, there are many people, and it is not good to be seen and passed out by ordinary people. Jinshu and Ulu Tenjin walked into Yoshihara. Jinshu instantly unfolded his domineering appearance, directly covering the entire Yoshihara. What do your 3 wives look like? Jinshu couldn't help but ask Yulu Tianyuan. He suddenly remembered that he didn't even know what Ulu Tianyuan's wife looked like. How to find it? Ulu Tianyuan was stunned when he heard this, and the next second he squatted down and painted 3 rather kawaii heads on the ground. Jinshu can see from these 3 avatars. Look at a fart. These 3 are abstract paintings. Among the domineering things he saw, there were more than 10 women who matched this. Jinshu stared at the 3 rather abstract avatars on the ground, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Come with me. After Jinshu finished speaking, he jumped directly to the roof of the 2nd floor, and ran quickly. The whole process flowed like water, without the slightest sound. When Yolo Tianyuan saw Jinshu's capable movements, his eyes couldn't help but light up, and he quickly followed. Soon, Jinshu took Yolo Tianyuan to a house, jumped directly to the 2nd floor balcony, pointed to a beautiful woman who was moving, and asked Yolo Tianyuan, "Is it her?" Jinshu looked at the old and uncreative sports posture, quite disdainful, and there was no innovative spirit. Yolo Tianyuan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Jinshu so raw, but the next second he jumped down, glanced at the woman who was similar to the wife of the young crane, and shook his head. Jinshu and Yolo Tianyuan left here in an instant. The 2 who were exercising did not notice that there were outsiders standing outside the window and staying on the eaves. Is this one? What about this? Jinshu took Yolo Tianyuan to constantly change positions to find. As Jinshu took Yolo Tianyuan to find more and more places, Jinshu didn't plan to speak, and directly stepped forward and tilted his head, signaling Yolo Tianyuan to come over. Finding that Yolo Tianyuan shook his head again, the corner of Jinshu's mouth twitched. Jinshu covered his forehead helplessly and sighed deeply. He looked for Bulma from the moment he came in, and when he learned that she was hanging out and safe, he was relieved to take Ulu Tianyuan to find his wife. As a result, Jinshu looked for more than a dozen, but still did not find it. Jinshu glanced at Yolo Tianyuan. "Go, the next family. There's a tied-up one on this 3rd floor." "Just been tied up." Jinshu pointed to a house not far away and raised his eyebrows. "Take me quickly." Yolo Tianyuan was overjoyed when he heard this, and quickly said. Jinshu's body was as light as a swallow and gently swept through the air and pointed to his feet. Ulu Tianyuan quickly landed under the eaves, jumped abruptly, and entered through a closed window. When Yolo Tianyuan saw Musu who was bound, he quickly pulled out his double knives, instantly cut off the surrounding ribbons, and put Musu down. When Musu saw Yolo Tianyuan, he immediately felt a little more energetic and hugged him quite excitedly. "And 2, it seems that there are ghosts here in Yoshiwara." Jinshu jumped in and helplessly interrupted Yolo Tianyuan and the 2. Musu in Yolo Tianyuan's arms raised his head, looked at the rather handsome Jinshu, and was slightly stunned. "You are?" Musu saw that Jinshu was not wearing the uniform of the ghost-killing team, and for a while he didn't know what his identity was. "Don't be afraid, own people." Yolo Tianyuan gently patted Musu to calm her emotions. Musu heard Yolo Tianyuan's words and nodded. "Lord Tianyuan." Jinshu suddenly frowned, and said to Yolo Tianyuan, directly interrupting Musu's words. After Jinshu finished speaking, he jumped out of the window directly, and a few jumps came to an alley. Coming out of this uninhabited alley, he ran straight to the west, and soon he chased a beautiful girl with long cyan hair and shawl. I saw that she was wearing a short dress and was surrounded by a group of middle-aged people. "What are you doing?" Jinshu saw that these men were directly ready to grab Bulma, which made him suddenly anxious. Jinshu directly kicked the 3 middle-aged people with a whip leg. There was a clicking sound at their waists together, and they lay on the ground screaming in pain. "Are you all right?" Jinshu put his arm around Bulma's waist, looked into her eyes seriously, and asked, "Where is this?" Chapter 35. Bulma leaned into Jinshu's strong arms, feeling a sense of security like never before, and the hot body heat melted her 15-year-old girl's heart. Gifted and intelligent, she has naturally learned the structure of the human body. In order to be able to better invent, she has not studied the human body deeply, and Bulma, who leans on Jinshu's arms, can naturally guess how perfect Jinshu's abs and chest muscles are. This is fundamentally different from the fat on her father's body. Bulma glanced up at the handsome Jinshu, and felt good in her heart. Just as Bulma was thinking about it, Jinshu steadied her and let go of his hand. "This is not the world you were in before," Jinshu explained softly towards Bulma. "What is the world that is not before me?" "You mean this world and the world born and raised, not one?" Bulma looked back and couldn't help but look at Jinshu in amazement. Jinshu nodded, pointed at me again, and said, "I am also from other worlds, but how I came from, I don't know." Bulma saw the handsome Jinshu, he was also from other cities, and a sense of intimacy made her trust a little. Bulma does not listen to Jinshu, but trusts her own judgment. For her camping and sleeping and coming to this world inexplicably, Bulma did not panic at all, on the contrary, she was full of anticipation for the days to come. By the time she celebrated her 15th birthday, she had already gone out on an adventure in order to meet the outside world. It's just that the plan can't catch up with the changes. Originally she just went out to see the world, but she didn't expect that the world was seen, and she couldn't go back. She looked at what Jinshu was wearing, which was fundamentally different from what the people around her wore. The style is a little similar, but the clothes worn by the surrounding pedestrians are particularly stingy, unlike the gorgeous clothes worn by Jinshu, who are generous and dignified and handsome. Believing that Jinshu is a person from other worlds like herself, Bulma has an inexplicable affinity for Jinshu in her heart. If you describe it, it is the same feeling of compassion for the same fallen people. My family was originally inventors and designed a lot of things, but I couldn't do scientific research, so I couldn't get them out. Jinshu said while showing a frustrated face, took out a few design drawings, and opened them. When he saw the dense chemical symbols inside, his eyes hurt, and the more he looked, the more confused he became. The things in these design drawings are like heavenly books to him, and he can't understand them. Jinshu can't understand, but Bulma can understand. When Bulma saw the design drawing in his hand, her eyes lit up, and she snatched the design drawing in Jinshu's hand. When she saw these two design drawings, her eyes lit up beautifully, full of wisdom. Bulma looked at the two design drawings seriously, her face full of excitement and excitement. "Wow, this design is so ingenious. This one too. That's a lot more powerful than what she invented." For Bulma's perfection, Kim Shu gladly accepted. "You must know that these two are Jinshu's highly rated babies. These two design drawings, one is the third-generation mecha of Iron Man, and the other is the time shuttle watch. These two, one is more profound than the other. For ordinary people, this is the book of heaven, there is no way to interpret it, even if there is an answer in this design drawing." Because Jinshu didn't even know what this answer was for. For others, it is waste paper, but for Bulma, this simply opens up another direction for her research and development. "It's a pity that my tools didn't come into the world with me." The beautiful girl Bulma seemed to be angry with herself, her beautiful face was full of chagrin, and she stomped her foot. Bulma opened the small satchel around her waist and opened it to see that it was empty. This really shocked Bulma, knowing that her money and the things she invented were all put in it. You must know that Universal Capsule can store anything, except living things, and she has put all the bottom of her body in it. Bulma originally thought that she could use the props she brought to make these two magical things, but the tools were lost. Just when Bulma was annoyed, Jinshu suddenly waved his right hand, and a room 2 meters wide and 4 meters high appeared in the alley in front of the two. Jinshu opened his door and beckoned to Bulma. Bulma saw Jinshu's handsome smile, which made Bulma unable to refuse to walk in. As soon as she entered, Bulma was surprised to find that this seemingly small room from the outside had a hole in the sky. It is 200 square meters long, and the 4 walls are covered with various exquisite instruments, and there are 2 operating stations in the middle. One covers 10 square meters and the other covers 3 square meters, and a variety of tools are placed next to these 2 operating tables. The tools are quite complete, but the props are not. Bulma scratched her head and sighed helplessly. "What material do you want?" Jinshu asked to Bulma. I want titanium 13. Bulma said to Jinshu. Jinshu walked to an operating table, pressed a button, and said, Titanium alloy 13. Buzz. As soon as Jinshu's voice fell, the 10 square meter operation console suddenly ran. A robotic arm suddenly appeared next to the operation table, and as its 5 fingers came out of the infrared light and fell on the operation table, a silvery white metal appeared. This is also fantastic. Bulma ran over with a shocked look and picked up the spherical piece of titanium. Bulma held this titanium alloy, showed a happy smile, and said to Jinshu, with this room, I can make your design drawings. But what can you give me? Jinshu blinked his eyes and said towards Bulma, what do you want? Bulma looked at the tall and handsome Jinshu, couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and said reservedly, I don't know yet, but you have to remember that you owe me a request. As long as your request does not harm the interests of my life, liberty, and dignity, it is okay. Jinshu nodded towards Bulma and agreed. Bulma saw that Jinshu agreed, and showed a happy smile, good. Then that's it. After Bulma finished speaking, she turned around and began to develop the design drawing in her hand. Jinshu is full of confidence in this beautiful girl Bulma, who is only 15 years old, knowing that she can develop her own ideas into a space-time machine in an underground warehouse without any testing. Jinshu felt that she was too young, and if she was older, how could he tie her to him? A beautiful woman with good looks and talent, Jinshu naturally will not refuse, but he has the minimum bottom line, how can he not attack a minor? Just as Jinshu was about to sit on the side seat to rest, Yu Tianyuan suddenly ran in with 2 beautiful women. Chapter 36. Didn't you say there were 3 wives? Jinshu saw Yu Tianyuan coming in with 2 hot and beautiful beauties, and couldn't help asking. Bulma couldn't help but be stunned when she saw a burly man with strong muscles walking in with 2 big beauties in his arms. The reason that made her stunned was mainly Jinshu's words. 1 man, 3 wives. 3 wives. Bulma couldn't help but ask. Jinshu heard Bulma's question, nodded, and said, well, it's normal for a powerful man here to have 3 wives. It's normal. Bulma was silent. Ulu Tianyuan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the beautiful and cute Bulma, and then smiled at Jinshu, revealing a smile that I understand why you promised me. I followed the place you told me, but I didn't find it, you see. Ulu Tianyuan pursed his lips, his tone heavy, can you find the location of that ghost? Ulu Tianyuan now wants to kill the ghost who bullied his wife and relieve his hatred. Just as Jinshu was about to speak, Bulma suddenly turned to Jinshu and asked, how many wives do you have? Jinshu looked back at Bulma, who was fiddling with the console with his head down, and smiled slightly, I have 2 wives. Bulma got Jinshu's answer, and the movement in his hand paused for a few seconds, and then continued to operate. What's your name? Jinshu asked knowingly. My name is Bulma, how about you? Bulma suddenly realized that she didn't know his name yet. My name is Jinshu, Golden Gold, Comfortable Shoe. Jinshu smiled at Bulma, then suddenly took her little hand and walked out. The 2 daughters of Ulu Tianyuan and Myugzu Hinazuru also left the Universal Invention House. With a wave of his right hand, Jinshu directly collected the Universal Invention House into his system storage space. Bulma's eyes lit up when she saw Jinshu's hand. What kind of technology is this? Bulma asked curiously towards Jinshu, she was full of curiosity about Jinshu at the moment. Magic. Jinshu smiled at Bulma, then took her little hand and instructed, be sure to follow me, there will be a fight in a while. If you don't follow me, it will be dangerous. Jinshu looked at Bulma with an indifferent expression, and couldn't help but aggravate his tone. Bulma found the handsome and sunny Jinshu with a cautious look and nodded with a bright smile. Being cared for by a handsome man, Bulma was very happy in her heart. When Yolo Tianyuan and Ling Myugzu heard Jinshu's words, their eyes became a little solemn for a while. The 2 of them, Hinazuru and Musu, had just learned about the strength of Jinshu on Yolo Tianyuan's side, and they were also full of trust in Jinshu's words. Therefore, when they heard Jinshu's words, their faces instantly became serious. Bulma noticed that the other two women and the strong man with the diamond earrings had serious expressions on their faces, and she naturally knew that she was about to encounter something dangerous. It won't be life-threatening, will it? Bulma swallowed her saliva and asked firmly. Jinshu touched Bulma's hair and said soothingly, "Don't worry, with me, no one can hurt you. After all, you are my inventor, and two props that travel through time and space need you." Jinshu didn't say what he thought, for fear of making Bulma angry. When Bulma heard Jinshu's words, her bright eyes showed happy emotions. In Jinshu and Bulma's chat, the group came to a remote alley in Yoshiwara. There is no one else in this alley except Jinshu, Bulma, Ulu Tenjin, Mugzu, and Hinatsuru. Jinshu touched Bulma's hair and said, "Stay away from me a little." Bulma didn't know what Jinshu was going to do, but obediently left him a few meters. Jinshu suddenly pulled out the slashing knife, and the moment he pulled out the slashing knife, he began to release the flowing blade like fire, and with a turn of his wrist, he suddenly inserted the flowing blade into the ground upside down. Boom! The three daughters of Bulma, Mugzu and Hinazuru didn't know what Jinshu was doing for a while. Although they didn't know what Jinshu was doing, they could feel the vibration of the ground, and the handsome young man in front of them was inseparable. They did not dare to gasp for a while, and carefully observed him. Compared with the third daughter, Yolo Tianyuan understood Jinshu's actions. No wonder he couldn't find that ghost, it was actually underground. Jinshu suddenly pulled out the flowing blade, and the flame-long knife played a knife flower in the air, and only then sheathed it. Jinshu stood next to the pothole and exchanged the heat inside with the air outside. He could sense that there was a group of women alive underground. "Let's go!" Jinshu suddenly turned around and hugged the unprepared Bulma, and jumped directly into the large hole that burned a diameter of 3 meters. Yay! Bulma in Jinshu's arms couldn't help but scream. Not only that, but the two girls in Yolo Tianyuan's arms couldn't help but scream. Soon, Jinshu landed steadily with Bulma in his arms. Bulma found an empty cave underground, above which hung long silk with pink priming. In these pink silks are printed beautiful women with beautiful figures. Jinshu held the curious Bulma in his left hand, and the chopping knife was drawn out with the power of the mind and placed on his right hand, and the slashing knife turned into a fire blade. The originally dim cave instantly brightened up a lot, and when Bulma saw the beauties in these long silks, she couldn't help but sigh, "These are like real people." Jinshu heard Bulma's praise and laughed, "These are people, but the ability of ghosts to trap them in the long silk." Saying that, the flowing blade on Jinshu's right hand slashed through several beautiful arcs, and several flying slashes suddenly appeared. The flame flying slash directly cut off these long silks. These soft and tough long silks were cut directly, and beautiful women like flowers emerged from the long silks. Bulma couldn't help but be stupid when she saw this unscientific picture. How is this done? Could it be that this long silk has some mechanism? Bulma couldn't help but ask Jinshu. The scorched poisonous gas was directly rolled out of the cave by Jinshu with neon power. Uru Tenjin hugged Mugzu and Hinatsuru, and found Suma among this group of beauties. The two daughters, Ulu Tianyuan and Mugzu Hinazuru, hurriedly ran over and found that Susuma was just unconscious. Just when Uru Tenjin wakes up Susuma and finds that she is fine, he is ready to thank Jinshu. But seeing Jinshu showing a weird smile, Yolo Tianyuan looked at Jinshu's smile and suddenly shuddered. "Jinshu? What's wrong?" Yolo Tianyuan couldn't help but ask Jinshu. Jinshu pointed to the bottom and smiled slightly, "I found a nest of mice, I sent you up first, I went to destroy these mice." After Jinshu finished speaking, he let go of Bulma in his arms. And just when Bulma was about to speak, he found that he took off uncontrollably and flew directly from the cave just now. Bulma saw this mysterious and powerful Jinshu, and at the moment she was full of curiosity about him. Ulu Tenjin and his 3 wives want to stay and help Jinshu. But Jinshu didn't give them a chance and directly used Nian power to send them out. Jinshu watched them all be sent away by himself, his eyes suddenly cold, and the flowing blade in his right hand suddenly clenched upside down and slammed down. Apocalypse. Sword of Fire. Jinshuren's eyes burst into flames, and the costume on his body was also covered with a layer of flames. If this is seen by Purgatory Kyo's hero, he will be even more sure that Jinshu is the god of fire itself. Chapter 37. Did you say the adults called us over? Who knows? Just as a group of ghosts were whispering in Infinity City, a noble and elegant beauty wearing a black kimono appeared with Naruto. Lord Wu Miserable, long time no see. Gigi held her face in both hands, looked at Ghost Maisuji with a foolish affection, and said gently. Next to her stood Taro, a prostitute with an ugly body. The 2 of them are twin ghosts, both of which are the 6th of the winding. A figure suddenly appeared in a delicate teapot, it was the jade pot that was wound 5. An old man stood very timidly in the group of ghosts, his eyes did not dare to look indiscriminately, and he looked timid. It is this seemingly harmless ghost of humans and animals, and it is the 4th of the windings, the half-heavenly dog. A playboy dressed Tong Mo stood in the group of ghosts on the wind, bowed deeply to Ghost Maisuji Wumi, and then showed a bright smile. Master Wu Miserable, long time no see. One of the wound Black Death Mu opened 6 eyes and indifferently hugged his chest. Just when Ghost Maisuji was ready to reprimand these winding ghosts, Naruto suddenly opened her one-eyed eyes, her face suddenly tensed, and hurriedly, "Adult, there is an attack." "What attack?" Oni Maisuji frowned, she was a little annoyed by Naruto's interrupted thoughts. "Flames?" Naruto's face became more and more flustered, "It's getting closer." "Flames?" Ghost Maisuji was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly remembered that he was chased and killed by a brat for tens of miles more than a year ago. Hundreds of years have not been so embarrassed, and the more I think about it, the more livid the face of Ghost Maisuji Wu becomes. Just when Ghost Maisuji was stunned, a pillar of fire suddenly penetrated through the wooden doors. These delicate wooden doors were burned in an instant in front of this flame like tissue paper. Coax. When the hot flame broke through the wooden door, this flame suddenly soared. As Jinshu used the residual fire Taideo, the temperature of this flame instantly changed from more than 2,000 degrees to tens of thousands of degrees. The originally gloomy and cold Infinity City instantly turned into a stove, and black smoke billowed out. The connected wooden houses instantly turned into a sea of fire. Under the absolute high temperature, these ghosts with average strength instantly turned into ashes in this flame, and this flame did not give them time to react at all. The originally large number of ghosts disappeared 90% in an instant. The remaining ghosts ran very cleverly towards Ghost Maisuji Misery, trying to save their lives with the help of Ghost Maisuji No Mercy. It's a pity that they thought too much, and Naruto increased the number of rooms for an infinite length in the first place. When she discovered that the flames had touched Infinity City, Naruto made hundreds of rooms as partitions to lengthen the distance from the flames. Naruto didn't expect the flames to suddenly become stronger. This frightened her for a while. Naruto saw that the flames had actually caught up, her face was full of anxiety, and she looked at all the ghosts, and suddenly shouted, "Come quickly!" Fallenheim, Prostitute Taro, Tong Ma, and the 4 ghosts of the Black Death Mao have already rushed to the side of Oni Maisuji without waiting for Naruto to say hello. "Go!" Ghost Maisuji returned to his senses and quickly shouted. Ghost Maisuji saw this sea of fire, and at this moment she resounded the human being that she hated to the bone. This flame must have been put by that human. Naruto hurriedly carried out Oni Maisuji's order. Naruto waited for the order of Oni Maisuji without misery, and without an order, she could only pull the distance hard. I saw countless rooms in the Infinite City, and closed the wooden sliding door at the same time. In the middle of the day, when the dog and the jade pot rushed up to open the door, they found that they were abandoned by the ghost dance Suji Wu Miserable. It turned into pitch-black rocks around them. The ghosts that had been burned by the fire were gone. I don't know if those ghosts shrouded in fire have a chance to survive, but the hearts of the two ghosts of Half-Heavenly Dog and Jade Pot suddenly became cold. Boom! In the middle of the day, the two ghosts of the dog and the Jade Pot were ready to turn around and resist this sudden flame, which directly enveloped them. They felt a word, pain, and hot burning all over their bodies. When they wanted to struggle, their consciousness was already in a trance, and they could only see the raging fire around them. Until they die, they don't know why they were burned to death by fire. Jinshu heard the dense system prompts in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. In particular, 2 prompts were given to get 3,000 clover. It was obvious that he had attacked just now and reaped the lives of 2 winding ghosts. Although I don't know which 2 winding ghosts died, it is not a loss to die either of them. He pulled out his remnant fire knife and threw a knife flower back into its sheath. Jinshu lifted the swastika and the initial solution, and he was satisfied to use his mind power to control himself and fly out of the cave. When he flew out of the cave, he saw Bulma, and Yulu Tianyuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they came out unharmed. Jinshu, what happened just now? There was a ghost just now? Yulu Tianyuan looked at Jinshu with a surprised look and couldn't help but ask. You must know that as a gorgeous god, he did not smell ghosts at all. There are ghosts, and there are a group of ghosts more than 1,000 meters below the bottom of the cave. Jinshu nodded, and then suddenly smiled. Just now the unexpected harvest. I didn't expect that I killed more than 3,000 imps and 2 winding ghosts in a sneak attack. When Yulu Tianyuan heard Jinshu's words, he was stunned for a while. More than 1,000 meters below that cave. 3,000 imps. 2 winding ghosts. Musu shouted, his beautiful face looking disbelieving. How did you kill them? Jinshu smiled at them. Of course it was burned. Looking at Suma, Makio, Hinatsuru, and Bulma who didn't believe it, Jinshu pulled out his slashing knife, instantly made a flowing blade, and slashed at the ground. A ravine silently appeared in front of all the women. Jinshu cast the flowing blade like a fire and sheathed it, and saw them looking at him with a shocked face, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For the adoration and surprise of beautiful women, Jinshu still likes it. The sense of achievement after pretending to be forced in front of beautiful women is enough to fill men's hearts with satisfaction. As a hot-blooded young man, Jinshu naturally couldn't avoid this idea. Oh! I found 2 ghosts, 1,300 meters. Jinshu smiled slightly and looked thousands of meters to the west. Yulu Tianyuan could faintly smell the aura of a ghost, but he didn't expect Jinshu to find it faster than himself, and he could know the exact distance. Go, I'll show you the hell. Jinshu grabbed Bulma's small man's waist with his left hand and took off directly into the air. Bulma found that Jinshu could fly without the help of a hovering car, and couldn't help but ask, what are you flying with? Psychic. Jinshu smiled at Bulma on the left. Psychic abilities. Ghost. The world is so interesting. Bulma laughed with interest. Brother. Chapter 38. Brother, look. Seeing a pair of young men and women flying towards this side, Yukihime quickly greeted the prostitute Taro. Just now, when I came back from the doppelganger, I learned that my grain depot had been raided, and the exquisite grain I selected one by one had been rescued. Hearing the news, Yuji suddenly became embarrassed and angry, and couldn't help but coquette with his brother. Seeing that Yukihime was angry, the prostitute Taro couldn't help rubbing her head and soothing, "Don't be angry, I'll help you get angry." When Yuji heard that his brother wanted to be angry for himself, he immediately smiled with satisfaction. It's good looking, this is my strength. In order to avoid them escaping, Jinshu decided not to test and directly lay down the death hand. Solve it. Sword of fire. Let me stay. Before Jinshu pulled out the slashing knife, he first enveloped them with an overlord-colored domineering aura, and for a while their bodies stiffened, slashing in the direction of Akihime and the prostitute Taro. Boom! Deafening roar. A sea of fire appeared out of thin air above the eaves and crashed directly towards Yukihime and the prostitute Taro. The two of them, the prostitute Taro, wanted to move, but under the deterrence of Jinshu's overlord-colored domineering, their bodies were uncontrolled and they could only stand in place and could not move. Bulma saw this tide of flames and couldn't help but gasp, "Is this the strength that human beings should have?" You know, Bulma didn't watch the martial arts conference less. The top masters there are also a battle of flesh collisions, where can they issue such an attack with the gods? Brother, I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Abominable little ghost. The two of Akihime and the prostitute Taro opened their eyes wide, wanting to escape, but they could not break free from the domineering suppression of the overlord color, and could only let out a long cry of sorrow and anger. Yolo Tianyuan and his three wives saw Jinshu's attack, and the four couldn't help but stop at the same time. Yolo Tianyuan smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that Jinshu was killing the string ghost as simple as chopping cabbage. You must know that they did not die in the hands of the string ghost. When Suma, Mugzu, and Hinatsura's three daughters saw Jinshu's attack, they immediately stopped doubting what they had just said. They knew that these two ghosts were the winding ghosts that they and others had detected. In front of these two ghosts, they simply had no power to fight back. It was such a powerful winding ghost who was killed just like that. Gone. Jinshu hugged Bulma, who was soft and small, and the intimate act made her feel stunned, and subconsciously leaned into his arms. The four of Ulu Tenjin, Suma, Mugzu, and Hinatsuru were ready to catch up with Jinshu, but before they could run, they found themselves floating in the air again, and then flew uncontrollably towards Jinshu. Yolo Tianyuan clearly felt that he was facing Jinshu's sense of powerlessness and despair. The combat effectiveness of him and Jinshu is not at the same level at all. Yolo Tianyuan believed that the two winding ghosts also felt the strength of Jinshu, so they shouted in despair. Musu, Suma, and Hinatsuru looked at Jinshu, and then at Ulu Tianyuan, and for a while felt that they were in a hurry. Yolo Tianyuan felt the eyes of the third girl, and the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched. "Baby, I'm back." Jinshu put his arm around Bulma and landed in the courtyard of the butterfly house, walked straight back to his wooden house, and shouted happily. As soon as he opened it, he saw a scene that made his blood rush, a bunny girl, a cat girl. He released his left hand holding Bulma's waist, turned to close the sliding door, and looked back at Butterfly Shinobu and Ganloyi Miri. "Honey, you're back so soon." Butterfly Shinobu saw Jinshu returning with a beautiful girl with long cyan hair, and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Let me introduce to you, this is a genius girl inventor I invited over. Don't look at her young age, but she is brilliant, and she has developed a lot of things alone." Jinshu naturally saw the eyes of Ganlo Temple Miri, and quickly introduced Bulma to the two. Bulma saw that these two figures were more proud than herself, and she couldn't help but purse her lips, feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. However, hearing Jinshu praise herself so much, her self-confidence increased a lot, and her waist couldn't help but straighten. "Does she have a place to live? If not, I'll find her a room to live in." Butterfly Shinobu asked sweetly towards Jinshu. The tone was sweet and gentle, but his eyes were a little cold, and Jinshu was a little frightened when he saw it. Scared for a few seconds, Jinshu thought that he could pay public food, pay more, and hand it over to them to their satisfaction. Afraid of what? Thinking of this, Jinshu's expression became much more indifferent. "Where are you going to go?" Jinshu looked at Bulma and asked. Bulma thought for a moment and smiled slightly. "You decide." Jinshu nodded, turned to Butterfly and smiled. "Find her a room." Butterfly Shinobu took off his cat ear decoration, put on the ghost killer uniform and Haori, and smiled gently at Bulma. "Come with me." Bulma nodded. She glanced at Jinshu's side face, and then followed Butterfly Shinobu away. Jinshu sat on the futon with his arms around Ganlo Temple Honey Lee, held her in his arms, smelled the fragrance, and his heart was full of comfort. Oh, I forgot to give her something. Jinshu silently hugged Ganlo Temple Honey Lee for a few minutes, and suddenly remembered that he forgot to lend her the Universal Invention House. Jinshu kissed the cheek of Ganlo Temple Miri. I'll go back. Ganlo Temple Honey Lee saw Jinshu suddenly get up and leave, which made her look at him in surprise. Although she didn't know what Jinshu was going to do, the Ganlo Temple Honey glass dominated by Jinshu didn't squeak, she just looked at him with big eyes open to Shui Lingling. Jinshu's heart is crispy when he sees it. Jinshu took a light breath, sorted out his clothes, and left quickly. He was afraid that he would look again, so he was reluctant to leave the room to send the almighty invention house to Bulma. The bunny girl temptation of Ganlo Temple Honey Glass is still too strong. Jinshu saw that the domineering aura instantly enveloped all the rooms, and the next second he directly used the shave. Butterfly Shinobu just closed the sliding door, and turned around to see Jinshu. Honey, why are you? Butterfly Shinobu saw Jinshu coming, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he gagged him before he finished speaking. After 2 minutes, the butterfly's watery purple pupils turned and left, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jinshu walked into Bulma's room and found a beautiful girl with long cyan hair taking off. Ahem, wait a minute. Jinshu coughed dryly. Bulma turned around stunned and saw Jinshu walk into the room, and the confidant released the almighty invention house with his own care. Anything else? Bulma found that Jinshu had not left the Universal Invention House, and couldn't help but ask. Jinshu's eyes looked directly at Bulma, and he couldn't help but smack his lips, but he didn't expect that this little Nizai could develop well. I have a prescription here, whether you eat it or not depends on your own ideas. Jinshu took out a piece of paper from his arms, put it on the ground, smiled at her, and turned to leave. Bulma walked over curiously, glanced at the contents of this paper, and her little face suddenly turned red. Chapter 39. Jinshu, 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 I made it, made it. Jinshu was asleep, and 2 beautiful women like flowers were next to him. Jinshu suddenly heard someone call him, and he quickly got up and got dressed. Just as he got dressed, the sliding door opened. Bulma saw the 2 sleeping Butterfly Shinobu and Ganlo Temple Honey Lee, paused in her steps, and the next second she returned to her senses and walked towards Jinshu. Holding a square silver-white suitcase half a meter long in one hand, she happily introduced to Jinshu, "This is the design drawing you gave me, steel armor. And this?" Bulma pointed to a metal watch on her right wrist and introduced excitedly, "This is that time travel watch. It's just that it takes a lot of energy to start, and theoretically, it can last up to 3 times. Bulma took the watch and handed it to Jinshu, introducing it happily. Jinshu's eyes lit up, took it, put it on, looked at it with a curious face, and couldn't help but ask, "Can it locate time and space?" "No, it's all random. You can stay for 2 hours after each use, and after 2 hours you are forced to enter the next crossing, until you use it 3 times, and after using it 3 times, you will return to the present." Bulma introduces the functions of this time travel watch. When Jinshu heard Bulma's introduction, he couldn't help but use it once. Buzz! A flash of silver light flashed, and Jinshu's figure suddenly disappeared. Bulma was shocked to find that Jinshu was gone, and stomped her foot coquettishly. "Do I annoy you so much? Always avoiding me. Hey! What about dear? I can still smell my dear smell just now." Ganlo Temple Miri suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Bulma in surprise and asked. "Time traveled?" Bulma pouted and said. "Crossing space-time?" Butterfly Shinobu sat up at this time and looked at Bulma with a strange face, feeling that this girl who was excluded and guarded by herself turned out to be her own matchmaker. Jinshu's eyes lit up and found that he had come to a dense forest. Subconsciously using the domineering Jinshu, he saw that there were simple wooden houses not far to the east, which seemed to be a village. "Help! Help!" The delicate and helpless cry for help suddenly made him look back and find a girl who he subconsciously ignored. She is being hunted down by an ugly male ghost. "Shaving, Godspeed!" Jinshu snorted coldly. The sound fell, and the person was no longer in place. The girl's eyes were full of panic and despair. She originally wanted to pick up some dry materials and help her brother, but she didn't expect to meet a strange person eating people. When the weirdo, who was eating people, saw her, he gave up the body and ran directly towards her, which frightened her and ran away. But she is a girl with no chicken power, how can she run past him? The girl, who was a little desperate in her heart, shouted hard, begging for someone to save her. Boom! A flame like sunlight suddenly appeared on the ground in front of the girl. Yubin looked at the eyes of a black-haired young man who suddenly appeared, although her back was to her, but she looked at the figure taller than her brother, and her heart suddenly became excited. She knew she was saved. Jinshu looked at this male ghost in rags running towards him, frowned, and said lightly, "Die." The overlord color domineering burst out on him, directly shocking the male ghost not far in front of him. The male ghost, who was originally delirious, showed a look of fear. During this period, Yurbin looked sluggish, and the next moment also burst out with an aura similar to Jinshu. It's just that Yurbin's overlord-colored domineering can't be compared with Jinshu's, and it is directly covered by his overlord-colored domineering. Jinshu didn't pay careful attention, otherwise he could find that this girl with a dirty whole body actually burst into a domineering overlord. When the male ghost was shocked, Jinshu put away the slashing knife, raised his right hand, and the armed color domineering instantly wrapped around his right arm, and purple patterns and cherry blossoms appeared on his arm. "Break it for me!" Jinshu suddenly punched, and the trees separated by several meters suddenly burst open, and the male ghost more than 10 meters away suddenly turned into meat sauce in the fist wind. The strong fist wind, like a hurricane, directly hit a tree. Jinshu blinked, watching the forest of dozens of acres of land directly dumped, pouted, a little disappointed. He found that the power of a punch with armed color domineering was so different from the power of the flowing blade. Yubin watched in horror as Jinshu's punch fell through a large forest, and couldn't help but open his mouth. "Let's go." Jinshu looked back at Yubin and couldn't help but smile. Yubin saw the mysterious lifesaver turn around, but her face was blocked by an opaque white, so that she could not see the lifesaver's appearance, but she could hear Lynch's gentle voice. Yubin nodded obediently towards Jinshu. Yubin leads the way in front, and Jinshu quietly follows behind her and escorts her home. He saw her come to the village where he had seen with the domineering color of his own sight. When Jinshu saw that Yurbin had arrived safely in the village, he waved his hand at Yurbin, turned around and left. Just as he left for a while, he suddenly found that there was a very strong ghost aura in that village. Jinshu's eyes were cold, and he turned and ran towards the village. When Jinshu entered the village, he found that there were corpses all around. This made him stunned, killing people under his eyes, which made him extremely angry. Jinshu found that the girl he had just saved was stopped by a woman. "Stop me!" Jinshu saw this noble lady wearing a patterned kimono with a black bottom, showing her ghost claws, scratching the neck of Yurbin, which made him angry. For a while, Jinshu pulled out his double knives, and the slashing knife suddenly turned into a fire knife, and he slashed towards the noble lady with anger. Swastika sword, sword of flame. The two knives in Jinshu's hands burst out, and a wave of fire erupted from the blade of the remnant fire sword, slamming towards Ghost Maisuji Wu. Ghost Maisuji Wushi, who originally wanted to turn this girl into a ghost, suddenly saw a person swinging a wave of fire. His eyes were stunned, and the next moment he stepped back and flew away. "You go into the house," Jinshu said to the girl, and in the next second, he rushed towards the female ghost. The overlord-colored domineering aura suddenly erupted on him, directly shrouding Ghost Mai-Suji's miserable body, which made her physical mobility hindered for a while, and she couldn't help but be afraid. Jinshu sheathed the Nikwe knife and punched at Ghost Mai-Suji Wuxi with his left hand and foot armed with domineering. And the remnant fire knife in his right hand was swung in vain. Jinshu was angry and armed with a domineering punch, distorting the surrounding air. Ghost Mai-Suji, who was tens of meters away, suddenly felt that his body was under a powerful attack, and all the bones of his body collapsed for a while. In an instant, she recovered her injuries, and when Oni Mai-Suji was about to fight back, she found a sea of fire rushing towards her, which made her dodge in horror and run away in the next moment. Jinshu caught up. Yubin watched the mysterious big brother appear on his body with dark purple cherry blossoms, and the dark twin knives burned with fire, chasing after the female ghost. P.S. Thank you for Wu's speechless character summoning, Li Ekrui's like, Ling Xian's like, Hongmeng Dark Emperor's urging charm, Li Burning's 2 likes, Luo Ji's 4 likes and 1 bobo milk tea. Thank you 327619000s sent blade like and inspiration capsule tomorrow 100,000 words, I plan to break out together tomorrow and make up for everyone. Chapter 40. Yubin looked at Jinshu's domineering appearance, his heart rippled, and there was only him in his eyes. Even though Jinshu disappeared in place, Yubin still looked in that direction blankly. Jinshu, who caught up with Ghost Dance Suji without misery, swung his double knives frequently, and layer after layer of monstrous waves of fire shot towards Ghost Dance Suji no misery. Naruto! Come and pick me up! Ghost Mai-Suji shouted in panic. A wooden door suddenly appeared at the feet of Oni Mai-Suji. As Ghost Dance Suji entered Infinity City without misery, his heart suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. When he thought that he was being chased and running, his face suddenly turned livid, and his eyes showed a cold light. Rumble! Just when she was angry, the fire wave suddenly rushed into Infinity City. Originally hundreds of rooms, the blink of an eye, more than half less, this scared Naruto enough. Naruto quickly teleported away. Jinshu frowned, the buildings on the ground were drilling into the ground quickly, without a frown, using the domineering look to stare at her. The residual fire knife in Jinshu's right hand swung again, and the originally dim sky instantly brightened, and this mountain forest erupted with dazzling fire. Thou Bean watches the fire on the mountain at the mouth of the village, if the sun is rising. Bang! A loud bang! The mountain before your bean disappeared out of thin air and turned into a vast and flat scorched earth. Jinshu stood on the hot red scorched earth, the 2 knives on his hands facing the sides, and the hot flames on the knives were like a pair of red flame wings, completely unfolding on both sides of Jinshu. Yubin looked at the strength of this mysterious person, and her heart was turbulent. If she had such strong strength, she would definitely be able to protect her family. There will never be such a tragedy again. Just when Yubin was thinking, she saw the mysterious man coming, although she couldn't see the facial features and face shape of this mysterious man, but she liked him so much now. He was simply the most perfect patron saint in her mind. What's wrong? Jinshu squatted down, gently looked at the girl with dirty hair and face in front of him, and asked. Can I marry you? Yubin couldn't help but ask. Looking at the beans with hope in her eyes, Jinshu didn't care about her dirty hair at all, touched her head gently, and said with a smile, Of course, but I need you to find me. That's what you promised. When Yubin saw that the mysterious man agreed, he immediately smiled brightly, and his pink eyes were full of brilliant light. Jinshu nodded, and as he nodded, he found that his body was turning into a silver light. Yubin saw that the mysterious man had disappeared. She pursed her lips, her eyes full of determination, I will definitely find you. As soon as Yubin finished speaking, she suddenly felt a sudden pain in her neck, touched her right hand, and found that there was blood on her right hand, and then she felt that her consciousness was a little unclear. She vaguely saw her brother. Obijin was soothed and found himself in a vast forest. In the last moment, he remembered that it was still winter, snowy, the forest was bare, and now the forest had dense foliage that covered the sky. Jinshu looked at this dense forest, he didn't move anymore, he didn't dislike the dirt, and he lay directly on the soft and lush grass. While Jinshu was asleep, a mature and beautiful young woman ran into the forest in a navy blue kimono in a panic. Her clean navy blue kimono was stained with blood. Jinshu, who was sleeping, suddenly dreamed that he was suddenly in a blooming flower, and a sexy and mature goblin was seducing him. Test him with this. How could he? Jinshu really didn't stand the test and pounced directly. Mrs. Zhu Shi saw a man lying not far away, unwilling to eat people, and ran away directly around him. Just as she bypassed him, she suddenly saw him appear in front of her out of thin air, and then half an hour passed. Mrs. Zhu Shi looked at Jinshu with a grievance, and his heart was full of guilt. It's all your vampire technique, you can't blame me. When Jinshu woke up, he naturally knew that Mrs. Zhu Shi's blood demon technique blood confusion could make others hallucinate. You have to be responsible. Mrs. Zhu Shi bit her lower lip and looked at him hatefully. Jinshu suddenly walked towards her arms. Mrs. Zhu Shi watched him pull out a syringe, which made her curious in shyness. Jinshu suddenly drew a tube of blood on his arm. Give, it is considered to compensate you, you must know that my blood is precious. Jinshu proudly straightened his chest and handed her a tube of blood. Mrs. Zhu Shi smelled this tempting blood and couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Are you human? You manage a lot. Jinshu pouted, I won't be responsible for you anyway. Nope. You have to be responsible for me. Mrs. Zhu Shi smelled this tempting blood, her little face blushed. I don't know if she was ashamed or anxious, she was even more attractive because of her charm. After her husband's death, she has been cleansed, especially when she became a ghost, recovering for the first time, and now she has been forcibly taken away, naturally feeling aggrieved. You want me to be responsible? You find me first. As long as you find me, I will be responsible for you. Jinshu smiled at her. Mrs. Zhu Shi looked at the man in front of her who could not see his appearance, and listened to his inexplicable words, and her heart was very unhappy. Just as she was about to speak, she found that he had turned into a silver light and disappeared. Humph! I'm going to catch you. Mrs. Zhu Shi, who has always been gentle and generous, has now become a young woman who has been abandoned in anger. The environment in front of Jinshu changed again, here. Or the forest. Eileen, there are too many forests in this world, right? Jinshu complained helplessly. When Jinshu was domineering, he suddenly saw a rather familiar purple-haired beautiful girl. She is exactly the butterfly ninja who is several years younger. Jinshu sees butterfly shinobu in a mature and beautiful woman killing a strong male ghost. I saw that this male ghost had infinite strength, picked up the trunk of a large tree, and slammed towards the butterfly ninja and the mature beauty. Butterfly Kane and butterfly shinobu are as light as swallows, easily dodging the attack of this male ghost, and for a while Jinshu couldn't help but sigh, his wife is strong, how agile this skill is. Just when butterfly Kane found the right moment to give him a painless death, a flame instantly engulfed the male ghost. The rather difficult male ghost was instantly burned to ashes by the flames. Who is it? You guess. Chapter 41. Butterfly Shinobu questioned the mysterious person in front of her whose face was shrouded in white light. She did not smell a little ghost breath from Jinshu's body. Without the breath of a ghost, it means that he is a human being. But how can humans have such great strength? It doesn't matter who I am, but I see the future for both of you. Jinshu sheathed the slashing knife, wrapped his arms around his chest, and said with a smile. The future? What future? Butterfly Shinobu frowned her beautiful willow brows and asked impatiently. What about this sister of yours? It's called Butterfly Kane, you will be killed by the winding ghost and eaten. Jinshu faced the Butterfly Shinobu and pointed at the Butterfly Kane, his tone was very determined. "What are you talking nonsense?" Butterfly Shinobu heard that this faceless person dared to curse his sister, and immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Jinshu suddenly flashed between the two women with a shaving, wrapped his arms around the soft waists of the two women, and whispered in the ears of the two of them, "I lied to you that there is no need. Killed by a winding ghost. Do you know which winding ghost I'll be killed?" Butterfly Kane was hugged by Jinshu, her little face couldn't help but blush, struggled for a while, and found that she couldn't break free, so she turned her face and glared at him sideways and asked, "Winding up the ghost too, Tong Mo?" Jinshu recalled the plot of the drama he saw, did not hide it, and said directly, "Winding Unai. Tong Mo." Butterfly Kane's beautiful pink eyes couldn't help but look at him curiously. "How do you know what their names are?" "Of course, in the future, I killed them all." Jinshu said it without concealment. "Then why don't you just kill these ghosts?" Butterfly Shinobu heard that Jinshu would kill this ghost, and her sister would be killed by this ghost, which made her a little anxious. Jinshu's right hand was very naughty and bounced on her sensitive acupuncture points, making the butterfly hot and weak for a while, originally unable to break free from his confinement, and at the moment she was even more unable to stand, and could only lean on his arms. The butterfly endured his stubbornness and gave Jinshu a roll of his eyes. "At that time, I hadn't come to this world yet," said Jinshu helplessly to the butterfly. "You are called Butterfly Shinobu, I can add a life to your sister, but you have to promise me one thing." Jinshu suddenly whispered in Butterfly Shinobu's ear. Butterfly Shinobu heard Jinshu's two words, and his brain was a little confused. "What does it mean that you have not yet come into this world? What do you mean you can add a life to your sister? I can understand every word, but you say so." Butterfly Shinobu somewhat suspected that he had misheard. "Although you are very strong, I will not allow you to lie to my sister." Butterfly Kane's gentle tone couldn't help but aggravate and scolded him. Jinshu heard Butterfly Kane's gentle questioning, and couldn't help laughing. His left hand couldn't help but feel her soft little waist. The Butterfly Kane, who had never been a man, couldn't help but blush. Her body was hot and soft, and she couldn't stand. She turned her face sideways to look at Jinshu in surprise, wondering why he knew the sensitive place on his waist. Jinshu looked at these two charming sisters, and felt an inexplicable feeling of refreshment in his heart. This feeling is like a beautiful person, which makes Jinshu can't help but laugh for 3 hours. In order to make the two women honest and believe what they said, Jinshu decided to show them his strength. "Since you are suspicious of me, I will perform a move that you have never seen before." Jinshu slightly hugged the small waists of the two women and said badly in their ears, "Bang bang." After Jinshu Gong finished speaking, the two daughters Butterfly Shinobu and Butterfly Kane saw that the trees around them burst in turn. For a while, the sky was full of broken wood, and the thick snow was directly buried by these broken wood. The two women of Butterfly Shinobu and Butterfly Kane looked at all this with a confused look. Just now it was still a dense forest, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into ruins. "You did this?" Butterfly Kane couldn't help but open her mouth and look cute, so cute. Not only Butterfly Kane was stunned, but Butterfly Shinobu was also stunned, and her appearance gave Jinshu a sense of freshness. "These broken wood don't look good, do they?" Jinshu asked with a low laugh in the ears of the two women. The two women shook their heads and looked at Jinshu sideways. Because they were too close, they kissed Jinshu's cheek directly, which made the two women blush for a while. The natural rouge made the two women's appearance better, and Jinshu, who watched it, secretly swallowed saliva. Although Jinshu secretly swallowed saliva, the two daughters of Butterfly Shinobu and Butterfly Kane were too close to Jinshu to hear the sound of him swallowing saliva. Seeing that his cheeks were also red, the two women couldn't help but smile. When they saw the scene where the forest had just turned into ruins, they knew that he had no malice, otherwise they would be like fish on a cutting board. "What are you going to do?" Butterfly Kane has an innocent personality, and knowing that Jinshu has no ill will towards them, she begins to ask. Jinshu sent the two women small waists and took out three things from his arms. One was a syringe, one was a capsule, and the other was a scarecrow. Butterfly Shinobu saw the three unrelated things in Jinshu's hand, and couldn't help but be stunned, frowning. What are you going to do? You'll know in a moment, bear with it, it's a little painful, Jinshu said, and took the needle in his hand and drew a tube of blood on Butterfly Kane's arm. The tube of blood is then injected into the scarecrow, and the other half is injected into a translucent capsule. Soon, the translucent capsule suddenly grew blood vessels and turned into a small baby in less than a second. Within minutes, it turned into a Butterfly Kane. It's just that it's not dressed. Just when the two daughters of Butterfly Shinobu and Butterfly Kane looked stunned, Jinshu put it away. Hey! Just now! You guys are mistaken. Jinshu directly interrupted Butterfly Shinobu's question. The two women, Butterfly Shinobu and Butterfly Kane, looked at each other and blinked. They were very sure that they were not mistaken, but the big living person just now suddenly disappeared, and they couldn't explain it, only that they really saw it wrong just now. Recognize me as Lord, are you willing? Jinshu's voice suddenly asked in Butterfly Kane's mind. Butterfly Kane looked at Jinshu and found that his face was still shrouded in white light, and he could not see his face shape and facial features. However, Butterfly Kane Inokuri thought that he would not lie to himself, so she silently replied to me and agreed. Recognized by the Butterfly Kane, the scarecrow in Jinshu's hand instantly turned into the appearance of the Butterfly Kane. Your second life has been generated, your soul has been taken away by me 3/4, as long as you die, 3/4 of your soul will be in my hands, and I can resurrect you. Jinshu also collected the scarecrow bound to the soul of the Butterfly Kane into the system storage space. How are you going to thank me? Jinshu asked with a smile on his face. What do you want? Butterfly Shinobu asked with a frown. So be it, you promise me one thing. Jinshu smiled mysteriously at the butterfly. Promise what? Chapter 42. Promise what? Butterfly Shinobu raised an eyebrow and asked. Jinshu said with a smile, when you are an adult, there is a very strong man who will take the examination from Fuji Raid Mountain, and when he uses beans, paper, and long knives as a bride price, you must agree to his marriage proposal. Beans, paper, and long knives as a bride price. Butterfly frowned. Is that man tall? Handsome? The strength is really strong? Thin and tall and muscular, handsome, naturally not weak. The most important thing is that he loves you very, very much, loves you. Jinshu replied very seriously. Although the two women of Butterfly Shinobu and Butterfly Kane could not see Jinshu's face, they could only see a touch of white, but they heard Jinshu's reply, and at this moment they seemed to be able to see a handsome young man smiling at them. Do you promise? In return for saving your sister? Jinshu asked nervously. I don't promise, I can't morally kidnap my sister with my life. It's okay if my sister really likes that person. Butterfly Kane interrupted Jinshu's words, and the gentle she also became serious at the moment. I promised. Butterfly Shinobu did not hesitate, nodded, and agreed. She has been smart since she was a child, and after the conversation just now, Butterfly Shinobu can be sure that the man who proposed to him is him. Only for this reason, he will suddenly appear, ask himself to agree to a man's marriage proposal, and will also help his sister perform strange things that add a life. These two things, there is only one answer, that is, this man is him. Don't worry, he won't bully you, he won't betray you, he will always love you. After Jinshu finished speaking, he found that his 2 hours through time and space had arrived. Butterfly Shinobu and Butterfly Kane were surprised to find that he had turned into a silver light and disappeared in place. The two women, Butterfly Shinobu and Butterfly Kane, looked at each other and smiled, only taking this as a joke. Butterfly Kane looked back and saw that the forest had turned into ruins, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she sighed helplessly. He was gone, but left them with a mess. Jinshu gradually darkened as his eyes appeared, and the familiar wooden wall appeared in his eyes. Jinshu looked around and found 5 familiar beautiful faces. 5 faces? 5. Jinshu's eyes couldn't help but widen. Ganlo Temple Honey Glass, Butterfly Shinobu, Bulma, Lady Zhu Shi and Yubin? Why did Mrs. Zhu Shi and Yubin come? Do you remember your promise to me? Mrs. Zhu Shi's gentle tone and resentful eyes, Jinshu was uncomfortable to see. Brother Jinshu, you must promise my promise. Yubin's pink eyes were like torches, which made him feel a little hot and uncomfortable. I, who was already invincible in this world, was shocked by the eyes of a beautiful girl? How does this work? Jinshu pursed his lips, licked his lips again, glanced at the butterfly who was resentful in his eyes, and swallowed his saliva. He was shocked to find that he still had the attribute of raking ears. You're the girl. Jinshu looked at Yubin with an expression of sudden realization. At that time, the whole family was killed. Leaving her alone, Jinshu said it to comfort her, who would have thought that the family was Tanjiro his family. And Jinshu didn't expect that the girl covered in mud turned out to be Yubin. Yubin is a pure coincidence. And he can understand the appearance of the butterfly house in the ghost killing team. After all, Yubin has always been by Tanjiro's side. And Tanjiro is an official member of the ghost killing team, which is well founded. And Mrs. Zhu Shi? Jinshu raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a gorgeous look in surprise. You are a ghost, how did you appear here? You're here, why can't I show up here? Mrs. Zhu Shi smiled coldly and asked rhetorically. The corner of Jinshu's mouth twitched, but he didn't expect a ghost to come to the territory of the ghost killing team, and he was quite fierce. Jinshu took a closer look and found a strangeness. Mrs. Zhu Shi actually stood under the sun, and her whole body did not react at all. Not to mention ordinary ghosts, even winding ghosts can't stand the direct sunlight, let alone Mrs. Zushi. Brother Jinshu, Sister Zushi has become our companion, and I turned Sister Zushi into a vampire. Yubin looked at Jinshu and looked directly at Mrs. Zhu Shi, looking curious, and couldn't help but explain to Jinshu with a smile. When Jinshu heard Yubin's explanation, the corners of his mouth twitched. Jinshu couldn't help but give Yubin a roll of his eyes. Good fellow, 1,000 calculations, Jinshu really did not expect that his wife Zhu Shi could find Yubin and get Yubin's help. Didn't you say you gave my sister a second life? At this time, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly looked towards Jinshu and asked. Jinshu heard the butterfly ninja's question, and he quickly took out the real flesh and blood that the frog cub brought to him. A beautiful woman without clothes appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Yubin, Butterfly Shinobu, and Ganlo Temple Honey Lee were all stupid. The women looked at the flesh and blood beautiful corpse on the ground, and the women looked at each other for a while, as if they were confirming that they were indeed not mistaken. Especially the Butterfly Shinobi, seeing her sister who has been dead for many years lying here, her delicate body can't help but tremble. Ganlo Temple Honey Glass, Yubin, Lady Zushi, Bulma women, they looked at Jinshu curiously, as if waiting for Jinshu's explanation. This is flesh and blood, the function is one, injected into the user's blood, and then become the user's body, just a body, no soul. This thing has 2 defects. The first injected blood must be fresh, not more than half an hour. The second defect, it can only make the state at the time of blood drawing. It is impossible to avoid poisoning, viruses and aging through this. Jinshu explained to the women to avoid them being cranky. When the women heard Jinshu's words, their faces showed a trace of loss. Under the attention of all the women, Jinshu immediately took out a living humanoid wood carving. Butterfly Shinobu, who was on Jinshu's side, was shocked to find that this scarecrow's eyes could move. Seeing that the scarecrow would move, Butterfly Shinobu covered her mouth with her hands, tears welling up. she couldn't help but cry. Butterfly Shinobu met Jinshu a few days ago and began to propose, and she knew that the mysterious person was Jinshu. But she didn't want to ask questions about her sister. After all, giving Butterfly Kane a second life, in her heart, this is simply a dream. An unattainable dream. It was such a dream, Jinshu was really going to come true. Jinshu placed the scarecrow on top of the motionless corpse of the Butterfly Kane, and the two actually merged. Butterfly Shinobu saw this scene, she was excited, and pushed Jinshu aside. Butterfly Shinobu took off her kimono and covered it directly over her sister. Jinshu was pushed defenselessly, and he suddenly stumbled with his strength and hit Mrs. Zhuxi's right arm. Mrs. Zhuxi was right next to Jinshu, and she was clasping her hands around her chest, looking at this scene with a curious face. When she was concentrating on observing the Butterfly Kane coming back from the dead, she was bumped by Jinshu. The nails of the 5 fingers of Mrs. Zhuxi's right hand were very sharp, and 5 blood marks were suddenly cut on her left arm. Lady Zhuxi's blood suddenly gushed out, and a charming fragrance filled the room. At the same time, Butterfly Kane opened her confused clear eyes. "Bulma, do you like brother Jinshu? If you like it, stay with him." Uduza pushed Bulma next to Lady Zhuxi and asked her to smell as much as possible about Lady Zhuxi's vampire after she sublimated into a vampire. Xiangmei can expand the desire in the heart by more than 10 times, making it lose control. Jinshu felt that he was beginning to be excited, especially when he saw beautiful women of various temperaments take off. Butterfly Kane, who has just opened her eyes, also reveals a charming charm in her beautiful and clear pink eyes. Chapter 43. It's dark in the middle of the night. The rolling white snow mountains, individual peaks are particularly steep. Climb down, you will find one cave after another, the temperature inside will be surprisingly high. In this cave in the snowy mountains, there is a giant tree with pine and tallness, and this tree is in the lake in the cave. Due to the twists and turns of the sheep intestine path in the cave, the stream gurgles, and finally forms a stream of heat rushing up the lake, and finally becomes a cascading wave. Despite the crashing tide, this tall giant tree still stands tall, as if it is a steel warrior in a violent storm. Jinshu dreamed this night, and this dream made his kidneys hurt. He never expected that his such fierce flesh, having a dream, almost twisted to the waist. Jinshu got out of the bed, stretched his waist, looked at the remains of clothes, pursed his lips, and couldn't help but smile. The plot of the TV series does not dare to shoot like this, but I can actually do it. Jinshu looked at the beauties of different ages and couldn't help but gasp for air. Jinshu suddenly found that what he had done was punishable, and what made the corners of his eyebrows twitch the most was that he found that several of them were under the age of 18. Under the age of 18. Hey? Wrong. This is the world of dramas. Thinking of this, Jinshu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jinshu destroyed the black silk that could not be worn, put away the white silk black, squeezed it into a ball, and prepared to clean it up during the day. As a long hair controller and long leg control, Jinshu saw that these beauties did not cover the quilt well, which made him very angry. This angry, Jinshu took out a handful of fairy beans. Time passed, and time passed imperceptibly for 3 days. The bright sun lazily walked into the wooden house and woke up the sleeping people. Jinshu opened his eyes and looked at the brilliant sunshine, and couldn't help but want to sleep and recharge. In the past 3 days, Jinshu has paid too much to mediate the emotional problems of these 6 sisters. Big sister. I heard, do you know where Oni my Suji is no miserable? Butterfly Shinobu lay in the futon, couldn't help but look at Zhuxi, and asked. Zhuxi's little face was white and tender, her face was full of happiness and satisfaction, and when she heard Butterfly Shinobu's words, she nodded. Just under a mountain range 500,000 kilometers to the west. Zhuxi said very firmly. The 2 daughters, Ganluyi Miri and Butterfly Kane, couldn't help but look at her curiously. Butterfly Kane asked quite gently, Big sister, How do you know? Because that mountain range is the highest mountain range, the highest is more than 3,000 meters high, and there is a female ghost under his hand, who has the blood ghost art infinite city. With the help of this blood ghost technique, he can be in the underground of the mountain range, which is of course the safest there. Zhu Shi told the women what he knew with good reason. Brother Jinshu, did you hear that? Go ahead. Yu Bin looked in the direction of Jinshu and laughed. Jinshu blinked, looked at these 6 beauties, and couldn't help but ask, none of you will accompany me? I'm tired and I don't want to move places. Butterfly Shinobu glanced sideways at Jinshu, with a trace of resentment and thick shame in his eyes. I want to chat with the eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, sixth sister. Brother Jinshu, you go by yourself, I believe in your strength. Yu Bin smiled sweetly at Jinshu, and her beautiful pink eyes showed a clear mischievousness. Bulma gave Jinshu a blank look. After 3 days and 3 nights of participation, she was used to this big family. If you're afraid of death, you go get a set of mechanical armor. Bulma glared at Jinshu and said in a bad tone. Originally, she and Jinshu were just cooperative relations and friends, but they inexplicably became lovers, although she had a good time in the past 3 days. The more she thought about it, the more red Bulma's face became. Ganlo Temple Miri smiled gently, little brother Jinshu, I won't go, after all, I will drag you back when I go. Am I small? Jinshu glanced at Ganlo Temple Honey Li, and his tone was strange. Ganlo Temple Honey Li shivered, shook her head repeatedly, and looked at him most impatiently, and Jinshu was very satisfied in her heart. Little wrongdoer, I'm not going, I'm too tired. Zhu Shi directly refused to Jinshu, then covered the quilt and closed his eyes. Butterfly Kane winked at Jinshu and did not speak, but her eyes seemed to be able to speak, and her eyes could see her mood and surprise, shyness, satisfaction, and happiness. Jinshu looked at these 6 delicate and flower-like beauties, scratched his head, took the chopping knife and the Nikki knife and took away the torn clothes by the way. Suzu, Butterfly Kane, Butterfly Shinobu, Ganlui Miri, Yu Bin and Bulma 6 girls saw the broken clothes in Jinshu's hand. Their little faces were flushed red, shyly glancing at each other, and the next second they couldn't help but get into the bed. For a while, the spacious wooden house was silent. Jinshu used Nian power to fly and flew straight in the direction guided by Zhu Shi. Bang! With a loud bang, Jinshu had to stop flying and landed vertically. Jinshu reluctantly changed the clothes on his body that had exploded due to the sonic boom. After changing, Jinshu used armed color domineering all over his body and used Nian power to fly again. Bang bang! In a series, Jinshu actually emitted 3 sonic booms. In just over 10 minutes, I arrived at the mountain range guided by Zhu Shi. Jinshu stood in mid-air, ate a fairy bean, recovered his state, and then stared at the middle and highest place of the mountain range with his eyes like ice. By seeing and smelling the domineering, Jinshu could clearly see a wooden house, which was in the middle of this mountain range. Seeing that the domineering aura instantly enveloped that wooden house, Jinshu could see that it was vast. Jinshu unexpectedly found that the interior of this wooden house was tens of thousands of square meters. There are 550 rooms inside. And the female ghost who was chased and ran by herself is in the middle of this. In addition to her, there are hundreds of ghosts in this one. In his Jinshu carefully counted, he found that the other winding ghosts were here. Good guy, I didn't expect to be able to serve it in one pot. Jinshu licked his lips excitedly, revealing an excited smile. Swastika solution, look at my serious slash. Jinshu pulled out the slashing knife and directly cast the slashing residual fire knife, while using all his spiritual power to induce it. Sword of flame. At the same time as Jinshu's words fell, the residual fire knife in his hand was directly slashed. As Jinshu slashed sideways, a fan-shaped giant pit centered on Jinshu suddenly appeared. Boom! The roar was loud and short at the same time. Ding! congratulations on getting 10,000 clover ding, congratulations on getting 9,000 clover ding, congratulations on getting 3,000 clover ding. Jinshu listened to the rather noisy prompt, and he bought a bunch of things for this baby frog cub in the game interface of the traveling frog. After killing Oni Maisuji, Kanesha discovers that the shop in the game can buy other things for the frog cubs: snacks, staple foods, desserts, medicines, clothes to wear, weapons. Jinshu generously bought all the equipment for it. Ding! Your frog cub is rested and full of confidence to travel. Ding! Your frog cub is back, bring you special products: 500 pairs of black silk stockings, 500 pairs of white silk stockings, 600 pairs of black silk tights, and 600 white silk tights. Ding! Your frog cub is singing and traveling. Ding! Your frog cub wants 8 photos of beautiful legs and stockings. 8 photos of beautiful leg stockings? No problem, go to Yoshiwara first to fulfill the wishes of the frog cubs. Jinshu thought for a second, and then decided to satisfy the frog cub's idea first. Half an hour later, Jinshu put the photos into the system storage space and sent them to the game interface through the email. Jinshu opened the 4 boxes of stockings that the frog cub brought him, and there were more than one of these. Glossy, openwork lace, fishing nets, you name it. This frog cub is so much to my heart. Jinshu gasped, his eyes showing a raging fire. A lot of desire has been accumulated in Yoshiwara, and the fire in his heart has long been unbearable. Baby, I'm back. Chapter 44. The morning rooster announced, and the sky was just white. Yorumi was lying on the spacious grass, with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, squinting his eyes, and looking like he was enjoying a nap. After squatting and then lying down, it's perfect. Yorumi spat out the smoke in his mouth with a pleasant face. Boom! Yorumi frowned and opened his eyes, his dark eyes revealed a cold light, and as he slowly sat up, he looked like a male lion that was gradually getting angry. Yejian's originally messy black hair was even more windless and automatic, looking a little arrogant. Yorumi's black-on-black cloak with a bull's head pattern on his shoulders also began to slowly sway. He walked out of the forest and came to the clearing where his magic regiment was stationed, and when he looked up, his eyes suddenly straightened. What the hell is this? Yorumi's eyes widened, and he looked unimaginable. From the bottom, the silver-white building resembles a ship. But Yorumi walked out of the shadows, and from the side, it was obviously a 3-story house. Rumble. In the sight of the night view, this metal foreign object covering an area of 300 square meters crashed to the ground. From the outside, it looks like a house, but how can a house fly? Just as Yorumi was about to draw his knife and cut it in half, taking a closer look at what it looked like inside. Humming, with the sound of electricity, a gate suddenly appeared on the originally smooth white and silver wall. In the next second, a staircase appeared under the entrance, and the other end of this staircase fell directly to the ground. A man and 6 women followed. At the head was a handsome young man with black hair and bangs, wearing white clothes and white boots that he had never seen before. On both sides of the originally elegant and handsome young man's waist, there were swords like his own. Seeing this knife, Yejian's eyes couldn't help but tighten. He felt that this young man's chi was too strong. I don't know how many times stronger than myself. Although he is stronger than himself, Yomi is naturally not afraid, and it is a big deal to die. Yorumi saw 7 people coming out of this strange building. The men were as handsome as myself, and the 6 women turned out to be so beautiful. These 6 young and beautiful women, each of them has a chi intensity comparable to their own. Yorumi saw that 3 of the women had knives hanging from their waist, which made him curious. This made Yorumi wary of them, and also made Yorumi jealous of the only male. What kingdom are you from? Tell me, I'll give you a pain. Yorumi held the handle of the knife in his right hand, tilted his neck, arrogant, and asked with a look of contempt. Jinshu and the others walked down, and couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Yemi's question. Kingdom? What is a kingdom? Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane, Yubin, Ganluyi Honey Glass, and the Pearl World women couldn't help but be stunned when they heard the night meeting. At this moment, the members of the Black Bull Magic Group ran out one after another. The members of the Black Bull Magic Group were stunned for a while when they saw Jinshu and several people. Banasha looked at the handsome Jinshu and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart that this young man was so handsome. And Finral, Gohu, Lak, Magna, Gordon, several men, seeing butterflies endure a few flower-like beauties. Their eyes couldn't help but straighten. His face turned red for a while, and I didn't know if he was excited or shy. Chami and Gray stood on the side of the crowd, looking at the uninvited guests curiously. The two of them each held a magic book in their hands, and they looked like they could attack at any time. Especially Finral, his eyes are about to fall. Venral saw Jinshu standing in the middle of 6 beautiful women with their own merits and very beautiful colors, grinding his teeth with envy and hatred. Finral's heart was full of jealousy and hatred, thinking how good it would be if I had my brother's space attack magic. As for Lak, who could feel the powerful magic fluctuations of Jinshu and several people, he was excited and did not wait for Yejian to give orders, and directly rushed up himself. Thunder's boots. An orange open book appeared beside Lark, orange thunderbolts wrapped around him, and a pair of thunder-woven boots appeared on Lark's feet. Rak rushed towards Jinshu with thunder and lightning, and he felt Jinshu's body exude a huge magic that shocked people's hearts. Jinshu saw an orange-haired teenager holding thunder and lightning in both hands and rushing towards him. For his frontal attack, Jinshu said that he was not panicked at all, directly raised his right fist, and suddenly hammered in the direction of Lark. Bang! The rather solid flat ground, with a loud noise, suddenly appeared a round pit with a diameter of 3 meters cracked. Yorumi, not knowing when he appeared behind Lark, grabbed him by the back collar and threw him behind him. If it hadn't been for Yorumi throwing Filak, this punch would have definitely smashed into Lark's body. Magna, Godhu, Finral, Gray and the others immediately showed shocked expressions when they saw this strange scene. Without using a magic book, he could use such a strong magic. Who the hell are you? Yorumi frowned, holding a knife in his right hand, pointing at Jinshu and questioning. How to say, I am an invincible powerhouse in other worlds, because I am too invincible, and I am ready to travel in another world. Jinshu scratched his head with his left hand, with a humble expression. From Jinshuhan's thick and honest appearance, see you at night, Magna, they couldn't help but be stunned. Other worlds. Yorumi couldn't help but carefully observe Jinshu and the 6 girls. Husband, let's go look elsewhere. Seeing these people looking at her with hatred, Bulma frowned, and with an unhappy expression on her pretty little face, she asked Jinshu. You disturbed us to rest when you came just now. I am a magnanimous magic regiment, so join my magic regiment and I'll take you on a trip. Yorumi sheathed the sword, showing his big teeth and smiling brightly. What is the magic troop? Brother Jinshu, do you know? Yubin came to Jinshu's side and asked in a low voice. Magic. We don't magic. Jinshu scratched his head with his left hand and smiled. Can't magic? So how did you do it just now? When Banasha heard Jinshu's words, she couldn't help but ask. Banasha really wants to know Jinshu now, she has never seen such a handsome man. Masculine, humble, powerful, handsome. In just a few minutes Banasha counted 4 advantages of Jinshu, and they are still the advantages she likes. We will do a lot, but we can't do magic. Yubin mischievously interjected, without letting Jinshu answer. Banasha looked at Yubin and grabbed words. If it weren't for keeping a good image for Jinshu, she would have wanted to teach this hateful little girl a lesson. Can we use magic? Can it be measured? Jinshu remembered that it was said in the novel that there was a transparent crystal ball that could measure magic, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Yorumi scratched his head, looking helpless. He didn't know how to explain the magic power, thought for a few seconds, suddenly remembered. His face showed surprise. Today is the day to receive the magic book. Tomorrow, you can participate in the assessment of the magic nights. Ding! The frog cub wants cosplay photos of the beautiful magic knight, at least 3. Hearing the system prompt, Jinshu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Since killing Oni Maisuji, the game of the traveling frog has changed, and even his frog cub has become personal. It wants all kinds of things that LSBs like every now and then. Although it wants it informally, after being satisfied, it comes back from a trip and brings much stronger gifts than before. Not only has the quality of the special products of the heavens brought by the frog cubs become stronger, but even the quantity has increased a lot. Jinshu looked at Banasha not far away, thought for a while, and thought about how to trick her into making a few cosplays. Go check it out. When Jinshu was pondering the method in his heart, he asked Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane, Sushi, Bulma, Yuduzi, and Ganluyi Miri. Let's go, let's take a look. Bulma spoke first. Among the women, she is the weakest, and despite the 3rd generation of steel armor, she is still the weakest. Just as the women agreed, Jinshu suddenly asked towards Yorumi, you are not bandits, are you? It's the kind of organization that burns and loots. When Yemi heard Jinshu's words, his eyes widened, his hands crossed his waist, and he reprimanded Jinshu, how could Laozi do something to burn, kill, and plunder? The premise is good. If you are bandits and do something to burn, kill, and plunder, I will kill you as soon as possible. Jinshu looked at Yorumi and the others with very serious eyes. Jinshu's deep and domineering eyes made Banasha and the others couldn't help but tug in their hearts. Buzz! The sound of electricity suddenly appeared. P.S. I promised to add more, this is the 2nd change, today has uploaded 9,000 words. Chapter 45. With the sound of electricity, the metal staircase slowly folds up and finally blends into the silver wall. The door on the wall also closes. As the stairs and doors disappeared together, Knight C, Barnasha, Magna and others saw that this wall was smooth as a mirror, and it was impossible to see that there would be a door and stairs in this white and silver wall. Everyone in the Black Bull Magic Knights looked at the building with surprised eyes. Okay, what's the closest village to here? Jinshu couldn't help but ask Yorumi. Farron, you teleport them over, and you also go over and arrange it. Yemi looked at the 7 people of Jinshu, holding a cigarette, and showed a rare bright smile. When Fenrir saw Jinshu, he felt a little apprehensive in his heart, afraid that he would suddenly punch himself, and his small body could not bear it. Lead the way, handsome. Jinshu looked at the handsome young man with light brown hair, who was looking at himself with a jealous face, and couldn't help but smile. When Finlao heard Jinshu praise himself so much, he immediately straightened his chest, and the timidity just now disappeared directly. Praised as a handsome man by a mysterious strong man, and stared at by 6 beautiful women like flowers, Venral's vanity instantly exploded. When Rak saw Jinshu, he wanted to rush up and fight him, but was grabbed by Yorumi by the collar and picked up, and he threw his arms and kicked his legs like a monkey. If you provoke him again, you will be killed by him. Yorumi saw Jinshu and his group disappear after entering the space portal, only then did he put Rak down and scold him. Death is death, I am not afraid of death. Lark's eyes were full of madness, and he was not afraid to see him at night. Look for death, don't look for death in front of me. Yemi glanced at him and said coldly. Seeing Yorumi walking towards the station, the others also went back one after another. Jinshu, Yu Bean, Butterfly Shinobu and others followed Fenrir into that magical translucent aperture and found themselves in a small town. Jinshu looked up and found that this was a very remote and vast town. After seeing the domineering shroud, Jinshu found that there were not many residents in this town, and there were only 1,000 people together. Come here, there is a magic book. Jinshu raised his eyebrows and looked at Finlal in surprise and asked. Venral pointed to the small tower-like building in front of him and introduced, "The magic book is in here. Let's go then." Jinshu nodded, smiled slightly at Finral, and said. Finral used the portal magic again. Jinshu looked at this rather humble building and entered without hesitation. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, sixth sister, do you say I will get any magic books? Yubin blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. Zhu Shi looked at Yubin and showed a gentle smile. Yubin, you are so strong. I'm sure to come across a good magic book. Butterfly Kane played with her sideburns and showed a pure smile. Well, I really don't know about magic books. Butterfly Shinobu showed a faint smile, did not squeak, and directly followed Jinshu inside. Ganlo Temple Miri touched the head of Yubin in the girl's state, and said with a smile, "Let's not guess, just enter us and know." Bulma did not squeak and followed everyone in, her clear eyes constantly observing the surroundings as she walked, as if looking for which was magic. When Finral, Jinshu, Sushi, Butterfly Kane, Butterfly Shinobu, Ganlo Miri, Yuduzi, and Bulma walked in, everyone who had just obtained the magic book came back from their ecstasy and looked at Finral with a shocked expression. Lord Venler of the Black Bull Magic Knights. Why is he here? Didn't you see him coming with someone? Really? Could it be that these 7 are nobles? Impossible, how could the nobles come to Haji village? The young people of Haji village talked for a while. At this moment, a golden light suddenly emerged from the wall full of magic books, slowly fell into the hands of a young man, and finally turned into a thick book with a pale green cover. The surface of the book had some dense and gorgeous patterns and a beautiful 4-leaf clover. Oh my god, 4-leaf clover magic book! Haji village actually came out with a 4-leaf clover magic book. I never dreamed of doing that. Hello, Lord Guardian, please give them a magic book as well. Finral respectfully faced the white-haired, white-bearded old man who was quite happy in midair. When the Guardian saw Jinshu and the others, he did not refuse, so he waved at them. Bang bang bang! Yuno, who had just obtained the 4-leaf clover magic book, saw 7 golden light clusters reappear, and this scene made him stunned. Not only Yuno, who had just received the 4-leaf clover magic book, froze, but Asta, who was kneeling on one knee and raising his hands high, couldn't help but stand up, his eyes dull. Seeing this scene, Fenral first rubbed his eyes with both hands, opened his eyes, looked at them, rubbed his eyes again, and finally pinched his right hand on his right thigh. The pain clearly told Venral that the scene in front of him was not fake. When the young men and women of Haji village saw this scene, they gasped in unison. I don't know what to say, I can actually see 8 4-leaf clover magic books today. You make me pinch it. It hurts, why are you pinching me? Doesn't it hurt to pinch myself? This is actually true. Yuno held his 4-leaf clover magic book and frowned as a man and 6 women each held a 4-leaf clover magic book. I'm the man who wants to become the magic emperor. Yuno was as imposing as a rainbow, looking directly at Jinshu and the others, without the slightest fear because the 7 of them possessed 7 4-leaf clover magic books. Why don't I have a magic book? Magic book? Where are you? Ashta knelt on one knee, raised his hands, and shouted loudly. I'm your opponent. I will also be a magic emperor in the future. When Ashta heard Yuno's declaration, he also stood up, plucked up the courage, and looked directly at Yuno. Jinshu stood not far away, watching this inexplicable burning scene, and this teenager, how did it feel so familiar? Is this kid a roaring emperor? The male protagonist in the Black Clover drama has no magic, but has the physical skills of a 5-leaf clover. Can we go back? Jinshu waved his right hand towards the old man above and asked. That's it. The Guardian nodded. Fenler, Jinshu, Yuduzi, and the others bowed slightly to him, turned around and left. Wait! As soon as Jinshu walked out, there was a sudden roar behind him. P.S. The manga is called 4-Leaf Clover, in the fan drama it is called 5-Leaf Clover, and I watch the fan drama. In the drama, this kingdom is called the Clover Kingdom. I see that there are many black 4-Leaf Clover fandoms written about the 4-Leaf Clover Kingdom. In order to avoid contradictions, I still write according to the plot of the drama. Chapter 46. What's wrong? Jinshu saw Ashta rushing in front of him with an excited expression. What's going on? Jinshu looked at him curiously, stood still, and asked. Jinshu just remembered that he would get the worn-out magic book of the 5-Leaf Clover in the future, and there would be a giant sword that broke magic in it. By the way, that giant sword seemed to be able to rebound magic. Further down the plot. Jinshu knew that he didn't know the plot after that. After all, the Roaring Emperor directly persuaded him to quit, and he didn't finish watching this drama. Although Jinshu doesn't know what the next plot is, he knows that there are still a lot of things next to the male protagonist. Without setbacks and difficulties, how to turn a teenager without magic into a strong man. Thinking with his heels, Jinshu can know the general direction of the drama. I want to know, is there any skill to get the 4-Leaf Clover magic book? Asta's clear green eyes were full of hope, and he shouted loudly with a look of longing. When Jinshu heard Asta's question, he couldn't help but be stunned. He picked up the red 4-Leaf Clover magic book with a red base and a golden edge with gorgeous patterns, and wondered, is there any skill to obtain the magic book? When Ashta heard Jinshu's rhetorical question, he couldn't help but be stunned, and his excited smile froze. Ha ha ha, I actually want to ask others if they have the skills to obtain the 4-Leaf Clover magic book. How can there be skills? If there were, the royal family would have had a 4-Leaf Clover magic book for a long time. Yes, it must be that this kid doesn't have a magic book, and he was hit and stupid. It's so pitiful, what you said should be true. Well, don't pretend to be merciful, laugh if you want. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. When the young men and women passed by Asta, they laughed sarcastically when they heard Asta's words. Jinshu patted him on the shoulder and encouraged, come on, I'm sure you'll have your magic book. I've watched a few episodes anyway. Jinshu couldn't help but smile inwardly. Seeing Jinshu's sunny smile, Asta's emerald green eyes revealed an excited look. I'm going to be the man of the Magic Emperor. Ashta shouted at Jinshu's back. Jinshu followed the team without looking back, holding the Fire Attribute Clover magic book in his left hand, and waved his hand with his right hand. Finler opened the portal, and Yubin, Butterfly Shinobu, Jinshu and others entered one after another. After Jinshu, Butterfly Shinobu, Yubin, Zhu and the others returned to the Black Bull Magic Knight's station. They found that this black-haired burly man was still standing in place. After Fenril returned, he waved his hand towards Yorumi, his face full of shock and haggardness. Mr. Yorumi, I went back to rest first, I was so shocked, it's all 4-Leaf Clover magic books. With his own chanting, Fenril returned to the station by himself. The Knightsea on the side did not take care of Fenril, and naturally did not hear what he was chanting. At this moment, Yami wanted to know what kind of magic these mysterious visitors would be members of his knights in the future. You got the magic book. Yorumi saw that each of them had a magic book in his hand, holding a cigarette and smiling. What kind of magic is it? I'm a fire attribute. Jinshu opened the magic book on his left hand and found that it was blank. Why is there no magic? According to the magic of the magic book, it needs to be created by yourself. Finlao on the side answered Jinshu's doubts. Jinshu nodded, revealing a stunned expression. While Jinshu fiddled with the Fire Attribute 4-Leaf Clover magic book in his hand, Yubin and the others also introduced their magic book to Yorumi. Mine is a magic book of Earth Attributes. Zhu looked at the gorgeous cover with a brown base in his hand, and his heart was quite satisfied. When Zhu got this magic book, she knew that she also had the means to attack. Although her own blood demon technique is very strong, it can only be used as an aid, but now that she has this magic book, she can be said to have taken off in place. Mine is plant magic. Butterfly Kane still maintains a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth, so I will briefly introduce it. Butterfly Shinobu smiled at Yorumi. Mine is a metal magic book. Mine is an ice attribute magic book. Ganlo Temple Miri observed the beautiful magic book with a light blue base in her hand and showed a satisfied smile. Mine is a thunder attribute, it's very powerful. Thao Bin wrapped his arms around the magic book and smiled happily. Mine is a dark attribute. Bulma held the magic book with a black background and gold pattern, and looked at it curiously. You don't need to cover up your magic department, you must know that when you enter the magic group, this will be exposed sooner or later. Yorumi heard their very simple introduction and said rather dissatisfied. You're also dark magic. Yorumi walked up to Bulma and asked curiously. Bulma held the dark attribute magic book, raised her head in surprise, looked at Yorumi, and asked, Dark attribute is rare. Dark attributes are indeed rare. Yorumi smiled brightly at Bulma. Rare, but still very strong, you are. Clover? Yorumi saw that the cover of the magic book in Bulma's hand turned out to be a 4-leaf clover, and the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched twice. Stepping on a horse, Lao Tzu was actually fortunate to see the 4-leaf clover magic book with the same attribute. And still a member of his own team. Yorumi suddenly remembered something when he saw this magic book, and asked Jinshu and the others, what kind of cover are you all like? Yemi didn't look carefully, just looking at the gorgeous cover of the magic book of Jinshu and the others, he didn't pay attention to whether it was a clover or a 4-leaf clover. After all, the 4-leaf clover magic book is the legendary magic book. Red underside, golden pattern, and the imprint of 4-leaf clover. Jinshu looked at the gorgeous and beautiful magic book in his hand and replied quite satisfied. You guys are also printed with 4-leaf clover. Yorumi looked at the women in amazement. Why, is there something wrong? Yubin held the orange magic book, looked at the knight in surprise, and asked with a tilted little head. Something is wrong, of course something is wrong. In the history of the kingdom, only the magic emperor is the magic book of the 4-leaf clover. This is the only one. What do you say? Yorumi heard Yudoko's curious question, and couldn't help but roll his eyes and tell them loudly. You must put away the magic book, put it in your own exclusive space, do not put it around, you must know that the 4-leaf clover magic book is a legendary book. Some people will be worried about your magic books, after all. They can be sold for high prices in other kingdoms. Be sure not to believe what others say. Seeing the expression of not caring about these beautiful girls, Yorumi suddenly became anxious and shouted loudly. Uh-oh! Jinshu saw that Yemi was anxious, so he waved the magic book casually, and the red magic book disappeared suddenly. Yubin, Zhu Shi and other women also took the magic book in. After fiddling with each woman just now, they had already made up some magic, and they didn't know what magic to make up for a while. Have you eaten? Yorumi looked at Jinshu and showed a very kind smile. Jinshu. Chapter 47. Jinshu looked at Yemi curiously, and asked with a smile, Guanfan. You know, I eat a lot tube full. Yorumi heard Jinshu's words and replied without hesitation. You boy, don't think about running out of Lao Tzu's palm. You are all members of Lao Tzu's team. What Lao Tzu said. Yemi knew that tomorrow the knights would be assessed, and when the other magic knights saw Jinshu and the others, someone would definitely rob them with themselves. Jinshu, Yubin, Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane and others entered this rather strange and spectacular building one after another. As soon as he entered, Jinshu encountered a greeting, and a fireball slammed into his face. Bang! Jinshu raised his right hand and waved, and his right hand wrapped around the armed color domineering, directly scattering the fireball. So welcoming. Jinshu smiled brightly at Magna, but his eyes were a little cold. I'm sorry. Magna felt that this man actually wanted to kill him, and the killing intent was so strong, which made him quickly bow and apologize. Introduce each other. I am the leader of the Black Bull Magic Knights, my name is Yorumi Sueda, and the magic book has a dark attribute. Yemi introduced himself to Jinshu and the others. Hello, Yesi Jada, big brother, my name is Stovegate Yubin, Stovegate is my surname, just call me Yubin, big brother, your name is so strange. Yubin waved his hand towards Yorumi, showed a sweet smile, and immediately asked curiously. Yorumi, who was wearing a white vest and black trousers, scratched his messy black hair when he heard the words of the stove door, and explained, my name is Yorumi Jade, Yorumi is a first name, and Jida is a surname. Oh, that's the opposite of the name of our world, then I'll call you Brother Knight C. Yubin said with a smile that was not visible. The enthusiasm of self-familiarity made Yorumi stunned for a while, and after 2 seconds, he nodded. Venral, with brown hair in a green jacket, brown trousers, and green boots, stepped forward at this time. Fenral pointed to his face, towards the butterfly ninja and other women, showed a very standard gentleman's smile, and introduced himself. My full name is Venral Lulakais, just call me Finler, my magic is space magic, and good magic is portals. The girl with wavy black hair and shawl came up with a plate of delicacies. She put the food on the table, walked to Jinshu, and showed a bright smile. My name is Chami Pabitson, and magic is magic from me and Chuan. As Chami spoke, he took out his magic book with a golden knife and fork pattern on the cover and used magic. Sheep standing on 2 legs suddenly appeared, carrying plates of delicacies in their hands. When Jinshu saw this situation, he couldn't help but be shocked, and the palace dinner was just that. Butterfly Shinobu, Yubin and other women saw that these dishes were in good shape, the smell was good, and their stomachs couldn't help but whistle. This made Butterfly Shinobu and other little women's faces couldn't help but blush. Seeing that they were hungry, Yorumi pointed to the table and said, come, eat. After eating, you are reluctant to leave. When Yorumi thought of this, his smile became more and more rampant, and when he thought that he immediately had 7 members holding 4-leaf clover magic books, who dared to shout. A pink-haired and wavy beauty Banasha stood opposite Jinshu and showed a gentle and charming smile towards Jinshu. I saw that she was wearing burgundy sleeves on her arms, a black cloak of the Bull Magic Knights on her shoulders, a burgundy bra and a sexy outfit that combined with a tunic, and a burgundy miniskirt on her lower body, revealing 2 round and slender long legs. This beautiful pair of long legs is also wearing burgundy stockings, which makes Jinshu look at it less. The proud and rounded chest muscles made Jinshu can't help but look at it twice. Jinshu looked at her dress and secretly decided that he would privately warn the butterflies to endure them, stay away from this beauty, and can't learn from her. It's okay to see their sexy outfit yourself, if others see it. Jinshu felt a little uncomfortable. Banasha showed a charming smile. My name is Banasha Ainotika, and magic is line magic. After Banasha finished speaking, she also threw a wink at Jinshu. Jinshu directly turned his head sideways, looked at the butterfly ninja girls and the group leader Yemi, and found that they began to eat, and he was not polite, picked up a fried chicken leg and ate it. Banasha saw that the black-haired handsome man in front of her actually didn't look at herself, which made her stunned. This made Banasha doubt her charm. Magna, Godhu, Gordon, and Lack also wanted to introduce it, but found that Jinshu and the others had eaten, and they did not introduce themselves again, thinking that they would wait for the end of the meal. Soon, the meal was finished. Magna stood up towards Jinshu and bowed again, shouting seriously, my name is Magna Swinger, magic is the magic of fire, I just attacked. Jinshu waved his hand towards Magna, looking indifferent. Just when Magna breathed a sigh of relief, Jinshu suddenly said lightly, those who maliciously provoke me have long been turned into ashes, and I never take revenge overnight, because I took revenge then. After that, Jinshu smiled brightly at Magna and the others. Magna saw Jinshu's smile, and he was cold, and he couldn't help but snort. Even the excited-looking lack relented a little. Jinshu looked at Magna in the shape of a street-slippery man, revealing a look of fear. Jinshu had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Rak was holding the dining table with both hands at this time, and looked at Jinshu with a little excitement. "My name is Lack, magic is thunder magic, I want to discuss with you, can I talk?" "No problem, but until I officially enter here, now I'm sleepy." As Jinshu spoke, he stood up. Gashu stood up at this time and said lightly towards Jinshu, "Gashu Adeli, magic is mirror magic." After Gashu finished speaking, he took out a photo from his arms and looked at the cute blonde girl with an obsessive smile. Gordon with dark circles suddenly stood up and said very quietly towards Jinshu, "My name is Gordon Agrippa, I am good at curse magic, please take care of me." Jinshu nodded towards Gordon and turned to leave, took 2 steps and suddenly stopped, carrying Rak and the others, and said lightly, "My name is Jinshu, the attack method is more complicated, I am always welcome if you want to fight, but I will also be a little heavy to keep my hands." Jinshu said and left. Gordon saw Jinshu nodding towards him, disappeared for a moment, and then showed happy eyes. Zhu Shi saw Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane, Ganluyi Miri stood up and left with Jinshu. She stood in place and introduced Yorumi and others. "The handsome guy who just left is my husband. And the strongest strongman, according to the saying here, he is good at physical skills and magic, his strongest move, can destroy this mountain forest no problem." Zhu Shi will introduce Yat, Banasha, Magna and others. Banasha looked at Jinshu and couldn't help but smile with interest. Magna couldn't help but swallow. Zhu Shi saw that everyone quieted down and looked at her, and she continued, "P.S. Thank you Sejuro Akaji for inspiration capsule and 2 likes, thank you to the 8-year-old little bookworms Bobo Milk Tea and likes, thank you for the likes of the alien fire, the cold bone spiritual fire, the likes of the fairies for wearing fat, and the love letters of the crypt demon spider. Thanks, why did you destroy my mask like, thank you for Zingluo's like who likes yellow lotus, thank you Heizo for love letter, and thank you and for like. Thank you for the gift, more words are not appropriate, directly codeword plus more." Chapter 48. Zhu Shi pointed to the 3 daughters of Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane and Ganluyi Miri who walked to the door, and introduced to Yomi, Magna, and others, "These 3 are my sisters, called Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane, and Ganluyi Miri." Zhu Shi raised his right hand, pointed at himself with his white index finger, and kept a smile on the corner of his mouth. "My name is Zhu Shi, and I am the eldest of the 6 sisters." Banasha looked at Zhu Shi and then at Yubin and Bulma, and asked curiously, "Are you 6 sisters your own sisters or sisters you recognize?" Zhu Shi's smile remained unchanged and continued, "No, our 6 sisters are all Jinshu's lovers." "Lover!" Banasha and Finlao were the first to shout in unison. Banasha looked at Yubin with a surprised look and asked, "You are all lovers? So where are you with his progress?" "Allah, am I asking too much?" Banasha covered her mouth and asked awkwardly. She was used to it and didn't control it. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Yurduza's mouth. "It's okay, I can honestly say that the 6 of us sisters are all opponents of brother Jinshu." Zhu Shi rubbed Yubin's head and said coquettishly, "Tell the truth nonsense." Zhu Shi's words were blamed, and his face also showed a satisfied happy smile. Bulma looked at Yubin and eldest sister Zhu Shi, her face couldn't help but blush, and she turned away in shame. After all, the 2 of them were a little bohemian and couldn't stand it. Fenral's face suddenly collapsed, and he could clearly hear the clicking sound in his heart. Barnesha also blushed, although she was a little bohemian, but she had not yet had a man. Chami heard Zhu Shi's words, his little face was red, and he couldn't stand steadily, but he didn't expect Lord Jinshu to be so strong. 6 beauties can't satisfy him, so is his success still far away? The more Chami thought about it, the more she swallowed her saliva, and finally remembered the dishes that Jinshu liked to eat, and she turned and left. Rak didn't understand the meaning of what Zhu Shi said, only knew that he was fighting, thinking that the 6 of them couldn't fight Jinshu alone. As soon as he thought of this, Lak was excited, and he couldn't help but jump up on the spot, as if he was warming up. I'm so excited, I'm looking forward to it. Hearing Lark's words, Magna, Finler, Nightsea, Godho and Gordon, who were looking surprised, couldn't help but look at him in amazement. See you at night, Godho, Gray, and others can clearly see when they look at Lark's expression. What is your kid thinking? You still want to fight him? Looking for death? See you tomorrow. Zhu Shi nodded towards the members of the Black Bull Magic Knights, took Yubian's little hand and left. Yubin, who originally wanted to compete with them, did not resist, and when he saw Zhu Shi's eyes, he was led by Zhu Shi and left. Farron, you boy, remember to get up early tomorrow. Send them to the assessment venue. Yorumi patted Finral's back and ordered. Finral was stumbled, he looked at the regiment leader with resentment, sighed helplessly, rubbed his back, nodded and agreed. When you are full, you have to exercise, and the quality of the time shuttle room made by Bulma is very passable, and no matter how much exercise you want, you are not afraid of collapse. Jinshu was seduced by Banasha's sexy dress, he had long been impatient, and directly took out more than 10 pairs of various stockings. I think we're going to have a family meeting. Jinshu took out a few sets of lace with a serious expression and put them on the bed. Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane, and the 3 daughters of Ganlu Temple naturally knew Jinshu's thoughts, otherwise they would not have followed him out of the station of the Black Bull Magic Knights. Lace is a magical clothing line, and they find that the effect of wearing them is stronger than the effect of drugs on Jinshu. Time is like water, 5 fingers pass. Looking at the dark night, Jinshu took a deep breath and directly used the overlord-colored domineering on the young man who controlled the building in the station, stunning him. Then Jinshu directly used the domineering aura to conceal his breath, and then used Neon power to fly directly into Banasha's room. Banasha, who was twisting in the bed, suddenly saw Jinshu come in through the window, and she looked at Jinshu with confused eyes and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Jinshu Gong was about to speak, but the dry mouth of Banasha directly flew. Jinshu decided to communicate in a different way. For 2 hours, Jinshu looked at Banasha with a strange expression. It was about to dawn, he did not stay for a long time, and flew out directly. When Banasha saw Jinshu go out, she wiped her tear tracks and fell into a deep sleep. Ding! Your frog cub received the photo you sent, and the frog cub was very happy and excited. The frog cub with both mental and physical excitement went on a trip. The frog cub is back, bring you a specialty, the Red Dragon Emperor's hand armor. It is actually the male protagonist artifact of the Demon High School DxD. Oh, my god! Jinshu was pleasantly surprised and poured a few heels in midair, and forced himself not to laugh. Is the Red Dragon Emperor's hand armor extracted and used? Using, Jinshu couldn't help but answer silently. Jinshu's right forearm suddenly emitted red light, and in the next second, a crimson metal armor covering his right hand to his forearm appeared. Boy! What's your name? You are obviously human, why are you so strong? A rough male voice suddenly emanated from the Red Dragon Emperor's hand armor. You asked me my name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Jinshu was not used to its stinky problems, and asked directly. The voice of the Red Dragon Emperor's hand armor was silent for a few seconds, and then said, I am Red Dragon Emperor Dreggo, just call me Dreg. Oh, my name is Jinshu, I'm a human. Jinshu briefly introduced himself. I know you're human, so I'm curious why you have such a powerful physique. You ask me, how do I know? Jinshu said lightly. Dreg heard Jinshu's words and was silent for a few seconds. What you said is so reasonable, I can't refute it. What skills do you have, since you can call yourself the Red Dragon Emperor, there should be something over the dragon. Jinshu asked knowingly. I have 2 skills, the first is that every 10 seconds I can multiply the power of the owner. Although it is temporary, if you can obtain power that exceeds the Demon King and gods, and if you raise the limit, even the gods can be killed, a physique like you. You don't have to go to the limit to destroy a world. Dreg's tone was filled with admiration. My second ability is called a gift from the Red Dragon Emperor, and its function is to transfer the multiplied power to companions or weapons. Dreg spoke out on the second ability. Are your previous hosts as strong as me? Jinshu couldn't help but ask with a smile. Dreg heard Jinshu's question and praised it from the bottom of his heart. Jinshu, you can be said to be the strongest generation in my previous hosts. I'm definitely able to surpass the White Dragon Emperor this time. Ha ha ha. Okay, don't laugh, you rest first, I'll go to the assessment to participate in the Magic Nights in a while. Jinshu used spiritual power to receive it into his body. What is the Magic Nights? Is it a new force for humanity? The world I'm in now should be different from the world you said. Jinshu couldn't help but remind it. Dreg. What, equals. Chapter 49. Dregger, I didn't expect to wake up to another world, but I can see other worlds, yes. Dreg said bitterly in Jinshu's body, and in the end, he was naturally relieved. Jinshu received the Red Dragon Emperor's hand armor into his body and returned to his room, washed up, and lay down on the recliner by the window to take a nap. After a busy night, Jinshu felt a little empty. After resting for more than half an hour, Jinshu felt that his state had returned to his peak, so he took out his magic book with interest. Looking at the 4-leaf clover magic book with fire attribute in his hand, Jinshu couldn't help but want to laugh. Honey, it's time to eat. Good. When Jinshu heard this, he looked at the magic book in his hand that had generated more than 10 pages of magic, and he was quite satisfied with it. Jinshu is now quite satisfied with his strength, flowing blade like fire, the Red Dragon Emperor's hand armor and the 4-leaf clover magic book. These 3 are the best equipment. Jinshu hummed a ditty and walked to the dining table, and found that there was no food on it. Hey! What about food? Jinshu looked at the butterfly shinobu not far away in amazement, and asked puzzled. The butterfly gave him a blank look and said, Are you confused? Of course, I went there to eat. Butterfly shinobu pointed to the direction of the Black Bull Magic Knights stationed not far away, and finally his right hand interlocked with the 5 fingers of Jinshu's left hand, pulling Jinshu up and walking outside. Jinshu liked the intimate behavior of Butterfly Ninja, and did not refuse, got up and followed Butterfly Ninja to eat. Jinshu didn't see Sushi, Yudozi, Bulma, Butterfly Kane, and Ganluyi Miri, they should have gone over to eat. As Jinshu and Butterfly Shinobu entered the Black Bull station, they saw more than 10 people already sitting at the dining table. There are 2 seats among the butterflies Kane, Yudozi, Bulma, Ganluyi Miri, and Suzusa, and the originally ordinary corner instantly becomes the C position. Jinshu sat among the women, and the butterfly endured to do it next to Jinshu. When Chami saw Jinshu coming, he immediately showed an obsessive look, and then used magic to summon sheep walking on 2 legs and let them carry a plate of dishes. The rectangular dining table more than 10 meters long was a variety of dishes at one time. Especially in front of Jinshu, Yubin, Butterfly Shinobu and others, it is even more abundant and enviable. Although Finral, Magna, and Rak were hungry for the food in front of Jinshu, they did not dare to squeak. On the contrary, Venral, Magna, in addition to being afraid of Jinshu and others, also have a strong sense of honor. You know, starting today, their Black Bull Magic Knights will have 7 Magic Knights with 4-leaf clover magic books. When this is said, the entire Clover Kingdom can't believe it. Jinshu nodded at Chami. He did not refuse to take special care of Chami, on the contrary, he ate very satisfied. Along with Jinshu, Butterfly Shinobu, Yubin, butterfly kane, sushi, bulma, ganluyi miri. Several people finished eating. Fenrir stepped forward at this time, stood in front of Jinshu and several people, and opened the portal directly without waiting for the order of the night meeting. Mr. Jinshu, if you register for the ranking here, you can enter the preparation assessment. Finler said respectfully towards Jinshu. Jinshu looked at Finral's expression a little different from yesterday, and it looked even more esteemed. Jinshu did not refuse Fenler's respect, nodded, and walked in directly first, and then the sixth girl followed. Jinshu, Butterfly Shinobu and several people walked to a registration window. This is the four-leaf clover magic book. The man in charge of signing up couldn't help but gasp, full of shock and curiosity to sign Jinshu up. You're 200. The man stood up and said respectfully. My God, another four-leaf clover magic book. This man's eyes are about to pop out. You must know that the four-leaf clover magic book is a legendary magic book, and the last time it appeared was when the first magic emperor appeared. The rare thing in the legend actually made him fortunate to see two in a row. The man finished signing up for Butterfly Shinobu, and when he signed up for Butterfly Kane, his expression was numb and his eyes were dull. This frustrates others when they want to sign up. Jinshu and the others did not know this situation. They came to the inside of the venue, stood in the middle of the spacious field, and saw a flock of dark blue birds constantly flying over the heads of a group of people. But there wasn't a single bird around the seven of them. It's so annoying. What are these birds? You don't know, these birds are called angel birds, and they like people under magic. If you say that, then why don't the 8 of them have it? You, when you ask this, you won't read the magic book in their hands. My magic emperor, the 8 of them turned out to be four-leaf clover magic books. Heard the others talking, and his eyes also looked at Jinshu and the 6 women. In particular, his gaze was on the 6 women of Pearl World, Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane, Yubin, Bulma, and Ganluyi Miri. After all, the 6 women standing together is simply a perfect landscape. The boys in the surrounding assessment are envious and jealous of Jinshu among the 6 women. Although they really wanted to teach this man a lesson, they all saw the four-leaf clover magic book with a red background in Jinshu's hand. It hurts, it's so annoying. What are these birds? Asta's loud voice was filled with pain and annoyance. The surrounding people saw a dense group of NZ birds on Asta's head, and they all giggled. Everyone who was originally shocked by Jinshu, Butterfly Shinobu and other 8 people instantly relaxed a lot. At this moment, a transparent light door appeared, and a strong man with black hair on a tiger back and a bare waist wearing a white vest and black trousers came out, and saw him with a cigarette in his mouth, grabbed Asta's head with the palm of his right hand, and directly lifted him up. It hurts, what are you doing? Let me go. Asta struggled frantically under Yorumi's palm, grabbing Yorumi's right hand with both hands in an attempt to break his fingers and break free. Yemi looked at Jinshu and the others, smiled brightly at them, and then jumped directly towards the high platform. At this time, on the 9 seats on the 10-meter high platform, I don't know when people were seated. Who are these people? Asta couldn't help but ask. Sakai stood beside Asta and couldn't help but introduce him. This man with long silver hair and a pigtail in the middle of his brow is called Nasil Shilba, and he is the leader of the Silver-Winged Knights of the Giant Eagle Magicians. Sakai pointed to the silver-haired handsome man wearing a white aristocratic dress and a large blue cape behind his back, and introduced. The head of the Magic Knights of the Rose of the Blue Wild, Charlotte and Losley are still so beautiful. Sakai pointed to the blonde beauty wearing a white helmet and light armor, and showed an obsessive expression while introducing it. This strong man in a red cloak is the leader of the Lion King's Magic Knights of the Red Lotus, Faglian, Van Malian. Sakai then pointed to the blonde man in a red jacket and white pants, and introduced him with a respectful look. This is the leader of the Emerald Green Mantis Magic Order, Jack the Ripper, and his splitting magic can even split the earth. When Sakai introduced the emaciated man, he had a scared expression on his face. Then Sakai introduced the bloated and obese man with a mask, the leader of this killer whale magic knight of Aster, Goldal, Boysid. Hey! How did this introduction come so fast? Asta couldn't help but shout and ask. Sakai did not answer Asta's words, but continued to introduce, this girl who has been sleeping is Dorothy, the leader of the Peacock Magic Order of Coral, Ansvas, who is said to have slept all day. Ashta looked at this beautiful girl wrapped in a pink cape, and couldn't help but be curious. This is the leader of the watercolored Phantom Deer Magic Knights, Leal, Pavamorche, he is the youngest leader of the Magic Knights. Sakai looked at the white-haired young man and couldn't help but show a look of adoration and yearning. This is the leader of the Black Bull Magic Knights, Yami, Jada, known as the God of Destruction, and the knights under him are all quite featured. When Sakai saw Yorumi looking at him, he quickly collected his emotions and said in fear. Sakai looked at Williams in the half-mask with adoration. Sakai's tone was full of awe. As for this, the leader of the Magic Knights closest to the Magic Emperor, Williams, Vankins, his Golden Dawn Magic Knights are the gathering place of royalty and geniuses. Hello everyone, this assessment is presided over by me. Williams stood up, his tone flat, and he saw a move with his right hand. The sky is dark. P.S. The second chapter, a total of 5,000 words. Omega. Chapter 50. With dark clouds in the sky, there was now only one voice in the spacious examination venue, the demon tree has arrived. Suddenly, in the dark clouds, branches like tentacles appeared, and their tips formed a broom and stretched out in front of everyone. Jinshu looked at the rather simple broom in front of him, raised his eyebrows, and grabbed it in his hand with one hand. Seeing Jinshu take the broom, Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane, Zhushi, Bulma, Ganluyi Miri and Yubin also got their hands. Next, the entrance examination of the Magic Knights officially begins. From now on, you will undergo several assessments, and then our 9 Magic Knights leaders will review them, select the talents we want, and you can join the group after selection. If you are selected by multiple Knight Commanders at the same time, you can choose the magic group you want to join. Otherwise, if the Magic Regiment leader is not selected, it means that you will lose the qualification to join the group. Williams spoke mildly and irrefutably. The first test is to fly on a broom. Williams spoke flatly, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. No, I haven't tried it either. It's a little hard to fly on a broom. If you are a magic guide who can freely control magic power, you can fly by feeling. As soon as William finished speaking, the team behind him flew up on brooms. This is the most basic method of movement of the magic guide. If you can't even do this, it's too unusual. Then, the entrance examination officially begins. William said and sat back in his seat. One by one, the contestants who participated in the assessment had bitter faces. Yubin, the Butterfly Ninja 6 girls heard this, and there was some disgust in their eyes. They don't hate this broom. They saw people around them using brooms to fly. It's ugly. You know, when they fly, they don't need to use a broom. Just be like him. Jinshu saw that the women did not want to ride it, and with a look of disgust, he pointed to Yuno, asking the women to learn his way and step on it directly. Suddenly, the women threw the broom on the ground, stepped on it, and took off in less than a second. If the broom is more beautiful, the 6 women such as Yubin and Zhushi will be as beautiful as the fairy ascending. Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane, Bulma and other women, the first time stepped on the broom to fly. This feeling is quite novel, for a while a little playful, they can't help stepping on the broom in the air to flip over. Originally, the leaders of the 9 knights all looked at Jinshu, Yubin and others, and saw that they could take off by stepping on them directly, and they could also fly tricks, which was enough to prove how strong their magic control was. Ashta, who had no magic power, rode around on the ground, watching the surrounding players laugh and snort, and when his mind wandered, he fell off the broom several times. Sakai is next to Asta, constantly encouraging Asta, while flying around Asta, a posture that I will teach you. Not to mention that Asta was moved, and for a while Ashta couldn't help but shout loudly. Based on this assessment alone, you can roughly see whether you have the qualifications of a magic guide, and it seems that there are several good qualifications this year. Charlotte pondered secretly. Next is the magic test. William saw that everyone below had tried, so he changed the exam. Yorumi saw that in the crowd. The little ghost who was grabbed by his own head rode a broom with a worried face, and he didn't fly no matter how strong he shook. Nightsea is not at all surprised that Asta can't fly. After all, he doesn't feel that Ashta has a little magic. However, what made him most curious was that he had no magic power, but he had a magic book. This is very intriguing. This also makes Yorumi curious and interested in Asta, which is interesting. As William finished speaking, the man standing behind him suddenly opened the magic book. At the same time that his magic book burst into light, a rocky wall appeared in front of all the candidates. Jinshu looked at the rock wall that was only 5 centimeters thick, raised his eyebrows, and broke it with magic. It's too hard. A sesame seed-sized flame suddenly appeared on Jinshu's right index finger and flicked with him. Small fireballs the size of sesame seeds slowly landed on the wall. Bang! The wall, which was still intact just now, turned into powder in an instant. The same goes for Thou Bean, Butterfly Shinobu, Butterfly Kane, Suzu, Bulma, and Ganluyi Miri. The performance of Jinshu and the 6 women directly attracted the attention of all the 9 Night Masters on the high platform. In addition to Yemi, the leaders of the other 8 Magic Knights had their eyes on Jinshu and the Butterfly Shinobu 6 girls. Yemi was not surprised to see the performance of Jinshu and his 6 wives, and after seeing the results, he looked at that Ashta's face full of anxiety as if he wanted to but couldn't pull it out. Ashta's expression made Yorumi couldn't help but laugh. Sakai is next to me to teach you, I am your good friend's posture. Several Magic Knight commanders sitting not far from him couldn't help but be stunned when they heard the laughter of the knight. When they saw that Nightsight was staring at the little devil without magical powers, they stopped looking at Nightsight. Next is the magic control exam. William said when he saw everyone trying to break through the wall. A man walked out behind Williams, took out a wad of paper from his arms, and flicked it directly. Hundreds of pieces of paper flew everywhere like snowflakes. These A4-sized white pieces of paper have a target drawn in the middle and a red dot in the middle. Obviously, this is the red dot in the center of these papers that the crowd has to hit with magic. Seeing this, Jinshu and the 6th girl couldn't help but frown, knowing that it was simply too embarrassing for them to want to emit the power of a hair strand. Relax. As soon as Jinshu thought that he had promised to enter the magic group of the night meeting, naturally there would be no embarrassing scene of no one choosing him. Jinshu, who wanted to open, gave the 6th girl a look. Yuduzi, Zhu Shi and other 6 women are all intelligent women, naturally understand Jinshu's eyes. They also remembered that they had chosen to enter the Nightsight magic group. Thinking of this, they directly raised their hands to attack. Black pillars of light, thunder pillars of light, pillars of flame light, icicles, pillars of rock, golden metal pillars and an emerald green wooden pillar appear together. The shape is the same, it is an attack the size of a baby's arm. The fragile paper is directly shattered. Among the 9 Magic Knight leaders, except for Yemi, the other 8 Magic Knight commanders all stared at Jinshu and the others seriously. No magic books used. And without storing mana, you can instantly launch such an attack. This definitely has the strength of the Knight Commander. Next, create a magic exam. William's voice reappeared. Jinshu and the 6th woman looked thoughtful. Looking at the magic of the people around him, Jinshu took the lead in setting an example, directly holding his right hand, a golden blob. P.S. Thank you brothers and sisters for their love, because I write a niche fanfiction, and I am also a rare fan of the male protagonist who is absolutely invincible. trouble helping the little brother send a book shortage, let the little brother have a little benefit, and let me be fearless to go to work to steal code novels.